all-time highs are a couple percentage points away. So, you know, we can forget about some of these other names, some of the big tech Mag 7 names. We know how beat up they are, but look at the strength in some of these other names. Uber was just $65 3 weeks ago or less. I guess it probably was 3 weeks ago. And there it is now up to $82 again, looking to take out this high. So this is another one of those undercover names that you can go all the way back to last year where you see 82 as some kind of resistance as well. So, you know, you're at this level and you can take it the other way short. It's not, this is just looking, there's some nice areas here of resistance. $82 for Uber. So you're getting close to that. I just think with today's momentum in the NASDAQ, we probably break that, and then you have your out, right? You have your out if it comes back in. We know the playbook on breakouts not working great so far. So let's wait to see if that one does come in. I would much prefer the 80 long. So, all right, let's go find out again. We talked a lot about earnings. Let's go find out what's been upgraded and downgraded.
Maximize range.
They are perhaps not so shockingly Caterpillar, which was an earnings play from yesterday, starting this list, getting an upgrade from Oppenheimer. Then we have Meta, another recent earnings play with a Maness, Crespi, and Hart upgrade. Microsoft getting an upgrade here from RBC Capital Markets, and Truist upgrading ServiceNow, which reported last week. So, of course, analysts reacting here to earnings plays and earnings names. With that in mind, UPS reported earlier this week they've gotten themselves a downgrade from HSBC Securities, but they're pretty much flat on the morning so far. P&G here with a downgrade from Redbird Atlantic. We have Cintas with another Redbird Atlantic downgrade here. Last but not least, Western Digital up on the day quite nicely, but getting downgraded here by TD Cowen. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Darren. Well, I mean, obviously Meta and Microsoft are going to get talked about today, but Caterpillar did not get talked about. No. You get all this bad data coming out, and this is probably the kind of name I don't have to tell anybody. You're not going to be in love with them during a possible recession. That said, on a weekly chart, I pulled up my e-signal so I can show the weekly chart because I happen to have it up. But bouncing nicely off that 200 period. This is like it's one of my long-term holdings. In non-tech, it's like my third biggest, I believe, because Eli Lilly would be the biggest. But I didn't buy this year. Like I bought Meta, I bought iBit, Tesla 220, the Qs. I don't think I've made any other buys this year. There might be one other thing that I'm forgetting. But Caterpillar's Walmart, yeah, Walmart. But Caterpillar is one that it's starting to settle down a bit. If we're not going to get this recession, CapEx spend that all these Mag 7 are doing, it makes me believe that they don't truly believe we're gonna have recession. I think this would be a name that would benefit huge if the GDP starts turning around, we start getting some better data. Yeah, the 200 period on the weekly chart on Caterpillar, I'm throwing a buy in there. I feel like, you know, I should have bought it already. I like the stock, and you want to buy on dips. I didn't do so. Now they had a good earnings number, able to hold up yesterday. Not a day trading stock, but I do like them. I don't know if you get back to that 260 though.
The market might flush a little bit here off the open. We're trying to get back into lows right now. Here's the market on the left. Interesting to see that underneath VWAP, breaking through the 50 period, looking to go lower. All right, so Procter and Gamble getting hit a little bit now because there's been a lot of focus now on growth stocks, as we've seen some of these huge names make huge moves, and this name's actually made a decent move down, like pretty good. And look at the support that's here on Procter and Gamble. So I don't know if this downgrade is just to try to get it, you know, to levels of, I don't know, we're right here. So are we going to be buying this at 158 or so? I think that's probably a yes, right? I mean, you didn't spend too much time below on Procter and Gamble, and again, I know pricing wars are here right now, and if tariffs are going to be a thing, then yeah, some of these products, of course, are going to get tariffed, and that is going to affect their, you know, global footprint in the, I guess, durable goods or whatever. They're selling everything, these Procter and Gamble guys, consumer staples, whatever. It's coming back in. So I like this 158 area for Procter. You're getting pretty close to that. You grab a little bit of a dividend and sort of diversify your portfolio, but it's not one of those names that's going to get you huge returns. It's just kind of a sit and wait and again, another iconic US brand. And I think Procter and Gamble works, but downgraded today, down 1.3%. So in a day where it looks like everything, oh, well, here comes the NASDAQ. I mean, you're slipping up here a little bit. In a day where it seems like most indexes are going to be way up to start the day. I mean, even the ES nicely cooking here as well, right, today. So we'll see what we do. There's something wrong with my ES chart. I've saved it the same way I did all the other ones. Yeah, so we'll see. Procter & Gamble down 1.37%. If you can get a 158 today, I think that's worth trying and then, you know, seeing your luck. So we'll wait to see what happens with Procter and Gamble. Only at 10,000 shares right now, so pretty light on that one. And then the imbalances will say something as well. But all right, here we go. It's 9 o'clock. We have a big watch list today. So let's go over to the desk and see what's going on with Sharif and Brendan.
Yeah, one of the biggest to get to here. So much to understand as far as the watch list, as Sean was mentioning. Let's get to the market.
All right, guys, we took out a key level yesterday. We took out 5,500, obviously, a couple of days ago, but now we're above 5,550. And that was a key level going all the way back to early March. As a formerly support zone, now resistance, we took that out decidedly yesterday, above 5,600 now. The overnight high, guys, 5,662. We're kind of at the midpoint right now, 5,640 after that number. So we'll look to 5,600 as support. So if we continue to sell off, look for that 100-point level to act as resistance. If we continue to move up, we'll look to that previous high back on April 2nd, 5,680 as resistance.
Speaking of the watch list, if you haven't done so, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to that sign-up page. All you need is your email address. Then we send that to you every single morning before we come on at 8:30. Everything you need to know that's moving around in the free market in one nice, neat package. Let's start with both of them here. Meta and Microsoft leading the way, leading the charge as far as the NASDAQ is concerned. Just took out the highs here, 7% here for Meta. Microsoft was better part of 8%. Yeah, we're still, or 9%. We're still hanging out here. The one fact that jumped off the page for me when it comes to Meta specifically, and I was looking at NVIDIA there as a result, the CapEx spend and the increase of CapEx spend that everyone thought was not going to be there.
No, it wasn't going to be there, and people were worried about that, especially after DeepSeek. But Neil brought a really good point to my attention today. It's not that they're buying more GPUs or they're expanding their data centers. Things just cost more now. So the fact that the CapEx just grew a tad doesn't really have to do with more H100s or GB100 or 200s, excuse me, that they're buying. They're just costing a little bit more with this inflation. So we'll keep an eye out on that. What really caught my attention for Meta, and I'll mention this in a second, is what we all expected, which was a reduction in advertising dollars coming from Asia as a result of the de minimis rule being taken off May 2nd, Brendo. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Let's talk about how Microsoft did, though. Fantastic report everywhere you can look. EPS 346, so Street wanted 322. Revenue 70.07 billion. The Street was looking for 68.42. Azure, Brendo, 33% growth. The expectation was 30%, so we're back above that 30% level that we had dropped off on the previous quarter. Net income, oh my goodness, 25.8 billion, an 18% year-over-year increase, with operating margin just missing expectations, 43.5%. Now, with respect to the guide, Q4 revenue guidance, 73.15 to 74.25. That's above the consensus midpoint of 72.26. Azure guidance, 34 to 35% now in constant currency growth, and CapEx, to build on the earlier point, $80 billion going to be spent in full year 2025 on AI and data center spend. Obviously, AI capacity expected to be constrained beyond June due to strong demand for these AI chips. And here's how the money broke down, Brendo. Intelligent cloud, which includes Azure, server, enterprise, that was about 26.75 billion. Productivity and business process like your Microsoft Office, your LinkedIn, that came in just shy of 30 billion, 29.94. And last but not least, their Windows, Search, Xbox, Surface, that's all categorized under more personal computing. That was the smallest of their department, Brendo, 13.37 billion.
Yeah, as we said yesterday sitting here, I mean, even Copilot getting pushed very heavily at this point across all of their products as well. A little bit of a downtick here as well. It's worth noting, I mean, there's many JP Morgan, Citigroup among them. Analyst notes, positive analyst notes on both of these today as well.
Yeah, you're going to hear a lot of positive things about both these reports. Just one of the other reasons why like Meta's CapEx spend is going up, it's like an expectation of tariff costs. So when they're projecting forward that increased CapEx, some of it is going to do with the tariff. So if deals get struck like that, it could actually end up being a smaller number. That said, Meta's the one. Look, they're both having great moves, but I'm looking at a couple of other things in Mag 7, land, Amazon, and Nvidia. So I'm not going to tell you that Meta's going to get traded by me. I would be a little bit more concerned with this. Right at a big resistance level here in the 590 range. It's like 588 to 592. up top that it's got some overhead resistance, and you can see like triple top ever since like the liberation movement moved to the downside. 3 times we've tested this level. Close above that today, I think it's incredibly bullish. Obviously, the 50 period in play. But when you talk about the CapEx spending, it's to some extent AMD, and then obviously to a larger extent NVIDIA. NVIDIA has yet to break through the 115 half. Well, that's in play, I think, this week. Maybe whether it's today, who knows. I like the dip back into 112.5. It's also the 50 period moving average on NVIDIA this week. Zoom in, they can see a little bit better. Yeah, playing back into some prior highs there. It's a 50 period as well, the 112.50. And Amazon looks pretty good. Although Amazon, of course, reporting tonight. I mean, if Amazon, Apple, we'll see. But if Amazon looks as good as NVIDIA and Microsoft, you could see. I mean, forget about the 200 period moving average. The 205 level is certainly going to be in play for them. And they have the same look as NVIDIA, like really tight consolidation, and then a play back into some prior highs has you at like 188, which it might get to. I think NVIDIA is going to come first. I'm not trading Meta or Microsoft. I wish I'd bought Meta twice this year and not once. But all I can do is give it the old 3-day rule and making a decision probably on Monday. I guess Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, the only way that you're up on Meta is if you bought it at any point in the last month. I mean, it's still just making, and a lot of these names are having great recoveries, right? But like, it's still just where it was literally a month ago. So it's like, unless you bought it into here, and look, I mean, we talked about buying it this year, like that part of this year was that huge run where we had 20 or so. Again, we're questioning these candles in there, but 20 or so up days followed by 20 or so down days, followed by tariff situations and Trump, and now you make it all the way back up with a great report. So, I mean, it's nice to see. The only thing that I'm saying is today, why don't we just look the other way on Meta and think that, hey, man, it's up 7% right now. What about a drop off of right here? This level right here is 603, 602, 603. And we have some, opportunities here also in and around 600 to try to fade a 600 rally today, right? And I'm not sure I want to be going short, but just to take the other side of all of the trades, because like our guest was saying, sometimes you have to flip it up a little bit. And, if Meta does come back in here, we saw SoFi. I mean, we were all sort of, like I said, horned up about SoFi when they had their release, and it absolutely tanked. And I just wonder I don't know if we're setting up for a huge dump here or anything off the open, but I could see us trading back into 565, 570, something like that. And that's going to be tough to try to figure out where the bottom is going to be if it does drop out. So then I just say, okay, what about looking for where the top might be if we do rip? And I just think that's a little bit easier to say, okay, I'm in trouble if we get above this 603 area. So, fade a 600 move, just kind of like, I mean, Tesla's now coming back in, but it's the same kind of move. I think bullishly about Tesla, but if that gets to 300, then I think it also gives you, whoops, what the heck was that? I think it also gives you an opportunity here on Tesla, although it's a nice move. Tesla actually going red right now. So when a lot of focus is on other names, Tesla goes the other way. But, fading into here, into where 300 is, also doesn't seem like a horrible spot to start to revert Tesla back in. Sometimes we can't just look at everything with rose-colored glasses. We do have to look at these things and say, what if the other side? And it's been such a huge run. And, I run into people, we all do, and it's like, oh my gosh, that's like, I watch these, these liberal talk shows and this and that, Kimmel and Colbert and all that. They're like, oh, the market, how are you guys liking the market? It's like, the markets aren't even that bad anymore. And they're still not great. We're still down a lot. But if you felt that there was some, angst in your portfolio, we've now had a great opportunity, and Microsoft's giving it to you today. You're what, $40 away from all-time highs, right? So if you were sweating it out when Microsoft was down here at 350, well, once we get into this area of 450, 435, 440, or even right now, take advantage, trim some. So I just wonder how much, the mentality of traders out there right now are saying, I'm going to take this sort of gift horse and take some out now and get into some cash or get into some yield plays or the index or something, just because of how far this has run. So I would just say watch out. The market still has not fixed really any of the problems. We haven't really heard of any deals concrete. Does it seem like they're working on them? Yes. Does it
Always
seem like
working.
something will get done? Yes, something will get done. But you are now going on hope rather than fact. So I would just think that you got to watch out for, not as Hamster says, oh no, sorry, it wasn't Danny Koo, a Great Depression. I don't think we're anywhere near that.
That's not good.
Earnings are definitely holding fort for now. So, all right, Robinhood. Look, another huge name, another great name, another name that we had talked about in the low 30s or low 40s. Looks like you're not going to get the opportunity to buy that anytime soon.
I mean, we're coming in a little bit right now. 4.3% still to the upside here for Robinhood. It's worth noting, I was just hearing a note on Schwab. Schwab going to get back into spot crypto trading. So taking on the Robinhoods of the world on the retail side of things anyways.
Yeah, it makes sense given the amount of crypto transactions we're having these companies report lately, Brendo. And SoFi reported they were going to do the same thing.
Exactly.
All right, guys, let's talk about how Robinhood did. Very good report, guys. EPS, 37 pennies. Street wanted 33. An easy beat there. And by the way, that EPS print, 106% year-over-year increase. Revenue, $927 million. The Street was looking for 920. That's a 50% year-over-year increase in revenue. Transaction-based revenue, $557.6 million. This was an easy beat here, guys. 329 the Street was looking for. The growth drivers continue to be net deposits. They're holding around $18 billion now, Brendo. And there's $25.8 million funded accounts. And their high-margin gold subscribers continue to grow. 3.2 million gold subscribers now, a record high for them. And here's what they're doing. They're expanding their product suite. They want that robo-advisor for the younger generation. They've also got custodians for IRAs, a banking app now, and event contracts that show you, Fed decisions, sports outcomes, whatever. And their growth in Europe, Brendo, not bad, about 100,000 users. And they're now looking at Asian expansion plans. So I'm not sure if that includes China, Singapore, whatever, but they're looking at getting into Asia.
Yeah, the private note as well coming through from Robinhood. Once again, it's not the first time we've heard that, but they want to explore the idea of being able to offer access to private company shares before they actually hit the public market, saying the status quo is currently kind of crazy. So good luck, as we mentioned, guys, here for Robinhood.
Yeah, they want to, look, man, they want to serve the retail trader
It's been great.
and be like the hero and the champion, which is a bit of a turnaround. Like there've been some hiccups, obviously.
It's a $10 stock, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it's been an unbelievable run for them. Look, there's going to be some names that we show like the Max. We showed like Meta at that resistance. And there's other ones that are kind of blowing through some resistance with room to go. And Robinhood actually falls into the latter, because in the afternoon show, and shout out to everybody that was sticking around for the whipsaw action that was Robinhood. Like, it was clear to the upside in like Microsoft and Meta, but in the aftermarket, Robinhood was doing a dance that mostly it felt like the short up at 50 was the big winner, and we were discussing that. Well, it's above 50 now, so it's that simple. Until it fails the $50 level, just show you the daily chart as well, then I want to be looking longs on Robinhood. You fail the 50, fine, fair enough. Then I think at that point you're running into trouble and you can be gap filling and all that good stuff. But 50 looking pretty solid for a level. The market's been obliging us by dipping a little bit on that jobless report, so I think you have a chance to get a dip and rip off that 50 in Robinhood. Yeah, great look for them. I mean, you can see it with, actually there was another headline, it wasn't just Morgan Stanley, Schwab as well, talking about crypto. So they're trying to come to the game late. Why? Because they realize how important of a thing it is to service and keep some of their clients. Somebody wasted an opportunity to pick this up. I think one of the big boys, whether or not they could have, when this was at $10 and people were discussing, hey, would Schwab pick these guys up? Would somebody pick them up? They missed their chance.
Yeah, I wrote down Robinhood here, $49 long, and I just said let's wait to see what happens, because we saw that SoFi playbook right there. It may dump, May 1st, but if it holds, we go higher for sure. Like, I mean, this is just a matter of will it. I had to get into a test trade here, so I just bought a little bit of Robinhood at this level. This is like not even a position really, but. you know, I wrote down 49, just thinking that if we came back into this area right here, you know, we would like to buy it. It would mean that we'd have to come back, obviously, a couple percentage points. We went out yesterday at 48, so I was just giving it that little bump there to 49 bucks. See if it's something that we wanna respect, right? I mean, here's 49 yesterday. Or 2 days ago was the top, and then now actually we actually were just here a couple days ago. I didn't even realize this actually, because Robinhood's just making back SoFi's loss right now. To be honest with you, like it was already here. Robinhood's only up $1 from where it was 2 days ago. This name could get a lot higher. I mean, that was a great report. The gold card, all that kind of stuff, or the gold memberships, whatever they have, 3.2 million of those, that's huge. They're siphoning funds away from other accounts, which is great for Robinhood. You know, accounts the size getting larger, daily active users getting larger. I really like Robinhood here, and any kind of a pullback I'm buying. And I just picked 49. We had just had some consolidation in here. I don't think we get there. So we're probably going to have to play 50 longs, and I just want to wait for it. SoFi was scary a little bit. Like it opened up and then like tanked like $1. Like it was a pretty aggressive move down. I remember SoFi opened up 9% and then wound up only up 1 or 2% that day. Then it went down another couple percentage points the day after, right? And so for me, I like Robinhood. It's just I'm not sure how excited we need to get on that. I mean, here's that wick top again on SoFi earnings, and then there's where we actually closed that day. And then we started to make a little lower action there, right? So if I would have told you when SoFi reported we were at 1450, what about a 1250 long? It would have seemed, you know, a little egregious, but that came in pretty quickly in 2 days. So I'm playing Robinhood to the long side. I really like the stock. We're long right now at 51.23. Again, it was just a test trade sort of. With smaller shares. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Robinhood. But a great long that is not a Mag 7 name, that is not a tech name that I think can run, and there's a spot for it in your portfolio for sure. And if you look, before I go back, I just want to say last year at this time, it was only 15 bucks, right? Like right down into here. This is last May right here. So yeah, it's had a monster run. The 200 period, it's not extending, but it's been fantastic all the way through. And the 200 period holds amazingly right there as well. Robinhood's a winning stock, and it's something that I think we can even add to the portfolio ASAP. So there it is right there, a quick 25-cent win. Still not on, I guess, Fabian, because I just got another fill. So all right, we're working on the position board. We'll get that going for you ASAP. But right now, I told you Roblox gets $30 at least a month from me, and I guess that's adding to the bottom line. So yay, Roblox, it's up next. We still have a piece of that stock, so we're pretty happy with it.
5.2 to 5.3 billion, the guidance coming through from Roblox as well. So everything green on this board today as far as all of the numbers are concerned. As I said, the guidance back to the upside as well. So yeah, 7.25% here for Roblox.
Not bad at all here, Brendo. I mean, there was a couple of things here, but we'll talk about it. So Q1 bookings, 1.21 billion. Excuse the delayed graphics there. 1.21 billion, guys. That beat the 1.14 that the street was looking for, which is also a 31% year-over-year increase. They continue to lose money though. The loss per share was 32 pennies, but that was still better than what the street was looking for. They were looking for a 40-penny loss. Their full year 2025 guidance, guys, takes us up to 5.29 billion, with the low end 5.36. The high end, that's raised from the previous guidance of 5.2 to 5.3. So a nice look there. Their daily active users, this is the interesting one here. Daily active users, 97.8 million at 26% year-over-year increase, and the hours engaged. I don't have the exact hours, but the percentage increase on the year, 30%, the strongest they've had it since Q1 of 2021. I wonder why, because it was COVID during that time. Engagement and discovery, better algorithmic content matching, which is fueling deeper user engagement. They're also trying to increase their reach with the Gen Z audience, not just Gen Alpha now, with new advertising revenue streams. And here's their strategy. So what they're looking for here, they're looking to take advantage of the free-to-play model, the expansion to older demographics and new genres, and the monetization, Brendo, of in-game purchases and ads.
I mean, 97 million. Imagine having a business with 97 million. I mean, Google posted just bonkers numbers the other day as well. for paid subscriptions as well. So daily active users for Roblox, just crazy, guys, crazy.
Yeah,
It's only going higher.
it's just growing and growing and growing, and ultimately, look, they're not making money yet. By the time they are, it'll be too late. Just for today, on the weekly chart, I have the weekly again up on eSignal. 76. There's your 52-week high, and the last time we were here in 2022, it was resistance at 74. So I think you've got. Oh, you guys can't see that. How do you do that? There, my head was in the way. So you can see that it's a bit of a big level here on the weekly. Actually looking that's a fade zone here, and there's already somebody sitting there. It's a pretty thin book because it's done less than 1 million shares. So someone's sitting there at 75 already for a few, like 25K or something like that, which is a lot at this time in the morning. So yeah, looking to fade into that high. I think it's going to do well, but ultimately it's just a big level on the weekly, 2022, and then the 52-week high here from February, and a decent chance that you can test that today here on Roblox. So yeah, I probably won't be looking at the long in this. I don't think today. I'm just eyeballing like a fail break of that high.
Again, like anybody that's been in Roblox for a minute, I mean, look at this. This is actually better than Robinhood. Bouncing so clean off $51, the 200 period moving average. Some of these 200 period moving averages should never ever be doubted ever again. I feel like. Again, there's a few names that obviously didn't hold the 200 period, but Roblox did. Now you're minutes away from the high, all-time highs again. Not all-time highs, not even close to all-time highs, but recent highs there on Roblox. Yeah, look, every child that's born is another Roblox account. So, I mean, it's a really great business model. Like Neil said, once they prove profitability, they'll be added to all the indexes, and Roblox will once again be a $150 name. So, I mean, you just got to wait for it and be patient. I think Roblox is absolutely fantastic. You guys know that I'm long in the $30 range or something like that. We bought it heading into the summer down here, and my only play was exactly that. It was, let's buy this name in the, I don't even know if it was this summer or last summer. It must have been this past one. You know, buy it because I know kids are going to be on their devices just ramping up Roblox all summer, and that really paid dividends, including to rate when they went back to school in September, when we got up to $45, $48 from these 30 bottoms. So you made 50%, and then it pulled back for some reason there in October, like the whole market did. Then we ripped to all-time highs right away immediately before falling back, and you know, a name that's not really pretty isolated from tariffs, right? I mean, it's a software name that is just a login. So yeah, Roblox continues to work. There's going to be a lot of things with Roblox, man. Merchandise, like movies. We saw Minecraft go out. Like I just, you know, I really like the situation here for Roblox. I think it's pretty simple. And when they start making money, then they'll be added to many different ETFs and all of that. I also bought Big Bear AI last night. Just after hours, as soon as we went out. So Big Bear AI yesterday, another buy. I got long at $3.40 yesterday on Big Bear AI. So we'll see if that one wants to keep going up another 5% for BBAI today, adding to that trade. I really like this one. Palantir reminds me of Big Bear AI, of course, and that is still holding pretty decently here this morning. But look at the market. Forget about this little quadrunk movement down. It's now looking real strong. Not real strong, but it's trying to now break through these levels. This is that number at 830 that we got, and the movement down there on initial jobless claims, 241 versus 220, gave us a downside push, and then it was just went right into, look at this level, like comes right into here and bounces completely off of 19.9 or so. So we'll wait to see what this market wants to do early. I think the best thing might do is sit on our hands. Let's go find out what's going on with Qualcomm.
Making new lows here, down 6% for Qualcomm. Again, the guidance, a little bit of an issue here for Qualcomm this morning. I was just noting there was a number of pretty late, actually, analyst moves that came in there on the price target side for Qualcomm. But if there is one we need to the downside, might be this one.
Yeah, it's a tough outlook for them to build on your point, Brendo. The current quarter, which was their fiscal quarter 2, they did quite well on EPS, 285. The street wanted 282. It's $2.85 a share. Revenue, 10% 10.84. The street was looking for 10.66. Revenue grew 15% year over year. Their take-home money, their net income, 2.81 billion. That's up from the 2.33 they printed last year. Now here's how they did. Their handset chip sales, 6.93 billion, up 12%. Their chip segment, 9.47, up 18%. And their licensing segment, the smallest of their segments, 1.32 billion. That was flat year over year. Now the guide, this is where it all falls apart. Their EPS was okay, so they're shoring up costs, $2.70 at the midpoint. The street wanted 267, but the revenue here, 10.3 billion versus the 10.35. That was a miss. I want to talk about that in a second after I tell you, but their business segment highlights, their automotive, about almost $1 billion now, 60% year over year growth. Their Internet of Things continues to grow as well, 1.58 billion at 27% year over year growth. But I want to talk about the guidance. Neil and I talked about this, Brendo, on the market recap show yesterday. Apple has now developed its own 5G modem called the C1, widely being talked about online, going to be available in the next iPhone 17. That means that 2 or 3 year agreement that they have with Qualcomm for that modem, that could be up in the air as they won't be sourcing them externally anymore. Right. So I feel they have a bit of a revenue headwind.
A lot of question marks. It's worth noting, I was sitting here watching Kohl's. This is a delayed reaction for this, but a huge bump up here now for Kohl's. They fired their CEO. So Ashley Buchanan gets fired for cause, quote unquote, for cause. They've appointed some guy named Michael Bender as interim CEO, guys.
That very often for cause, but it was halted for a bit there and now back open. Look, Qualcomm, the Kohl's was halted and now back open on that news. Qualcomm not looking very good for them. I mean, anytime, look, if Apple's going more away from them, it's never going to be a good thing. We were talking about the 150 level in the aftermarket on the off chance, thinking that it could get dragged back up there, and it's just not happening for Kohl's. I actually like WW for short today after the dollar fail. That was on my note. But if I was looking at something else, it would probably be Qualcomm. On ridiculous strength would be 144, but I kind of like this 140 as well. Like the consolidation right here at the 140 would give you the pre-market high to play off a bit. But I'll probably stay away from Qualcomm in a general sense. They're weak. It's a relatively strong market, so I think this is one that you stay away from. I wouldn't even think about, this is not one I want to buy either. You still have declining 50 period, declining 200 period moving average, and an environment where tech and growth is coming back. They're not, so stay away.
Just real quickly, because we only have 2 minutes left. I don't think I'll be on Qualcomm, but again, you don't get too many dip buy opportunities in the space. So I think Qualcomm can work. They're kind of a staple. Nice increased sales year over year in pretty much all of their segments: handsets, automotive, IoT, Internet of Things. Thank you so much, Randy. It's absolutely freezing where we're sitting right here.
You don't think so? I turned the heat up, but it's not doing anything.
No, okay, it's all good. I just want to bring to everyone's attention right here because the market's pulling back down a little bit, and I don't know, I don't really see too many imbalances on here, but I do see NVIDIA. Are you off tomorrow, Randy, or you're here tomorrow? Yeah, I'm off tomorrow too as well. That should be fun. And Monday. Wow, okay, Randy, take it easy over there. But nice move down there for NVIDIA as it continues to make that move into 113. So the market's pulling back a little bit, as is PLTR, my guy over there. And yeah, not too many other big names. Just wanted to go over that in case there's Big Bear AI. I did buy this yesterday. Someone in the chat just asked me about that, and that's what I was saying. So yeah, so NVIDIA right here with the sell imbalance creating some market movements to the downside. All right, less than a minute. Do we want to just go back over there quickly?
Wayfair, 8% to the upside here, 24% short float, guys. Earnings were a little bit better than expected, but as always with Wayfair, it comes down to the short float.
I mean, it's got what you need as far as the short float is concerned there. So
that's about all it's got.
Again, another retail name. You talked about Kohl's, obviously halted on a different news, but yeah, Wayfair can definitely run today, and we'll have to another look at that. Only up 8%, could possibly be up much more than that. So.
You want more of a squeeze out of them. Just very quickly, I also like, look, IBIT here, prior highs, dip into prior highs, 54.4 to 54.2. That's the buy zone for me. Made it onto the note, and then someone asked me what I was thinking about Weight Watchers. Well, it failed the dollar yesterday. Said if it failed the dollar, I'd look short into the dollar. So I do have that one on tap and paid for the locates on WW. But it's going to be a wild one. Remember, big earnings And we still have Aftermarket today where we get Apple as well. So the bell brought to you today by VinFast. Shout out to them, Global Intelligent Mobile Company.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. But Adara, let's get this party started. It was a healthy ring of the bell this morning.
Uber, NVIDIA, TQs, Palantir on my mind, Robinhood. Okay, so it's a nice little dump down in PLTR, sort of as, I don't want to say as expected, because this kind of, you know, the market's going to sort of dictate what happens right here. But we've seen Palantir make these kind of moves down, which is why I wrote down here 118 as a possible dip buy opportunity. Yesterday we closed here on Palantir. Okay, well, we might get this. Yesterday we closed Palantir 119. Just looking at 118 right here, which was a breaker spot there as well. Robinhood's on the way down or up?
Down,
right, yeah.
Through
So
51, now 50 and a half.
Okay,
it
good.
looks, sorry, 50, 70. That's starting to head back into the downside. Looks like we might get the dip buy there. NVIDIA is dipping. Meta is dipping as well. So I want to play some patience. We saw what happened with SoFi.
Microsoft doing?
2 days ago with
Microsoft
SoFi.
ripping.
So got to be patient. It's trying to fill in that gap into the 50 level. Microsoft's ripping. Meta's down. Meta's pulling back.
Yeah, that's a strange one there for sure.
That doesn't make sense.
All right, I was just put in a buy to take Palantir if we go 120, but it is a nice little dip buy opportunity here. I'm going to cancel that 120 and just see what happens. We are coming into 118 pretty quickly right there. There's 119 now for Palantir. I still want to buy 118, so as long as this holds, I think we'll be fine, but we're going to have to wait to see. So here it comes in right now, Palantir, waiting to see about a purchase of this stock. I'll buy some right now just because we might have just bounced off of 119, but we will wait. We'll take one unit. We'll wait to see if we can get 118 to take basically a full position down there at that area, but we'll test it right here early. We just mentioned Microsoft ripping, Tesla, huge move up as well, up to 284. There's Microsoft. I was just checking it out, over 10% now. Okay, at 10%.
10%?
Yeah, exactly. So nice move up, 436 is where we just dropped off from. Looks like we might have got a little early, obviously, on Palantir, but we're going to wait for that one. Nothing else really happening. Well, there's lots happening, but nothing else getting to my area.
Meta's at 580.
Which one?
Meta is at 580.
Okay.
So Robinhood's trying to calm itself down. I got to go to a 1 minute
Meta's
chart so
tripping.
you
This
guys
is what
can
I was
see.
saying. Just
Here we
about
go.
selling the top. Sometimes we only look at things.
I never.
Yeah, go ahead.
We talk about this all the time. It's like, oh, just because I just missed Robin.
I wrote down 49. What was I bidding on Robinhood? 49 and a quarter. It's too bad. I had 400 shares sitting down there. We'll see. Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Here comes Palantir. We'll see if it can take 120. Hopefully it does. And we'll be able to get that. Okay, well, there we go. Palantir was just about 50 cents in the money. Not 50 cents, sorry, 30 cents in the money. It was looking at 120, and then we just fell off again. There it is right there. We actually got to 120 almost right there, and I didn't take any out. So silly me on that one. Here it comes right back up. There it is. We'll take it out this time. Here goes 120 on Palantir.
Maybe we can at least get in. Maybe I'll be able to get NVIDIA. Well, you guys all just saw Robinhood live. NVIDIA did not get all the way down to 112. Now it's up at VWAP in there. Let's check IBIT. Just looking. IBIT Bitcoin doesn't even do anything. So Bitcoin doesn't even dip at all. Looking relatively strong. 55, maybe a breakout. I thought 54.4 where we'd start the long, but this didn't even dip a little bit here. Super, super strong name. Yeah, so I'm in absolutely nothing because we tried to grab Robinhood, or I tried to grab Robinhood,
man, that sucked.
and it was a swing.
Come
and
on, Robinhood.
and now it came back in.
Okay, good.
Okay, well, Robinhood was just at 50.70, and it's right back in here to 49.5. Let me just zoom out so you can see this lower high in here. You cannot lose this 49 level on Robinhood. That, a lot of times, when you have that big of a bounce, like that was a $1.20 bounce off the lows. Yeah, I'm not giving it too much through this bottom. When it has that kind of a bounce off the lows, you want it to snap back in both directions because you don't want it filling the rest of this gap into 48. That would be nasty, nasty, nasty. So I don't want this losing the 49 level, or we have to jump out of this. That was one of those don't turn FOMO into like a ridiculous mistake because I had to bid Robinhood. It went $1.20. We get the same price later. It's a different circumstance. So unfortunately, that one's going to come out and look nasty there. As it could bounce, but I want to see this trend break. Not going to take multiple salvos at this until we get some kind of a trend break because that's a nasty, nasty reversal candle there. I'm seeing people say short Tesla, but I'm still thinking look for the places to buy the dip and see if we can't get a bit of a curl. So if we get the curl on Robinhood, great, but it's still in a downward trend. If IBIT even makes a move down, I guess we could possibly get into that one, but nothing really happening in Bitcoin, as only now is it trying to participate in this move.
All right. Yeah, same kind of way. I lowered the shares on Robinhood just because of the way it was coming back in, but we're still long. We're going to give it, I was giving it to 48, basically right here, 48.70 or so for a break, and we'll get out of that. So we did able to take a little bit out when Robinhood did that. But remember what I was saying before, you know, we've seen SoFi make this similar move when we had, you know, okay, there it goes, so bye-bye. When we saw SoFi make a similar move on what we thought was a great report, there goes Robinhood now red on the day. So slap a big fail on Robinhood there early today. Slap a big fail right now on this Palantir. I mean, I don't want to slap a fail on anything, but this is not working out yet for me, Palantir. We were able to get something out on the high side of that 120 break. I mean, it was pretty good there. Thankfully, we were able to average in there. And then again, we took a 120 break, but unfortunately, we got 119.90, which meant to me that it broke and came right back in and then gave us that fill there. So a little bit of resistance, I'd say a lot of resistance at 120. Normally when it breaks, you'd like to see it continue to go, but it didn't do that. Although it looks like we got some out for sure. We got out about 20%, but you know, it's not going. So we're gonna have to wait for that 118 now before we get real serious like on Palantir. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait for a 118.25 or so fill down there, and if we can get that, then good for us. But we have to wait to see if that's going to come into play. Now, let's be as patient as possible. Robinhood, again, hit for sure today on that one, but light. This was a test trade, and then we got out of it, thankfully. And then, wow, now Robinhood is really starting to bleed to the downside. Now down 2.2%. This is giving you an opportunity to buy Robinhood maybe in your own account, but again, take that for what it's worth and wait for it on that one.
This is the whole gap now. Okay.
Yeah, I know. We want to thank all 10,000 watching first. You know, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Holla.
We want to thank our viewers, because without them, we ain't got ish. So thank you so much to everybody. Here we go. A nice little move back up for Palantir. Let's spin it one more time. If you're joining us for the first time, we have cool little gifts like this. So there it goes. We'll run this high side now. Let go to the upside right now for Palantir. We'll see if we can get going. We are now back into the money finally on it after we dip by at 119. The breakouts, Neil, have not been working for me lately.
The breakouts haven't been breaking.
Yeah.
To the upside.
Well, they break and then they break your
Well, that's
back.
what they break your back, or, well, okay, you said back. I was going to say something else, but now I don't have to.
My neck, my
because
back.
everyone sort of knows. Don't bait me into finishing the rest of that sentence. I was very close, because it's like a reflex action when you start
Give
a
the people
lyric.
what
that
they
I
want,
finish
Neil.
No, I'm not saying that.
All right.
Come on, man. I'm a parent.
Obviously not.
Man, Robinhood is getting absolutely shellacked. Look, I'm working into Weight Watchers to the downside, to a short, because that's the only thing I like short. But Robinhood just filled in the rest of it. We tried it up here. It lost the 49 level. Nibbling in, I want to make sure we can give it to the actual higher low, which is 47.5. But it doesn't want to hold on to this at all. So I can't get into anything. Everyone in the chat, no, I'm not going to finish that. I got to draw the line somewhere.
All right.
Principle, man. I can't say that.
It's priceless. Okay, so yeah, just watching Palantir here. Let's see what other names are moving around here. People saying they've made their day on Tesla, so congratulations for that.
Yeah, congratulations.
Tesla 280. You know, like I was saying about sometimes, you know, stocks that really aren't even on our radar. I mean, Tesla's been on the watch list pretty much every day for the last I think 4 years. And now today we don't really have it on there, and this is the one that goes. So you never know what goes bump in the night. So congratulations to Tesla traders today. You definitely nailed that 280 bottom. I assume that's what you guys were doing. Great trade right there. Nice blast. Now I just have to hope that Palantir can do something similar and keep going back up to the upside. I did want to see the pin action on Google today, because they're back down into 160 again right now. So this is a level here that we've traded long off of in the past. But look at what the NASDAQ is doing right now. The NASDAQ is getting NAS cracked down to the downside again, taking out pre-market lows right now and going back into 2 a.m. All right, so we'll wait to see what happens now. I don't really care too much about these levels, but we are breaking current market trend right now back to the downside. So some of these longs right now ain't so long anymore. We're going to buy a little bit more here on Palantir because, oops, I'll go back to that stock. just because we did this last time and it had that move back up to 120. And I was like, hey, if we're buying dips, let's buy it on Palantir and wait and hold. I don't know if you're still, you're still into Hood. I was going to say, like, I don't know where this bottom's going to be.
It better be 47.
Yeah, 47. So good move down for Robinhood, really getting taken out.
It's bleeding.
Yeah, did not, like Robinhood was up
bleeding.
5%, down 4 now, Robinhood. Palantir and Robinhood both going in the opposite ways for us. And then that WW is a good look. Obviously, there goes Robinhood. That's a good look underneath $1. So it did break, by the way. So it was good that you did
95.
Oh, okay, good. So it's holding right now at 47 there on Robinhood. Let's see if it holds, and let's go back to Adair and figure this all out.
Keep an eye here on Microsoft, MSFT. Of course, earnings day one, but I was also seeing this headline circulate around the open. Basically, apparently Microsoft is going to be raising its prices on Xbox consoles, games, and accessories. Some games will be about $80 for the holidays. So I'm just kind of seeing that come through. Again, they came through a little bit earlier today, but worth noting, Microsoft, of course, strong off of earnings. Also, just a reminder, 9:45, we will be getting an economic number. That'll be the S&P manufacturing PMI. So stay tuned. I'll be covering that for you guys. Back to you.
Bye-bye. Whoops.
Yeah, bye-bye. Well, it is bye-bye Robinhood. It's coming back a little.
Robinhood just broke that 47, so I'm out of it. I just stopped out. We'll flat the fail on Hood.
Same thing.
Still want to try some kind of a trend reverse. I have a 1-minute chart up there. It's really going to tee me off.
Why is it getting hit so badly? That's
because
crazy.
The stock that I like short, that's an egregious chase. The stock that I want short, I was trying to build in on Weight Watchers, which is like go with the trend or fight the trend. Fight the trend and take multiple fills. Go with the trend and you're unable to add to it sometimes. So I like WW. It's nowhere near the dollar. It failed the dollar. We didn't really talk too much about it, but this one is kind of bleeding.
Wow.
I just want to show if it does continue this pullback,
Robinhood, man.
65 is kind of the target zone for this. As a matter of fact, I got to get a bid out in front of 70, and if it gets down to 65, that's where I want to jump out of it. But a Hood at 47, Meta, I know we're only looking at the same names here, everybody. Meta has pulled back underneath the 580. See, that's the one that was at that big resistance on the daily. And NVIDIA, everyone's all excited, myself included, about the CapEx spending, but NVIDIA is starting to give it up. However, the prior high, it's only now coming into the prior high at the 112 level for NVIDIA. So a little bit more calm, while you need to see some kind of green candle in Robinhood. It's got to be a real trend reverse instead of just going out in front of an even dollar level. But NVIDIA holding 112, that's at least solid for now. Amazon, everybody, like this market's headed lower. Amazon trying to make a bottom at the 188 level. I can pick one, and it's going to be NVIDIA because that's the one I put on the note. Amazon was like, it was a close second.
I cannot believe I still want to go long Robinhood breaking above 47, but I want to see it go a little bit longer than that. I want to go 47.10, and then we'll try to punch a little long here. We've gotten hit on it on Robinhood today for sure. We've tried it twice, and now we're back in it. So let's see where we go now on Robinhood, trying to get that long going through now. But it just broke back again. But he came back down through 47. So yeah, it's not going to be a thing. All right, so a good dip buy there, obviously on Palantir. Let's see now. I mean, I'm just saying obvious because of where the stock is. I don't think it was obvious at the moment, or I would have absolutely loaded it up. We didn't get the 118 that we wanted, so I had to buy 118.50, and pretty happy that we did that because now our average price, we're up quite nicely here today on Palantir. There's no doubt about that. It's the problem is Robinhood, and I mean, I'm fine with it because we're sticking to our guns and trading what we thought would work today, and it's just not. So yeah, not a great look there for me on Robinhood, obviously. But let's go over here and have a look at Uber. Uber was another name, and I know Neil was saying we're looking at the same names, but I think for good reason today. All right, so hold on a second. I got to get something out on Robinhood and make some money back. All right, so we said Uber not really moving too much. I did like that 82 level on Uber there today. It looks like it was in play again to the top side, but it failed off of it, right? So $82 right there, looking pretty good for a break long if it does happen. But as we know, the market coming back in right now today, so maybe that doesn't happen. So then we look for an 80 long bid right now. All right, so here comes Robinhood. I'm actually just going to take this opportunity to get more out of this play. It's nicely cooking now back there to the upside as we make back a third right now. I'm just going to keep getting out. I mean, I really do hope that this continues to rip up because we did have some good patience with this name at the end of the day, it looks like we had some good patience, but we took a couple cuts early, and they weren't cuts. Like, they were like pretty deep cuts because, again, I did believe in it, but we took the same amount of shares now right back on. So we'll be about flat on Robinhood. Just needed to get up to about 48 bucks or so and then clear out of this position if it wants to do that. Palantir falling off. I tried to get, I did get 60s. Okay, so we did get a good price. I'm going to get some little bit more out here just in case this falls out of favor for us. There goes Robinhood. Oh boy, that's being nice long here. Hopefully it continues to make that move higher. Was that a call for Miss A?
I think so.
Then let's run.
Got the numbers here. That's what we're here to report. The S&P manufacturing PMI, 50.2, coming in below estimates of 50.5 and below the previous print of 50.7. So again, lower than expected. S&P manufacturing PMI. At 10 a.m., we'll get the ISM manufacturing PMI, arguably the more closely watched number. Also at 10, we'll be getting construction spending month over month. So 10 a.m., more data. Here's the market. It's also worth noting here, we had some comments. They're kind of circulating on X now, but they were made a little bit earlier in the day. White House advisor Stephen Miller not committing to tariff relief for smaller businesses. So looks like small businesses will not be getting some tariff relief, or at least right now, as indicated by some comments that came through earlier today. Again, right up for 10 a.m., more numbers. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. Wow, NVIDIA just flew through VWAP. Well, the VWAP retrace has blown right through it. It went 112 to 113, but I jumped out at VWAP looking for that trend to continue. I always say, like, when it's trending down, I recover back into VWAP on a reversion play. Robinhood, whoops, that would be Robinhood. I don't even know the other symbol we typed in there. Did the bottoming tail. See if you actually wait for it to break trend.
Yeah, great.
VWAP's all the way at 49 in this particular case. So I'm going to be looking to try to add to this bottom as long as it can hold the 47, and then the play is going to be back into the volume-weighted average price. WW, yeah, I just can cancel that offer. If this gets back to the volume-weighted average price, that's going to be asking a heck of a lot. The only other thing I'm looking at over here is IBIT, which is still trending down. It never got, or Bitcoin never got to barely underneath 96, never got to 95. It was 54.4 to 2 that I like to dip by. You're not getting there at this point, and you've already broken the trend with a higher low. So it's going to be the first nibble, but I do like it a lot better, a little bit lower than this, out in front of 95,000. But I do want to get myself into IBIT. I'm going to assume Amazon's probably doing pretty well. You got NVIDIA moving higher. You've got Meta recovering. You've got the NASDAQ back to 19.95. Hopefully Bitcoin can get back to the high as well.
All right, we have to try to be patient here. All right, like Palantir could be real great. Hood could be real great. We're having a pretty good morning despite losing like this on Robinhood. We were not long up there. That was a test trade. Our first long was right here, right where we wanted it, because we had written down 49 long. So let's see. We just got a bunch out at 48. I have under half of what we punched left. But it's really, I'm trying to find out what Palantir is all about, because it just came right back up to 120 again. And we just whap that one. So we'll go bullish on Palantir, and we'll see if that wants to climb through $1.20. So that's what we're doing right there on Palantir. Let me see what SoFi is doing. SoFi had some moves early. Yeah, there it is, all the way back in, just like that Robinhood. Look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ really starting to climb. We had written down on the TQs 55.50 in a disaster. I had written that down, like, if the worst case scenario happens and we can buy the NASDAQ and we have to sit in there, we were waiting for 55s. That was yesterday's close. We didn't come anywhere near that, thinking the NASDAQ could go back to zeros. That did not happen. 100? And part of the reason why, AMD's 100, okay. Part of the reason why is Microsoft still holding out really well there, up 10. Meta up 10 as well, right? Oh, Meta was. Now Meta's back down into these levels. Meta's now below the 200 period. This one's looking actually pretty weak. Okay, wow. We are now at one-day goal already right there, and we got to say thank you to Palantir. We were at minus a couple days goals, and then now it's come all the way back. So nice move there for Palantir. Let's see, can it take it down here? Okay, there it is. Okay, well, here we go. We just got 120 again. I was a little nervous about that trade, but it does pop through again, there it goes. Nice move there. Let's get Robinhood now. We're long Palantir, we're long Robinhood, and you had just mentioned AMD being at a bill. That's
AMD and NVIDIA are flying right now, but it's AMD which is absolutely stealing the show. Got to 99.8. That's a Christmas tree. That's not my saying. It's somebody else's. Christmas tree recovery. It's just a V shape. Maybe you can get back into VWAP. I'm going to stick to plan and go back over to NVIDIA on dips. 113 VWAP. Certainly, if we double bottom it, which I think is incredibly unlikely with this kind of a move, I would be buying that. But yeah, going to try to buy the dip a little bit higher. Did pick up some IBIT. We're starting to look back into that one. I was looking over, like, what do I even think about for a short? And there's just not much out there. Like, I knew I liked WW. Roblox, I thought, was a short from, like, 76, or, like, sorry, 74 to 76. That's underneath the volume-weighted average price and consolidating. So I'm half considering this, because at least it was on the list to go short for me. And WW, as I said, that kind of got away from me in terms of the short. We never really built in the way we wanted to. So unless that does a miracle pop to the upside, I probably don't add to it. But Roblox, this might be the one. It's really calm here. I just want to see it retest VWAP with my own eyes on it, and then we can reevaluate that. Andrew saying Mara. I'm going to make an assumption that Mara and MSTR are doing relatively well in this market, but it's IBIT that I have the eyeballs on. Because I'm buying this one in front of the current low and want this busting and testing some of those highs. So my focus is on IBIT here in the crypto space.
All right, so unfortunately there, Robinhood does come all the way back in, so it's a good thing that we will not be green on Robinhood today, unless, again, we were talking about this having to get over that 48 marker. It didn't get there. It came close, which is why we emptied out the clip. We had just bought some more right there, by the way, and let's just see what winds up happening now as we come back into $47. I mean, we're here, right? So we're trying to make this play. We just bought 47.09s there. So let me take a little piece out. Again, just trying to scalp it back and forth just a little bit here. There we go. We get a 30 fill. Now let's get back to the upside and continue the upside play here on Robinhood. So hopefully that will continue to climb. We do have some offers out here right now. 47.47 for some reason. Okay, so that's that. What about Affirm? Affirm seems to be moving around here a little bit. $51 is coming up on some scanners, but I guess it's just because it's sort of breaking below here right now. Not much going on. That must have been a late read. Let's check Qualcomm. Qualcomm was a negative name, right? I mean, with what the NASDAQ's been doing, maybe Qualcomm wants to do the same thing. Down now 7%. It had a way bigger move off the open, down to 135, recovering $4, back to 139. Qualcomm still holding out. Oh boy, what a reload right there. That's right. You should have done that, my guy Joseph, as we get back down in there into the 60s, up to the 60s, sorry, on Robinhood. We reload that guy down there at 47 flat. And then here we go. Palantir right back to the upside one more time. So let's get out a little bit more here. These are only 50-cent winners. But, you know, when you're playing to win, you got to take some profit. So here we go. Let's wait to see what happens now with Palantir and Robinhood. We just looked at Uber. We've looked at a few different names today as well. Big Bear AI is going to be on my mind for a minute. We bought some of that yesterday. And all eyes on Tesla.
They're after the bell, right? Like
they're after the bell. Yeah, I mean, we're making fun of their logo, remember?
Yeah, because their logo's trash.
Yeah, I don't understand it. But
so it's a good bounce out that 47. It looks like that's going to be the Alamo here, obviously, for Robinhood. IBIT just came back in and gave us a fill. I looked up. I'll get to Meta in a quick little second. IBIT just gave us a fill, another higher low here. I'll respect VWAP and try to cover some out in front of the volume-weighted average price, which I wasn't doing before. But here's one reason for some concern. Meta's breaking the low of the day when we are trying to break VWAP and take 20,000 on the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ's at a big psychological level trying to break through, and Meta is not helping the party at all. And it's obviously Meta's important today because it's a lot of the reason why we're gapping up. So you see them breaking through to the downside, and you see Microsoft losing the volume-weighted average price, all while we're losing the 20,000 level. And just couldn't find anything I like to the short side that's going to follow the market here. But unfortunately, it looks like we are headed back a little bit lower. Is it worth another reload at 47? You just want the $0.50 and right back into the lows on Robinhood. I don't know about this one. It's made a bottom. Let's see it. Maybe it'll rinse the 47 one time, hold the bigger low down here at 47.7, and then it can be some kind of an ad. But the market losing VWAP and the 20,000 level on the NASDAQ, Meta continuing to head lower. I mean, Apple is holding up rather nicely, at least. Ooh, iBit just lost a bid.
Yeah.
Like I just missed getting filled at VWAP, and then iBit's going to lose the bid. Yeah, there's a lot of weakness coming in here. Robinhood at least holding up, and I'm going to hate myself over WW because next available short, I should probably try to get the pop on this, but it's really trending down. I just can't get any more shares.
Okay, yeah, we're witnessing a little bit of a move down again in the market. I do want to check on the big boys though, see what is going on. We had Nvidia in play there. Let's check out Alibaba for a different name, right? I mean, we're just looking at sort of. I'm in my positions. You guys know the spots I'm going to be looking. There's Alibaba coming back into 120 again. So coming right into the 50-period moving average right now on the 5-minute chart is Alibaba. And if you like the 120 level, fine. But I don't really see that much there. That's 118. I think if we could get into 117, 118 there for Alibaba. This is if the market does continue to tank down. Robinhood's now going to break below 47. We did a really good job of getting out of that name. And it looks like it's going to go a little bit lower there as well. AMD, all these plays off of key levels today seem to be pretty good. Just to check in on bank names. JP Morgan holding out, but not participating today, only flat on the day. When we see what the ES has been doing, everything's been pulling back a little bit right now, but we're still up 1% and 1.3% respectively. So, you know, bank sector weak today. As you can see, JP Morgan down, probably the other names down as well. We'll check out quickly Wells Fargo for everybody here. Okay, well, it might just be JP Morgan itself. Wells is down, Wells is up, JP Morgan down, Citigroup up. So, okay, so looks like we are okay there. Wow, 96. Where was Coinbase? Because right now the futures, crypto looks like it wants to try to be pretty consistent. Nice dip down right there for Coinbase into 203. Wow.
Well, that's worse than MicroStrategy.
Right. Oh, is MicroStrategy? Yeah. So this is what I mean. Like there's a good little level there for Coinbase as well. 203.50. Like, you know, it was good here, holding there and ripping back up, and then now a bounce and closing out yesterday at 203.50. So Coinbase, you know, in that spot right now. We did not get stopped out of Robinhood, and it's still here, right now.
It's holding at least.
It looks like it wants to try to hold that bid, yeah.
Yeah, it's at least holding, but like I expected with that loss to the bid and Bitcoin losing 96, you'd look over and see MSTR breaking lows, but that's actually not the case. I'm looking over, I usually like to short Mara instead. Exactly the same chart. Maybe I'll eyeball this one off of the volume weighted average price. Lower highs being put on Mara. That's the kind of pattern, if it continues, you got to work on over to for sure. But I'm reminded myself of the original plan, which was 54.4 on IBIT, 54.4 to 54.2 into the prior highs. So you're still not even there yet. And I think we got to give it a chance to get down there. Robinhood's another story because that just broke the low again.
Yep.
So Robinhood, all that good off 47 is now gone, and it's now headed back down to a fresh low. Yesterday's low was like $46 on Robinhood, as it's absolutely cratering. Danny Koo, sorry.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, Danny Koo. You've had a great day, thanks. Well, I can't tell you, anything I'm looking at to the long side has been absolute trash, and the only winning trade is the one I can't get more of. I'm out of Robinhood, by the way, as you can see by that exit. So that's probably going to update in a couple seconds. But appreciate the super chat in there. If you've been short, you've definitely been right, but you had to look and find the right names. Certainly, if you were even trying to grab longs, and there have not been a lot of them. Apple has also just now, when the market made a fresh low, that just lost the volume weighted average price. So NASDAQ couldn't hold 20,000. Even the stronger such names had been unable to hold up at all. So it's looking pretty nasty. Bill R saying you want CVS long. My guess is if you like anything long, you're probably getting a discount this morning. But that's something that CVS is holding VWAP for now. But look at that V shape on CVS. Everything was dipping. That's pretty good. That's a good look on CVS.
All right, Palantir's right back into 50. It just smoked that 50 level. There was some size there. Yeah, same thing with me, man. I mean, we got in and out of. We actually made money back on this last move on Robinhood, but yeah, it didn't hold. So And yeah, when you're sitting there with shares, it does hurt sometimes to get whacked in the face like that. We got some 118.25s. This is the last straw right now for Palantir. And it's going to break this 118. Like, it's coming in real good right now. And again, just falling off of all-time highs again. Like we talked about, it's not quite there, but we talked about where Palantir was. I'm surprised. Like, you know, we do know that construction spending's coming up right now. I'm not sure how big of a number that's going to be, but we will throw over to Adara for that number. But if we break 118, which it looks like it wants to do, then yeah, man, we'll have to take the L early on Palantir. We were able to make some money back, but we will obviously be red on this name if it does continue to fall like this. Palantir coming right back into some levels, as is Tesla. The whole market right now is pulling back quite decently. So let's go over to Adara, find out what this number is all about.
5 or so seconds until we get the ISM manufacturing PMI. We're expecting a print of 47.9. That would be well below previous print of 49. We get a better than expected print, 48.7 for ISM manufacturing PMI. That's above the estimate of 47.9, but it's still below the previous print of 49. ISM manufacturing prices paid a little bit below estimates, but ISM manufacturing employment and new orders coming in above estimates. Construction spending month over month, actually a negative print, negative 0.5%. We were expecting positive 0.2%. So to recap, lower than expected construction spending, higher than expected ISM manufacturing data. NASDAQ still making lower highs, lower lows, but we did get a little bit of a pop up to 483 on this print. Now, one thing to remember here, we have so many earnings on watch, including some Mag 7 names making day one earnings moves. Here is Meta. Meta not holding on to its early strength, as well as Microsoft, which is actually holding up quite nicely here, MSFT. They both reported double beats. Then we have some other miscellaneous earnings. Here's McDonald's, pretty choppy today, but a lot of healthcare-related names actually dropped earnings reports. CVS to the upside. We had Lilly to the downside, and also Moderna reporting. So keep an eye on a very large variety of earnings names today. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content, and we'll send you back to the guys.
Just heard in our ears that SMCI was breaking out the high of the day, which is unbelievable how strong that it's even able to be that strong. The market's trying to hold on to this bottom desperately, the 19.86 level here on the NASDAQ. So this might be it. Like, this will be, if you can actually put in the first green candle, if you've been trying to go long, then this would be, I guess, your most reasonable spot because you're trying to break some trends. Hood actually broke this trend here to the downside, waited for it to close above. This is it's a dynamic entry. It closes above, give it to the prior bar low. So at least we're trying to be patient with that one. NVIDIA doesn't want to get back to the 112. Like, that's the only long that was actually clean off the 112 level. So of course, you're not going to get it again. That's how the market's going to work today. So I'd like to be trading off only this 112. And then you saw that.
Yep.
Yeah, everything was just cruising, and there was one of those like lose the bid moments where I'm looking at the tape and I'm looking at the level 2, and you just sort of drop. And it's not the quotes drop, it's just the bid drops. The algos for a split second decided they didn't want to be at the top of the book, and that happened across the board. So just trying to calm down. Meta just actually put in a bid off of 570. I'm going to pull down my black chart. Watching that, I think if it shows strength, then it can try to lead us higher in the markets. Until it stops bleeding, Apple, Meta, Microsoft, I think you're going to have to be very, very patient looking for those little, I guess, sniper type long trades instead of the whole build into it and look for it to go. So I'm in one of those now on Hood. I'm going to scalp at every prior resistance level, which is 47.25, 47.60, and then 48.
Yeah, we were able to, I mean, that was a pretty wild number there. We were long Palantir, as you guys know, and we were able to get some out as it was doing that craziness up to 118, 119. I thought, like, okay, here we go, man. Maybe we do really get going there, back up there off that number, but that was not the case. So it breaks 118, which was the level that we had written down as our last sort of salvo there. But I'm still holding on to a small piece just to watch it, and I do want to buy it back again, but not until we break 1820 or so. So if we don't break 1820, then forget it. Like as Neil mentioned, catching some of these swords here, not working out so far today. We do have Apple tonight. We have Amazon tonight. So some of these plays, I was always thinking about Apple at 210. You know, that's going to be a play that I like to look at quite often. So there could be something there at 210. It's also where the 200 period moving averages, and it's actually had such a good move up that this move back down, although we're still down that 1%, it's giving some life maybe to breathe into this name for Apple. We'll see where exactly it wants to go, but 210 could be a good holding spot there for Apple. Remember, if Palantir does get back up to the upside, I do want to take that long and just watch out. I mean, some of these levels there for Palantir, it might not want to go. All right, well, let's check out Uber. We did look at, I mean, I'm not sitting at $80 there on Uber, and it's just not down there, but that would be a level to look at, not coming into play quite yet on that one. Is there anything else that's like really like
CEP is
what is
apparently
CEP?
going
That's what I was going to say. What is there any sort of random names here that are going? All right, Palantir about to get back into this one if it does break through that 1820 area. So watch out for Palantir getting back up through. So that's what we're looking at. And yeah, any kind of big runners that are, wasn't CoreWeave really moving around earlier today as well?
I can't imagine it would have held up in this.
Yeah, it's up 11% right now and holding up. Yeah,
11%.
Yeah, it's actually pretty much right where it opened. I mean, sure, we did open up here and had that dump down to 47, but $1 down. And now barcode central here for CoreWeave. It looks pretty good down here.
Who knew?
Yeah, who knew? All right. Yeah, so here comes Palantir. It looks like it was a decent hold of the last little piece, but now we're back into it. So let's see if this one wants to moon. Now, maybe not. 117.99 or so. If we break, then let's just get out. But here it goes. Let's give Palantir some opportunities to get back to the upside.
Yeah, so CEP there's nothing new on CEP. It's just doing, I guess, essentially what it's done every single day, which is moon and squeeze everybody to the upside. No halts on this yet, although I say yet because it's up 31%, although a couple of these candles sometimes are questionable. I guess that's over. That doesn't matter. It hasn't gone 10% on any of these candles. So double top at 57. These are all fresh ties in here. I don't even know particularly what the short float is on this, but I'm going to imagine it's a little bit egregious and a small float to begin with. VWAP does look a little bit interesting there. Finally, there was finally some kind of a push back up on WW. At least it's trying to get into the volume weighted average price. Look, I like 75, 76 a heck of a lot better, but we just got into it for the first time since the open there. And then NVIDIA, everybody, you're no longer, you're actually holding pretty decently at this higher low. So with the NASDAQ back at VWAP, maybe NVIDIA just wants the volume weighted average price. I mean, Robinhood is it's bouncing off 47, but now it's bouncing like 10, 15 pennies, like 30, 40, 50 like it was before.
Right, we're
now it
huge.
goes.
Yeah, we're almost green on Palantir, which is absolutely wild considering how much we were, not how much we were down, but just considering how many shots, well, we were down a decent amount, how many shots we took at this name. It's never great just to say oh, I'm back to green. I mean, we'd like to say we're, green, but right now we do have to wait for this name to get going. We did put on a position there at 118.20 or 118.30, sorry, as we said we would, and it just got a bunch out right there because, again, like I said, I'm using way more shares right now just because we can see some of these moves, and when they happen like that, I want to be able to scalp some out again, so when this happens, we live for another day because, to catch the very bottom in something is extremely tough. I mean, these markets, as Neil said, they'll levitate. All of a sudden, there's no bid. And it's what just happened? And it's kind of it could happen at any moment. Palantir could just drop out of the, right off right now. And it looks like it may do that. It's having a much harder time going up than it seems like it is falling back down. So let's take another piece out here at 50, but we may not even get that opportunity as it's coming right back in again here for PLTR. So call for Adara, I believe.
Getting here through some of the data from the ISM manufacturing survey. Of course, we just got that stronger than expected ISM manufacturing PMI. And there's a really interesting note that I want to read for you guys. We know yesterday GDP for Q1, at least the first estimate, was below expectations. It was a slightly more negative print than we were expecting. But now we have the ISM saying that, and I'm going to quote it here, the past relationship between the manufacturing PMI and the overall economy indicates that the April reading corresponds to a change of plus 1.8% in real GDP. So basically, we have the ISM saying here in their manufacturing survey that actually there's an indication based on the April ISM PMI that this GDP was actually maybe closer to plus 1.8%. Now, it's worth noting, this is an April reading, and April, of course, is part of Q2. So that might be more forward-thinking data. Of course, we're talking about Q1 GDP. That was the reading we got yesterday. But either way, interesting stuff here for the market. Back to you.
So, Ford is This is a weird thing to say in a market like today. Ford is strong. Rivian's at the high of the day. Shout out to a couple of people mentioning this, and Tesla all of a sudden, like it was strong, but like all of the other EV names, US ones anyways, are holding, and this is breaking to the downside. Like my gut is usually telling me when this is happening, you should be shorting, a trend break on Rivian or shorting off the high. So I'm not really sure what's going on specifically with Rivian relative to Tesla, but Tesla losing the bid down back to the 280 level. This is at the open, the moon shot off 280, as you guys can all see here, and all of a sudden you're falling like a rock. Typically speaking, I usually would say, why am I not trying to short? If we're breaking down, it's only a matter of time before Rivian follows. And this little, you should be shorting it off the high, but the high is only 10 cents away. So I might nibble in to this and actually have myself a second short because I can't really find anything else that I'm absolutely in love with in terms of an execution plan. So yeah, Tesla breaking down, Rivian, I almost don't care why it was up in the first place. It's only up 1 point and it's breaking trend. And on top of that, you have it trying to fail the prior day high as well. So if it loses the prior day high again, I should also be shorting it just for that reason alone. Yeah, interesting look.
Yeah, let's see. Palantir is falling back. Yeah, interesting there on the EV spaces. I know there's a lot of traders there that had traded Tesla. Tesla does fall back in quite nicely there for sure. Yeah, let's wait. If Palantir loses 18 again, we're gone. So we did that same kind of a play where we actually got out of half. So this again will be a flat trade. Like we only got out of half for about 40 cents, or there it goes. So again, it's fine. It's just, I'm going to slap this on the trade again, a flush, because, you know, like that's why we get out and we talk about that. That's 30s, some outs there, 70s, 80s, 60s, you know, but then when it drops back down, then we wind up losing again 30 cents again. So it's like 30 cents up, 30 cents down. But the thing is, we're at least share sizing appropriately and making sure that we have the right levels to get out. And therefore, if and when this happens, we can get back out again. I am going to try that again. I really do think that Palantir has a great opportunity to go, you know, mooning again here. So let's see if it wants to get through that 1830 one more time on that one. All right, so Bitcoin 96.2 and so. Let's check out what Mara is doing. You know, we do know this is like a good trading vehicle, especially with the pricing that it's at right now, like just 13, 14 bucks. You know, a lot of traders like to play with a little bit more size there. So this kind of a name will get you that. While Coinbase, and I know there's different ETFs that you could trade that are different levels of Coinbase, you know, but still it's a $200 name. Mara right now, nice move back up. We'll see if it can break 14, which is that high of the day. I always hear Joe talking about IBIT, so let's just have a quick little look there to see what's going on with IBIT right now, 54.50, the low. So that's, again, not doing much is crypto. I mean, it looks like Bitcoin's trying to go back. We were just last looking at it, it was 95.8. So now, and I guess that's not that big of a difference, 96.2. So trying to go, again, some of these markets this morning have been pretty difficult. And I think it's just Microsoft, like we're waiting on something to happen. Microsoft right now is about to lose the bid.
Oh, good.
So, you know, this name was really rocking, and it still kind of is. It's not in danger, but you are right here at this pushing point of 428. And if it does push that level, you can see what's happening. It's kind of bringing everything down with it. Meta was already getting kicked a little bit, so it's already below some of these pre-market levels. Like Microsoft is still right here, right? Like it hasn't broke its pre-market quite yet. When Meta did, it continued a downside push. So to think that that could happen to Microsoft, yeah, you know, if you break that 428, I would say this is more of a hold, but down to 420, down to 425 for sure if we lose that 428. So just be careful with it all. It is getting a little spicy. I'm only holding 20% of this because I didn't want to get out of it all, but we are trying to look at that 117, which was an area that we bounced off earlier yesterday at 330 for Palantir before we rocketed right back up. I'm trying to stay long this name. Like we've gotten dropped out twice, but other than that, it's been fine. We just need to get a movement in the futures. I mean, we're still bouncing. If this does a higher high, then we can get going. But right now, that would be breaking through 19,960 all the way up here. And then the ultimate higher high would be almost near 20,000. So we'll see if that can get going. It looks like we might have just held 1750 here on Palantir.
Well, step one Meta's making a double bottom.
All right.
That's a good sign. Well, I'm just going to number these like they matter. They don't. Nvidia's not making a double bottom because it's putting in a higher low right now, so it doesn't get to 112 and it's starting to hold a little bit higher. I don't want to compromise yet on Nvidia because the futures are at VWAP and it's underneath the volume weighted average price, so I kind of want to wait for it to trend down into 112 and then take a trend break, but that's what I'm looking for there. Robinhood seems to be making a base at 47, so it's stopped out underneath a couple times, but the money fills right now are kind of underneath 47, like down into like 90, and then it's holding on to 46.75. So the 3/4 mark is holding, so it's almost like you want fills underneath 47, and the round number doesn't matter here, and we can forget about that. But Tesla, everybody, that's starting to churn back in. That 280 is looking awfully good for Tesla, and that potential trend break in Rivian never happened. It held the trend line almost clean. So if it rides this trend, I'm not going to bother redrawing it. It doesn't really matter here. Triple top on the 15-minute on Rivian for whatever reason is strong, and then a gap into 1480 on the daily chart, if not at least $14.50. So Rivian, I almost played it. I don't care which one happens. Like either you break the trend down and I short it, or you hold the trend up and I take the breakout long. Whichever one. The more it condenses, the more I kind of like this pattern. So shout out to everyone that mentioned Rivian in here, 1.5% up. I looked at Ford was high. Ford was up there as well, but I don't think anyone would ever trade Ford over Rivian.
Ford over Rivian.
Well, nobody's doing that.
No one's really trading. Okay, so we were able to buy a little bit down there at 117.50 on Palantir. We'd like to see this get going again above this 118.30 area, and if it can do that, then good. We'll see if we can go with Palantir, but it is having a hard time there. A name that I want to look at for dip buy opportunities in the longer-term portfolio, and we've talked about this a couple times already, is Starbucks. Starbucks got absolutely, I don't want to say demolished because it didn't. It was down, I don't know, 7 or 8%, but it was cruising before earnings at 84. Then, look, I guess it was a really bad look down here at 76, but what was a bad look now looks absolutely unreal to have gotten that bid down there. So, you know, maybe those were the wick bottoms. We had seen one back down here before at 76. Nice move up to 88 off of that. Then we wicked basically the same thing again, $78, back up to $84. And again, we're not foolish. Like, we do know that the market was also doing this kind of whipsaw action. But then it comes right back into earnings and then right back there to the upside. So, yeah, I think Starbucks works, you know, longer term, 6-8 months. Give Brian Nickel another chance. I mean, the guy ripped up Chipotle 700 and something % from its lows, and I think they could do the same thing for Starbucks. Now, 700%, no, this is a well-matured company, not like Chipotle was when he stepped in. But, you know, Starbucks does have that opportunity to get back up to 113, 114 area where we had been in the past. So I do like this name for some recovery plays. And the other name, and we're going to go to Adair just quickly, just to cover some more names that were earnings plays and whatnot that some traders may be interested in. McDonald's right there, still down, down 1.25%. That doesn't make any sense. But there it goes. We'll see what happens with McDonald's. It was just at all-time highs a couple days ago, basically, and now it's faded out. But this name looking pretty good, man. Looking healthier, I guess, than the food on the menu.
They have healthy stuff in them.
Yeah, they do, but no one ever buys it, right? I mean, if they do. What?
Well, the sausage and egg McMuffin, like the breakfast sandwiches are relatively
healthy. Yeah, I know, but you can get way healthier sausage. I mean, their sausage probably isn't the highest.
I'm making
quality.
an excuse for the fact that I
No, but I think their highest sold items probably going to be the French fries. You know, that I'm not even sure how much potatoes in
I
there.
get a Big Mac every single time.
Right, exactly. And so that's what I mean, right?
If I'm getting McDonald's,
people aren't buying that.
I'm having a treat for myself. I'm not trying to eat healthy at McDonald's.
Right, exactly.
You eat McDonald's to eat McDonald's, not a burger. You want McDonald's because it's reliable, tastes exactly the same every single time, and it is good. Yeah. Let's go to Adara. What?
We have news here on X or U.S. Steel. Third Point, according to Reuters, owning a, quote, meaningful stake in U.S. Steel, and they would like the U.S. Steel and Nippon merger to proceed. Third Point here looks like a bit of an activist investor play, owning, quote, again, a meaningful stake in U.S. Steel. And what they want here is for Nippon to proceed with this merger with X. This is, again, reported by Reuters, so keep an eye on X or U.S. Steel here. They are expected to report tonight. Back to you.
U.S. Steel. That deal, oh my goodness.
That deal for U.S. Steel?
No, it's just like if you had any kind of insight
Whoa.
on that deal. Whoa, yeah. Anyways,
No, not that. I punched too many shares.
no, like U.S. steel has really been trending higher. It's so far away from the deal price, like don't get yourself too excited. But then you remember, like everything about the administration is probably good for this in the run. But you probably want Nucor. Nucor is just a better name. I wanted to go back over to now what looks like what's the word? It's a consolidation is what I'm looking for.
One, yeah.
Consolidation that's happening here at the bottom. Like we've already added to this. If it can't hold the low at this point, I'm talking about Robinhood. Like you're just not good to go. And I go back over to Nvidia.
How many shares?
Like that's actually holding this higher low. It doesn't have me super excited. I don't want to be trapped into buying anything up here. Still putting in lower highs as well. That 114 wall. So I think I'm waiting. The next trade is waiting on Rivian. And like I said, I have a stop order. Keep having to redraw this. I have a stop order for the break of the high, and I'm waiting for it to finally close, breaking underneath the trend line. The problem with this trend line is above VWAP, so I probably need it to break VWAP as well, and then I'll look to go short on Rivian. Free locates obviously over there. Meta's bouncing, Nvidia's bouncing. Like Robinhood goes like 5, 10, maybe 15 cents in the money. I'm not taking anything out until it gives me 30.
Sounds like someone's
40.
at the dentist over there.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Yeah. Okay, so just, we're going to go to Adair in just one quick second because we did get back into Palantir right there. It's a huge trade right now for me. Let's just see if we can get going, man. We're trying to get some more out here at 118.85. Let's go, Palantir. Make them sing, baby. Let's go, Adara.
Let's go IWM. Great look here for the index, pushing to the upside, up about 0.75% right now is the Russell. Let's talk about Zoomcar, ZCAR. No news on this one, but Zoomcar already, as you can see here, had a halt or two. No catalyst for ZCAR, but they have a float of just under 400,000 shares. I believe something around 380,000 shares. 21% of that is going to be short. So micro float, significant short float for ZCAR. Then we have CEP, Cantor Equity Partners. This name last week announced they're going to be doing a business combination. So it's a bit of a SPAC situation here with this one, with a Bitcoin-related firm. So great look here for CEP today, potentially just rising with the market or overall Bitcoin strength. And speaking of crypto-related plays, you have KIDZ. This is another halter earlier today. Glassover Holdings. Their catalyst involves a Solana-based treasury strategy. They've entered into a $400 million equity purchase agreement to launch said Solana-based treasury strategy. So a couple different crypto small cap plays again. Great look here for a lot of these small cap names and great look for the IWM. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. I want to give a shout out and thank you to Anthony G and appreciate Bears versus Bulls reminding us we had this super chat in here because you wanted to look at GameStop. Look, I mean, obviously the market's trying to bounce a little bit here. I'm staring down, like obviously Nvidia doesn't seem to want to go. You're not getting that Rivian breakout, so we have a little bit of time. GME, I don't know what to tell you, but in a day where a lot of things have been trending down and you get this kind of a reversal, there's nothing great that I can say about something trending lower and lower and lower. And sellers in control of this, and I'd say it's the algos and not a lot of humans, because look at the price action that you're seeing on those lower highs, right? Like the consolidation off of VWAP. You got a VWAP seller on GameStop here pretty heavily, and it's into some big resistance at that $28 level. So clearly it's getting chopped up. It's like accumulating shorts, 27, like high 27s into 28. Somebody's accumulating the short, and they're winning right now. So I don't think you want to fight them. If it can break out the 10s, then you can go squeezing, and then all these shorts the last couple of days can maybe get burned out. But it's a good look because you have a level that you can work off of, but obviously not looking terribly good on GME. We'll look at anything you guys want to at any point. Hood's finally starting to go. This is looking way more constructive, I think, because suddenly you can do, here, let me draw this. Go to the first bounce that we had off the low, that high. And there was a bounce here off 48 as well, but that died right there. So you're actually gonna close this above this bar, which should be an ad. I know it should be an ad. So I will. And here, I'm not offering till we get to 47.6, and then I'm going to be offering in front of, as well, the volume weighted average price, which is 48 and a quarter in there. So we want to make sure we can grab that one. I want to take more shares in, and then continue to just go with the pattern, give it to the prior low, and see where this can get to. Because you're blasting right now in the market. So I think the catch-up play should be here. Like you're through VWAP on the NASDAQ. You're 1.5% now back into the upside. So I want to see if we can add to this. Weight Watchers doesn't care what the market's doing, so I think we're okay on that. But the market's finally blasting. Get going. I just tried to add to this thing. Oh, thank you.
So I just went and reloaded the coffees there, so I do not get out of Palantir too early, because I know if I'm sitting here at my desk, then I would do that. But, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Bang. Right there. There goes Palantir. Let's go. We're now green on PLTR, baby. As that was a minute. That took a minute. So, again, look, I'm going to be honest with everybody right here. So I took a couple hundred more shares there, which, I mean, we're not really playing with too huge size, but I had 2 orders there to go long on Palantir. That's why when I punched on, you might have heard me say, what? I just got too many shares right there. So and it's bank error or trader error finally in my favor there. So we took just a few extra 100 shares there when this broke through 118.40s. Again, right? And so boom to the upside, there it goes. Let's see if it can get going, man. I really want to hold out for 120. Let's see if we can make this something else right now. So that was a good play. Yeah, we're sort of clearing out some of the levels. The next level is clear as day right now, 120, right? And so I'm just going to put now an offer up there. We've done well to get back to this area. Let's not like get too overly, I don't want to say the word confident, because Palantir hasn't been a confident play today. Because look how many shots I've taken, right? I mean, if I was really confident, we would have held. But the thing that I'm learning more and more, especially with this market, is you have to get out when this happens. You know, when your levels, I wrote down 118 on Palantir. Like, look at Robinhood, right? Robinhood's right back up. So we will put a red mark on Robinhood today. But at the same time, we are getting out when levels break. And that way you survive, you know, and it's like to be green is huge today, considering, like, look at this Robinhood. Out again. But so it's climbing now, great, okay? But we don't have that crystal ball. If you block the trade right here and you're looking at how Robinhood looks, whoops again, it doesn't even get through 48. You would think that a break of the low and it's game over. And it was a pretty good out. Like, we got out at 47. It goes down as low as 46.50, right? So by the fact that you're in and out of these trades, it does suck when you look back and it's mooning. This is not mooning, but it does suck when that happens. But you're limiting the risk when you're day trading, and especially when you're sitting here on a prop floor and you're able to take more risk, you're able to take more shares, you're able to make hundreds of trades a day or 5 trades a day. Like, it's up to you. And I just think that if you're going to play like that, then you want to make sure that you're getting out, right? It's just like this Microsoft move. If you took that long when I was talking about it down there at 428, you're in the money now, $3. Okay, but that took, not stones, but if you're going to take that, you have to understand that if that breaks, like it kind of does right there, that's the pre-market though, how far are you going down? So you got to have a stop order there, even if you have 5 shares, anything like that. If it breaks, you got to get out. So it's a lesson in patience. It's a lesson in risk management. It's everything. Every day, the market will teach you something else. We'll continue to be here with you guys. And before I throw it back to Neil over here, I do want to thank, obviously, everybody for watching. And I have to refresh my stream sometimes just stops playing. I don't know why.
I do the trick that you do.
Okay, we got to go to Adair. But right now, just quickly.
Quality.
See, now it's saying join. I've already joined. Join. I get it. 1K. Hit the 1.5K mark, please and thank you. But I don't have my earpiece in. What the heck? Let's go back over to Adair. Sorry, Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. We all know the saying big opportunity comes with big risk, but what if that wasn't true anymore? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. So there's no more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee starting at just $47. So that means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your losses are capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation, so you get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you. Back to you.
Okay, so the good news is we had a good bounce to the upside. Rivian just broke the high. They said we're taking the break one way or the other. Like either it broke the trend down or it broke the top upside. I want to show you. This is the gap that it's got to about 14.4 to 14.5. So I've scalped some out here. Don't want it to turn red. I want it holding the 14 before we even think about adding. You got to hold the even dollar, and then we can work back into buying some. Instead of buying dips, I should say, then you can work back into buying some higher lows. The only thing, ooh, this is now better. Okay, a second ago, we were underneath that 20,000 on the NASDAQ. Now we're challenging it again. The market takes out this high. Can you say shorts trapped on this trend? I can, because that's what it feels like. The shorts would be trapped underneath this trend line for sure. And VWAP, trend line, whatever you want to call it. So I think a lot of things that can squeeze higher are going to look good. NVIDIA might be a lost chance at that low at 112, but it's starting to hold the volume-weighted average price. I'm going to be patient with this. We played it to VWAP before. It's still got higher lows and lower highs. So you have, I mean, it's not a great wedge because it's actually more bullish than anything. But if it can hold on to this wedge, the longer it holds it, the better, right? If it can do this little consolidation pattern, higher lows, lower highs, then just take the breakout, hopefully to the upside, because that's what we're betting on at this point. Nick W says 1476 on Rivian. I am not nearly that bullish.
RIVN?
No, if like this gets to like 1476, you're talking about the actual.
He's looking at that high
February
from March.
high.
Yeah, February high.
Yeah, but then look at all the sellers that were in here at the 40 level. I think it runs into a brick wall up around this level. It's like 4 days in a row they were holding it at 1440. But that's the next stop, I think. As long as we can continue this move, hold this 20,000, that's where we should go.
All right. Let's. We only have 1.2K. We need to get a little bit more, man. Over 9,400 watching. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I just did follow my own rules there a little bit. So first of all, Microsoft still doing nothing from that level. I followed my own rules as we. Okay, quick. Let's go to Adair then.
I have nothing to say here for Bitcoin except what a bull flag. Look at this beautiful look here for BTC. We make these lower highs, lower lows, rounded top here throughout basically the whole month of March. And then we get that beautiful bounce here at the 74.4 area, almost exactly aligning here with that previous resistance going back to October 2024. Then we get this bull flag, and we have finally broken out of that key 96,000 level. So now we're going to have to see if we can hold it. I mentioned yesterday there's some pretty obvious local support here around 92 halves, which is a previous support resistance level as well. So Bitcoin does have a little bit propping it up here, but let's see if it can continue to push above this 96,000 and soar further. Bitcoin up 2.5%. Ethereum right back above that 1,800 level after losing it yesterday. We're at up 4%. XRP 2.5% to the upside. Solana 6.5% to the upside. Dogecoin strong, Cardano strong. So lots of strength across the board today, as can be expected in crypto. Definitely, we've talked a little bit about, I guess, the divorce between how crypto is trading versus how the equities are trading. Today, it looks like they've recoupled. Back to you.
Recoupled, huh? Yeah, I mean, 96. I'd like to see these up a little bit more, like Cardano up 3%. I mean, we need to go 3 and get going for that one for sure. But yeah, good little move back there in crypto today. All right, Broadcom, Meta. Ooh, Wingstop gets a price target. Let's see this for Ramin. All right, let's see what's going on with Wingstop Radio. We haven't talked about them in a minute. Yeah, they're not doing too much.
Holy Tesla.
Nice move off the bottom there, Wingstop. 210, eh? What a good bottom that was. Up to 263. Well, how high is Tesla now?
288, 287.
Yeah, what's going on with the RVs? Hey, what's going on with the RVs? The EVs right now. I mean, like you're in Rivian, that's a great one. And then now you get Tesla breaking back above day's high one more time, breaking that 287 going. We had a monster trade yesterday on this name into the close, man. That was an absolute banger there yesterday, buying this dip right there at 230, then ripping it right into the close. Yeah, join. Look at all of this. Vote, like, join, GME, NVIDIA, Tesla, AMC. All right, Google, Apple. Yeah, want insight. Vote your picks in the chat. Do we mean to run that? I've never even seen that before.
I guess that's for the afternoon rundown.
No, yeah, I know what it's for, but
did you notice the exact same moment we had the same reaction for AMC? Like AMC,
I've never even seen.
No, but AMC is not a thing anymore. Let's be real.
GME was on there too.
No, the squeeze names are all different now. Forget about AMC. It's just not one of those.
Dude, what are we going to put on that CEP? I mean, come on, there's not too much.
Today.
People like AMC over there. I mean, go to the theater.
Another 27% today for CEP.
Yeah, another 27%. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I put my whole account into that, so far so good. All right, so
What is Tesla doing right now?
Apple bounced off 210 super clean again. Like that was another level. This is what I mean, man. Every day you come into the casino, you have an opportunity to make a lot of money. But you have to earn the buying power. You have to earn the stop loss. You have to earn all of that. And that takes time. All right, so make your plays, put on what you like. We talked about trade the pool. We talked about real trading. We talked about what we're doing here, being one of the lead traders at real trading. Obviously, I have quite a wide margin to stop out and quite a lot of buying power. But again, you know, earned. And I think that that's what you want to do when you're day trading. Build up your accounts. If you start with a small account, build it up. You know, make those plays, make the easy plays. And they're only easy when you look back at them, right? In the moment, every single trade looks to me like a nightmare. But what you're looking for is non-nightmare scenarios where if this comes into 210, we can watch it. Maybe you give it 50 cents, whatever your risk tolerance is, but you got to play off levels like that. And it's the same thing with Tesla, man. We said over under 280, and that right there today, although we were underneath it to begin with, here it pulls right back in. If you like the 280, you take the 281, there's $7 worth $1 worth of risk. So at some point, you need to step up your game and start to take some plays at levels that you like. And if you do that, then it's just a matter of time before you'll get that confidence, you'll get your account size bigger, you'll be able to trade bigger shares. And I mean, Robinhood's another example there today where it comes in and look at this level at 47. All you had to do was take a shot against that bottom. That's 50 cents worth of a shot. And right now you're just over 1-to-1 with a chance for it to get going. All you want to have is a chip in a chair, but you got to have a little bit of a brain as well to make sure that you make the right plays. And then you got to have something underneath you to be able to trade more shares and to look for bigger winners, right? It has nothing to do with the size of the winner. Everything, like that Rivian trade is a fantastic trade. You could have 5,000 shares of that. So if it goes 10 cents, you make your $500. It's the same way of looking for $1 on Palantir on 500 shares. Both may be just as likely. What trade do you like? What is your risk tolerance? So yeah, again, thanks for watching, man. I think we do a good job of explaining this every day.
Exactly. And you know, where you can find some of those opportunities, hey, why not do it for free?
Yeah.
Over at eSignal, you still get the first month free. Don't know how long they're going to keep this up, everybody, so check them out. They're waiving the fee so you can trade smarter, not harder. We're talking about an elite trading experience, the ability to hook up, trade directly through through many brokers, as you see highlighted there. It's very, very intuitive and user-friendly, highly customizable, every indicator that you could imagine. You're able to do scanners, which we use every single day, so you can find the stocks that are moving, at least to your liking. And then back testing and forward testing, very, very important to any trading strategy, I think, for everybody out there. And you can do that over there at eSignal. Tick replay is another fantastic feature, so you can go back, see what the tape looked like in the moment, and then replay how your actions could have been a little bit different and try to improve. It's all in one place, real-time, reliable data. Scan the QR code you see in front of you. Check it out. As we said, 1 month free right now. Link in the description as well. Shout out to eSignal. You probably would have noticed on the top of your, it's not, of course.
What happened?
Well, Tesla was at the top of this for a while. Here, but now NVIDIA looks like it's at the top of my trade rate, moving a little bit more than Tesla, but Tesla has gone absolutely ham through the highs. So this was, see it go meme crazy there, or accelerating through the top, and the reaction to this, to just buy on that dip, I think this is one which has definitely made a hard bottom. Where is Robinhood? Right, Hood just got to 48, but it's made a hard bottom. I got to show you the daily chart here. So 292, that's your 200 period moving average. There's overhead resistance up here, but not till you break through 290. If it gets through 95, the squeeze is on. All of those death cross shorts, I don't know, like where would you put a swing short stop? Probably somewhere around the $300 level. in here, and 295 is the local high going into that. So Tesla looking incredibly strong. I think you want to look to try to buy some dips in here on Tesla, as long as it can hold the prior morning high. Morning range top is about 286. You lose that, you wait for VWAP. So only two places to look on this. Like, this took over. Like, Rivian was flying more. Rivian holding, I don't need this trend line anymore because it obviously broke that one to the upside, but holding above 14 even, so looks good. I do want to give it back to the breakout high where we have it long, but that's where you want to buy these dips. But Tesla going absolutely meme crazy, I should say. I want to see if it can hold on to that prior high. I haven't made a Tesla trade in it. 286 look first, 286 half more like, and then if it loses that, I'd look for VWAP.
Yeah, man, the original cult stock there, Tesla. We love it when stocks go meme crazy. We sort of coined that when watching NVIDIA. I haven't watched Tesla enough today, but yeah, Neil just covered that one as well. Agree with everybody about Palantir, man. It needs to get going through 120. All right, SMR, man, small modular reactors, new scale, up another 3 and a bit percentage points. This name is interesting because you are near the 200 period moving average right now. Death cross upside. Remember, death cross is predicted like, I think it's 80 of the last 5 recessions. So right here, we're going to watch out for 16. I mean, again, it's above $17. So, I mean, I think that's key enough for us. And if you're going to go long on SMR, this is a daily chart. So I'm just talking about a little bit of a longer term play here on this name. $16, I think, would be a good area to get out. So if you did take a shot here with SMR, I think right now is a decent area to do so, giving yourself a bottom of 16. So attention swing traders and everybody alike. I think SMR has a chance to break out a little bit. And before I throw over to Adara, I just want to make sure, when is their earnings report for SMR? We'll figure that out. Here it is right here. 11 days on May the 12th. So a little bit of a time before SMR comes through. So we don't have to worry about earnings or any sort of, you know, plays that like a Robinhood, basically, where you like the stock, it's up well into earnings, and then gets really crushed right back down today. But there it is, man, 48 bucks on that name as well. Okay, man, let's go back over. It's 10:40. It's time for Adara at the screen.
Here is our sector board. We're up quite nicely here on the market. And as you can see, this is definitely being led by some names, notably these large caps. Here is technology services, Google, Meta, Microsoft, all sharply to the upside. The latter two of those names, of course, reported last night, very well received. Oracle having a nice move up as well. Here on the electronic technology side, Apple pretty flat here. We know we had a ruling that was not in their favor in the Epic Games situation yesterday, but NVIDIA and Broadcom quite strong. Amazon, the lone outstanding green name here in retail trade, though CVS also very strong off of earnings day one. Finance kind of mixed here. Eli Lilly leading the health technology sector to the downside following their earnings report. Energy minerals green, consumer durables led by Tesla also pretty green. And producer manufacturing actually having a really great day here. Caterpillar to the upside on day 2 earnings. We know they got an upgrade this morning as well. Back to you.
Yeah, much better looking board right now, and continuing to get better and better and better. Look, Robinhood came into that 48 level. You sort of heard me, I was talking like my breath, like right at next resistance, broke the trend, so we jump out. I'd still love this to hold above the 48. Like, that's the thing. Like, Robinhood still looking incredibly weak, down 3 points relative to everything else in the market, multiple salvos on the way down, then it finally made the turn. But 48, that was the afternoon resistance and prior support. So it's another big level. If it can get above that, I think you can get some continuation longs. The futures are blowing out the highs, with the NASDAQ's blowing out the highs. Is the ES doing it too? Yeah, the ES is through the highs as well. So NASDAQ and the ES have both blown out the highs. You need to break this top on Robinhood. And jumping on over to Tesla, this doesn't even want to dip. Like, Tesla, about to break again, doesn't come anywhere near retesting that 286 half, 287 low. It just wants to take out the top. This might just be a 290 break on the even dollar, but I still want to play one of these dips. Get any bottoming tail candle on this chart, and we want to take out some longs. It's dragging Rivian along with it at this point, and we want to try to get any dip on this trend line on Rivian. So I'm going to try to add, if we can't add 14, I'm going to look to add somewhere in here like 1405, 1406 on our IVM, but Tesla absolutely flying now.
Yeah, so I've only traded 2 stocks, but yeah, Robinhood will be a disaster, obviously, for both of us here today. But all right, so we'll just go here. I want to show you something. Thank you to Fabian for building this for me. I just saw that move there, Fabian. I really have liked Take-Two for a minute. I'm not in it. And we talked about this even a year and a half ago about buying some Take-Two Interactive. This is year to date. 2 years. Okay. Thanks, Fabian. Make me even feel older. That's great. But yeah, two years ago, in anticipation. So this is pretty cool graphic right here. You could see what's been going on in the gaming space versus the S&P 500 year to date. Okay, so right now the S&P 500 down 6%. I feel like it's maybe down more than that, but we'll double check that number. But look at all of these names, right? Ubisoft, again, game delays and competition. I mean, thanks for doing this, Fabian. Like, there's a lot of answers in here about why this is going down. There's Microsoft. Microsoft did have a bid in for Discord. That was about 3 or 4 years ago. That fallen through there. And I don't really hear too much about Xbox anymore in the report. I don't know. We can look through it today and see what was going on there. Unity, again, some games were being built on the Unity engine, I believe, like a Fortnite, things like that. That's down 6% as well. And as you get to the upside, obviously I'm a shareholder. Hey, Fabian, what's going on? Of Roblox. Pardon me?
Did you read the note for Take-Two?
Yeah, late. Oh, I didn't even see that. Late 29, 28. Yeah. Have they delayed that again?
We never know.
You never know.
It's
Okay.
never happening.
So, yeah, it's basically never coming
Doesn't seem to matter.
No, yeah, nice move up 26% as people anticipate the release. It's
matter.
supposed to be this fall, this winter, I thought so, or early 2026. Capcom, again, some of these names you can see Nintendo over there on the OTC market. So a shout out to our good friend, Mr. Jeffrey Mendel, but go trade some of these names. I never even heard of Square Enix here, but Final Fantasy looks like that as well, and then Nintendo with Switch 2 coming through as well. So we'll try to, yeah, exactly. People love the Switch, that is for sure. I was gonna, okay, that's SMR.
Everyone I know isn't getting the new one that has it.
I don't know, I just bought a PS5, which is, I don't know. My kids are wanting the sports game, so you don't really get Switch for that. Okay, so here we go, 18. So there's the pullback. And we had talked about it. I mean, I can't just, preach something and not act that way, right? And so we were talking about how, taking shares, getting out, looking for levels, making sure that you're getting out, making sure that you're reaping some profits on these plays. And we did that, right? So 119.50. I mean, how many times does it have to stop there on Palantir? This looks like a pretty clean area to get out. I mean, it didn't look so clean there. I thought we were going to run, right? But then when it didn't, got out even more there. When we bounced back up, I realized I didn't have more offers there. So we took more out of PLTR. So let's see where this one goes here today. I'm off tomorrow. I hope everyone has an absolutely fantastic weekend. It's only 10:45 right now, 15 more minutes of us. Then these two monsters beside us come through with the midday show where they'll be talking, I'm sure, about athletics, working out, and other fun things like
Maybe
that.
even Coles, though.
So, yeah, and then plus some smaller caps, right? Sharif likes some of those runners. So,
ASS.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about all of those. A little bit more active than here. I like to stick with the big stocks and use big shares. And everybody here can obviously describe what their strategies are, but I've only traded 2 names today. I think you're probably 3 or 4 times that, and that's always the case. So we all have our own strategies, and just learn from all of us is the idea.
Do what works for you. Like, I've seen a lot of people talking about Coles here today. Even Amoy in the chat just said SoFi is flying, which with this V-shaped recovery doesn't surprise me. Remember Coles, if you're watching this one, as it tries to take out last week's highs, they got rid of the CEO for cause, which is not something I got to read about that when things calm down a little bit here, because you don't usually see CEO fired for cause. Like, I'm just kind of curious what happened there. But they also had some preliminary numbers that it came out.
Can I? Yes.
Prior day high at not prior day high, prior week high at 735 is where it happens to be running into right now. We're going to jump to Adair in just one quick second. What I first wanted to say before we got to Coles there was just a little bit of caution on Tesla. It's still trying to put in higher highs and higher lows, but it just rejected 89. I'm going to take my first shot at it. Said if it pulled back, we try to take a shot. I want it closing above 287.50 on this candle, and I'll go long. But I believe we're going to the desk with the Dara.
Basically, here, what happened with Coles, we're going to do money talks too, but this is just the USD. But right now, I want to talk about Coles first. So basically, Ashley Buchanan, who had been the CEO of Coles for not even 4 months. He began in mid-January. He was appointed late last year. Ashley Buchanan fired for cause. Now, what was the cause? Based on their statement, it's pretty vague, but basically they said that they did an investigation. They determined that Ashley Buchanan had violated company policies, quote, by directing the company to engage in vendor transactions that involved undisclosed conflicts of interest. So Ashley Buchanan doing some conflicts of interest related activities, according to Kohl's, they determined that those activities constituted as cause, and they let him go. He had spent basically 1 fiscal quarter with the company. So very brief tenure here for Ashley Buchanan. His replacement is Mr. Michael Bender. Michael Bender's been on the board of Kohl's since 2019. He's been the chairman of said board for basically a year now, starting in May 2024. So we're gonna have to wait and find out what happens there. He's only the interim CEO though. So let's get this straight. Kohl's is going on its 3rd CEO in about a year, because we had the original CEO, Ashley Buchanan, replaces this CEO, and then now 3 months later we get interim CEO Michael Bender. Bit of an intel situation for Kohl's. That is my quick summary of that. And here's the US dollar actually breaking out quite nicely. This is a higher low, and this is now a higher high. We are back above 100, so great look for the DXY. That is a 3-day winning streak I'm seeing here for the US dollar, so keep an eye on this. Great look. Tomorrow, though, we get non-farm payrolls, which could be a pretty big number to be aware of. We know that the GDP print yesterday, which was weaker than expected, was definitely dismissed by President Trump, so we're going to have to wait and see what the reaction is to non-farm payrolls. Given these jobless claims we had this morning, it could actually get pretty interesting. Back to you.
VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big progress on its global EV journey. Q4 revenue reached US $678 million, up 70% year over year and 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting robust demand and improving sales. With over 97,000 EVs delivered in 2024, including 53,000 in Q4 alone, that is almost a 200% increase year over year, underscoring traction across core and new markets. They have over 322 EV showrooms, including e-scooter showrooms, now operational worldwide as of March of this current year. Both VinFast owned and dealer operated locations. They also have green mobility, right? I mean, this continued development in their V-Green charging system infrastructure and growth of GSM electric ride-hailing services in key Asian markets will also look to drive long-term EV adoption. So again, more of a play there in Asia, as they were mentioning, looking for expansion worldwide. We see some more VinFast on the road now in and around here. I was talking about that the other day, so it's nice to see that. But look, I mean, Adara's segments are great, but come on, let's be real. We got to talk about what's for lunch. Give them what they want, Joe. Give them what they want. That's what we do here every single day.
Taco Friday.
Guys, calm down.
Taco Friday.
All right,
Thursday,
Taco
sorry.
Friday.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Thursday,
Maybe
Thursday.
tacos tomorrow, Neil. I won't be here, but today, Neil excited for the tacos, but it's not Tuesday, nor is it Friday, Neil. Today is Thursday. And yesterday was pretty good. That Thai beef was pretty good, from what I've heard. Spicy? No. Basil stir fry was spicy for Adara, so keep that in note. Okay.
That was not spicy at all.
Oh man. All right. Gochujang. Okay, let's do this again. What's for lunch? People are getting a little carried away over here. All right. Gochujang glazed chicken.
I don't know what that is.
Goch.
Nobody know what that is.
Gochujang. Gochujang, okay?
There's a character in
japchae noodles.
Dragon Ball Z or something maybe, but
yes, yes. I'll find a picture of this in a couple seconds. Let me just read this. But no, man, we're not ready for the ad. We're going to read this a little bit here. Bok choy also. You're loving the bok choy. I'm loving the bok choy as well as fresh kimchi. So, Neil, let's do this, and then I'm going to go get pictures
that looks delicious.
of said dishes.
Oh my goodness,
I'm working overtime.
That looks absolutely delicious, everybody. But you know what? If you're interested in getting some gochujang chicken and want to be able to pay for it, then and gambling's your thing, check out Profit X, because if you want unbeatable odds, too late, you can't bet against the Lakers anymore on the biggest games, then switch to Profit X's peer-to-peer platform where you set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines. It's like crafting $290. It's like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Secure the best odds track the action, and watch your plays come alive. Experience total control at every single step of the process. ProfitX is sports playing reimagined. Use the code TraderTV to get the sign-up offer of 2% cash back up to $300. It's all about making your own line, and take advantage of that. You can scan the QR code you see out in front of you. I was going to go over some lines, but we'll do that a little bit later. Well, we're going to put something down on the Leafs tonight.
All of it.
You want to go all in on the Leafs tonight?
They're going to win. It's going to be a blowout.
Well, I thought it was going to. Look, man, I thought the last one was going to be a blowout too. Look, Tesla got that dip off of 88, but it's starting to reject the 90 level, and the futures are at a top. So hold 50, hold 50, hold 50, hold 50. Can't hold 50. All right, so it can't hold 50. It actually went, as I was reading the ad, it made the push in. I was offering at 88. I didn't get it. It went into 78. So when it just rejected the 50 level, I'll get out. I need to cancel that bid. I tried to add under 288 there on Tesla. We took the first available dip and played into the 290 level, and it can't quite get there. But this is also what I was staring at. Futures at the ES at a very distinct top and starting to roll it over, and then you had a wick high on the NASDAQ. So scalp trade on Tesla, when you're this late to the party, I mean, the stock had just gone $10, and you're taking it back into the high. So I expect it to have some resistance at that 290. Either we can get back in, maybe hold 287 again, or we wait for VWAP here on TSLA. And Rivian, Jay Lee shorting. I'm not shorting Tesla up there. I'll cover along. I'm not getting short this stock. Rivian is breaking its trend as well. So actually, I'm glad I just canceled that. I should be already punching out. I should have been punched out here, like 2 cents higher, when this broke the trend line. It's kind of like a loose trend line. They just kind of left that one in there, but you can draw the same one, and it broke it way back here. So we're out of Rivian. We'll wait for a dip into the prior higher VWAP. Same thing with Tesla as well. So the long starting to come back with the market pressing into some fresh highs.
All right, yeah, gochujang chicken is Korean red chili paste, soy sauce, honey, rice, vinegar, all of that, sesame oil, garlic, ginger. It's a mix, and it does look absolutely fantastic. So something like this, who knows what exactly it's going to look like, but generally it's a chicken breast chopped up there with tons and tons of Korean tasty spices.
It looks really
so we
good.
will... We'll spice up our life with some of that here today. We're spicing it up a little bit with our good friend, again, Palantir, as it just falls right into the lap of 118.50 again. So yeah, we did load up more down there, and we'll take some more out as it comes right back upside now again. We'll wait for, okay, there it goes. We get some 80s. Now let's see when Moon. Probably not today. It doesn't seem like it wants to go upside today, because considering what the market's doing, man, the market was... It was never really in trouble today, but we had thought sort of early there that there was some opportunities to make new lows, and we just didn't do it the last push. So then we get that move higher. So when you don't make new lows, then you don't always make new highs, but there's the move there. As many of the names, we had such a great earnings day yesterday with many Mag 7 names. Like here, they come to save the day. It seems like Microsoft and Mighty Mouse and Meta definitely made those moves today. And I think it's just a sigh of relief, right? Because if these stocks missed, then the pin action on Google, on NVIDIA, Palantir, whatever, all the major tech NASDAQ names would have just fallen and got cut up, right? And so we're really glad that today Meta does hold up 6. Microsoft, I mean, as long as Microsoft holds 328, I think we'll be okay with that. And I think many traders would be happy with some of these levels. So that's going to be a good hold. Up 10, I mean, we can look back at earnings with Microsoft. I don't remember the last time it was ever up 10%. Obviously, there had been those times. But yesterday, when we looked at the implied move on Microsoft, and it was only 4.5%, I said right here at 350 or whatever time it was, this is a play that's options available, because I thought that move was a little light on the expectations. So good trade there for anybody that did hit options. Either way, on Microsoft, obviously you would like to have the calls and not be writing them, because right now it is extending through those levels. And there it is, man. Yes, sir. It's a props move, man. It's a hot dog gun. It is another one. It is a bull rider. It is a face slapper. It is a cash register. There's Palantir. It is leading the day today for sure. I've only traded Robin. I told you, Robinhood, the worst stock for, I believe, for myself, and I think for Neil, doesn't have too many losers over there. So we both had hit on Robinhood, and I think for good reason. It fell down. We tried it. We do like the name. And remember what I said. I was like, when Robinhood, this is how you make money. You try these plays. When it breaks, I get out. But this is how you make money, because look at this level, 46.50. You know, if you just take that 47 against 46.50, that's 50 cents, right? Obviously now it's $1.30 in the money, so you get 2.5, 3 to 1 on this alone. And the same thing's happening right here on Palantir. My out is $18, 118. You know, so right now it's 75 cents in versus 50 cents out. So this is why we load up, we put on the big boy pants, and we're green on the day. So that's, you know, that's what you're looking for here in the market. You're looking to put on risk where the reward outweighs the risk. It's really just a simple formula. If I can figure it out, I'm sure all of you can as well. Up your shares, get some confidence, and let's ride. There goes Palantir. Nice move. See if we can catch $1 on the way back. But let's not be foolish. Look at these outs that we're taking right now. It's right back at a resistance level. So let's go Palantir and let's get going, man. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls, and thank you everybody in the chat one more time. We're running out of time for roll call, so I'll just let my guy over there do it on the midday show so we don't double it up. But thank you everybody for watching, man. What a great show. The energy is for real. There goes Palantir, man. It's to the moon. Let's go.
This market is absolutely fine. Let's go. Go for Palantir. Go for Tesla. One last thing. We have like 30 seconds to go here. Maybe Rob Moore. I think it was Greg Moore. He just said that was the dip right there in Tesla. Not convinced just yet. The sellers are still kind of winning here at the 290 level. So I'm looking for a little bit lower because the market's breaking highs and it's not going with the rest of the market right now on Tesla. So that 290 break very much in play. I might jump also back into Rivian, but this is also underneath the high. So the EV names that were flying just now are starting to pull back a little bit. It's Robinhood. Remember that 48 level? Okay, it's 11 o'clock, but just last night. 48 level, that's a big one. It was a prior resistance and then into support. And then yesterday in the afternoon, all afternoon, it was barcode off that level. So longs off 48 in Rivian. It was good off 47, but that's when we got in way too early. I actually tweeted out, there's a difference between playing off a level and like blind buying off a level, which is like put bid in front of line on chart. That's a horrible way to do it, and then throw stop in. Like that's just too, it's not very discretionary, it's not very patient. So you never want to be doing that, but you always want to be sticking around for the midday. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. There's a lot to get to. Remember, this afternoon, we still have big earnings aftermarket. We're not done yet. We're not through it. And you're certainly not through with the action because the Bash Brothers are going to have it for you right now. It's Learn to Trade.
Go.
Boom! What is up? Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy, Joey Dang Options. And I'm just Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. We already have a couple of the OGs there to join us super quick, as you like, as the Katina man likes when I say. All right, guys, let's see who's in the chat. We got Yannick, Farm Trader, MLN, the OG Gorov, How About Artemis, and Nephew, the Capital Dang P. Racer, Paul, Mr. Easy Street, Jose Perez, Bold, Eric. We got Mayanka, Thomas, How About Day Trader, Cut, and Maxi, Defcon Juan, Ruby Love Trading, Oscarito, shout out to you. Yo, Vern, how about Solanjo? I'll just say Solanjo. DJ Rules, The Piper, the OG. We got Travman, we got Nomo, Damien, Hurt Scrambler, baby, K-Dub, Tilster, and Mr. Briggs. Not Mr. Biggs, but Mr. Briggs. We got
like
Jarhead.
Shannon Briggs, like Shannon Briggs.
Oh, the dude cries during the fight. I have nothing to say about that. A great fighter, though. Mind Elevation. We got Benjamin Wiki, Young Talent the Great, and we got Bilpo, Rob BP, Big Finesse, Fast freaking trades. Benjamin, we got Pete Rock, Mr. Out of the Box. How about Margaret Mangione? Ooh. Oh, I'm sorry. Ooh. Dino, well, we can't just, blacklist everybody with that last name. But yeah, I get it. Oslam, Repo, Dennis, Pete Rock. Who else, man? Luis, is that you? Who else? Tez, Pizza Rat, City Boy, 305, Moonshot, PC Hoon. One more, Joseph.
One more.
We got Clipboard. I like that.
That's it. What a way to end it here.
We're going to talk about
on clipboard there. All right, pull up my screen. Speaking of clipboards.
He's ready to flex.
Has nothing to do with the clipboard, but here we go. Multiple attempts here on Hood. And they're both working out for us. So that's how I think this name, when I seen that opening drive, I was just like, okay, just a matter of patience. I just need to be patient on this one, wait for those bottoming signals, and then we can look to get involved in this name. Let's talk about the trades. This is the only name that I have traded this morning. So entry number one, boom. What do? We add, Sharif. We take 33% off there, and then unfortunately we just get stopped out at the break even. I believe that we were going to continue to move to the downside. So I get out. I'm like, all right, it's still relatively weak. What do we have? What do we have displayed here on the 1 minute time frame? Sorry. Guys, we're always paying attention to this. This is why it's so important. Let me pull out my trusty tool. Tina Man, Neil, we're always talking about it. Just follow your play. Okay. I don't want that. Why you gotta embarrass me?
I know.
Right now? Why you gotta embarrass me
bro.
right now?
I mean,
bro, come on, bro.
They never understand.
They don't get it, do they, Sharif? I don't understand why. It's okay. Massive fail there, guys. Massive fail. But we're gonna get it. We're gonna get it all sorted out right now. We're doing it live. That's the thing, right? So this is what. This is why I'm like, okay, hey, we have this massive isolated volume candle with somewhat of an indecision print at the lows. This is going to be my risk profile. This is how I'm going to define risk on this specific trade. And let's go Robinhood. I don't have too many outs left on this here, guys. But yeah, this is essentially what the thesis was built off of. We took multiple attempts here on the indecision, and then once we had that volume candle printed with that price action print, I'm like, okay, this could be the bottom, and that's exactly why we decided to execute here on Robinhood, and you can see that this trade is absolutely gone parabolic right now. Let me take, I don't have too much left, so I'll take half of what I have remaining, and then there we go. We only got about 10% of this position left here, guys, and there we go. A nice, beautiful move here on Robinhood. I was looking at the options chain this morning, Sharif, and I'm like, we could possibly run into 55 by the end of the week, but the way the opening drive started, it wasn't looking too good, but let's go Robinhood.
All right, I love it, man. All right, let's talk about the small cap gappers that we've got on watch right now. There's a lot going on today, so it's gonna take some time to go through them. There's a lot of good ones right now, excuse me, that are not giving up the ghost quite yet. Chief among them, let's talk about KIDZ. Kids, super easy to remember. Up and to the right, guys. This one started moving at around 8:30. Good move there. It has a definable pre-market high that we've already taken out. I'll submit to you that pre-market high is around $2.70. We got now a high day of 387. So up it goes. Now, it did have one momentary, I don't want to say momentary, it was actually prolonged retracement into the volume weighted average price. We dipped in there right at 9:30, and we stayed at VWAP essentially till 9:50. That's when the volume came in and all hell broke loose to the upside. It's got wide range per candle. That means given its price, given the typical range that we get, you're getting up a big upper and lower wicks. Now, that's the bad side. The good side, very respectful, as we've talked about many times before, of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Look at that. Every single dip into into the 10 EMA is being bought up. So fantastic look. I'm going to wait for a 10 EMA retracement. That's how I get into this one. So KIDZ. There's more. Zcar up an eye-watering 280%. We were complaining yesterday that we didn't really have any triple-digit winners the last little bit. We got one now. This one started moving at 8 a.m. So in the pre-market, I want to take this opportunity to let you know that most likely If these small cap gappers start moving in the pre-market, it will be on the half an hour or the hour. That's typically when we get the news releases, and that's when the algos react to these. So most of the time, not all the time, but I'm willing to bet you over 80% of the time.
Wow, Sharif.
What's up?
Sharif,
We're breaking out.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Take it over, baby. Take it over.
Large here in Robinhood. We just had to be patient and wait for that. I told you guys we're waiting for those entries. I love earnings season. Robinhood absolutely soaring to the high side. I wish, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I wish I had a I only have 10% of my position remaining, and I'm going to take it all out here, guys. So there it is. What an absolute beautiful move here in Robinhood. You can see this is our primary entry right here on entry number 2, and then we add to the position for the continuation of the trend. I was just doing basic TA, and honestly, if I was more precise and accurate, what I should have done is you guys can see that I have this downtrend line. Once we snap it and sit on top of it, that's when you have the ability to add into these trades. Instead, I waited for the pullback, and even so, it wasn't that accurate. Still relatively weak, but now we're absolutely soaring to the top side here, Sharif. Back positive in Robinhood. I was loving the numbers. I liked everything about it, and I told you guys where I started to grab this name. I'm going to continue to grab it. You know what swings I'm in. I'm in NVDA. Last night I'm watching this thing soaring. I'm like, let's go.
Hey.
Yeah, I was watching it, and then I'm like, and then I did that little research bit on Bitcoin as well, too. Guess what else is soaring? Bitcoin. Who grabbed more in the swing account? Your boy did. Let's go. Robinhood now trading at 49.28, up about 1/3% here.
I can't wait till you stun on them with that information.
Oh, it's not even a stunt.
We don't want to do it right now.
It's not even a stunt 101 or anything like that. It's just like we got to do the due diligence.
I can't wait till you dunk on them.
We'll take the posterize.
All right, so here's the deal, posterize. I love it. All right, so ZCAR, I'm involved in it now. I just got a beak wetter in the 70s. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Anything, oh, I just got stopped out. I should be getting stopped out. There we go. I just got stopped out. It lost 15, so I had to lose out. So we'll start 0 for 1 on the day, guys. I can get back into Zcar, no problem, at the volume weighted average price. It's not going to be in no man's land because now we're getting lower high, lower high, lower high. So a 4-candle lower high on the 5. So if it comes into VWAP, I'm all eyes and ears. But until then, I'm going to stay clear of it. But ZCAR, beautiful look there. $18 high day, has a definable pre-market high at that $10.50 area. And then we took that out right away. I mean, we didn't even zig and zag. Right at the open, this thing caught a bid. Did it ever? My goodness, blowing through $10. And by the time all is said and done, before we even pulled back, we were at 16 bucks. It blew $6 quick as you like without a pullback at all. Every candle showing a higher low and a higher high, with the high of the day, $18. That's the high of the day today. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Kids as well, I already mentioned. CEP. I've been trading this like a psycho the past couple of days, and it's going again. Guys, CEP is a multi-day runner. Look at that daily. Look, this is not something you typically see with these small cap gappers. They don't run like this multiple days. They give up the ghost quite quickly. CEP, it is not giving up the ghost, man. It is continuing to run every day, holding the previous day's highs and making new highs after that. So $59 right now. High a day. Open up, Mr. 59. We're trading at 58 and change, so CEP, fantastic look. We'll get to that one in a second. Also, TRVG. Again, this one's a little bit lighter, but a good percentage winner nonetheless. Awfully respectful, again, of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It did just manifest a very weird looking candle, a doji candle with a huge upper and lower wicks and basically a non-existent body. So I wonder if this is going to be a reversal candle over here, as this current candle, the subsequent candle, I mean, trading a little bit well below the high actually. Wolf, WOLF, another one that we've been looking at the last few days. You can kind of see how this one was running back on the 28th, tanked on the 29th, flat on the 30th, and here we go again on the 1st of May. Welcome to the best month of the year, by the way, guys. $4 high day. That's just the way it is, Joseph.
Oh my
$4 high day. Can you guys tell I'm born in May? No, I'm playing. 399 high day on Wolf, Joseph, so not a bad look. I'm willing to pick this up. This is a good bull flag pattern. I got a couple of more, and then I'll throw back to you. APLD, another one we're very familiar with. Again, up and to the right, holding the 10, 514 high day, taking out that pre-market high at around 480. Good look there. And last but not least, guys, the kind of the smallest winner of the bunch, ODD and NFE. Keeping these ones kind of just as a backup in case I can't find anything else to trade. But those are the small cap gappers we're looking at, and there's plenty today, Joseph. So we'll see what we can get.
All right, guys. This is fantastic stuff. We're really buzzing here in the chat. I'm going to do it live for you right here. This is going to be my last out. Oh, we don't have my screen up. No. There it is. I just took it off for you guys. That's okay. But the reason why I got out of this trade right now, guys, this last remaining bid as we are above the volume weighted average price is very simple. Is this right? This doji right here, and then you can see once we crack it, we head towards the low. So maybe I'll mess around with some small size on it, but that's the trade there on Robinhood. It's going to go up on X. Make sure you guys at Trader TV and at Trader TV Joseph to see what I got posted on. I posted the options chain on Hood as well too. If you guys want to go and check that out, just to see. It was before the market opened, so you won't see volume or anything along those lines. But just go check it out. Yeah, follow your boy. That was a really nice trade here on Robinhood. Rivian Millionaire gave me an easy solution to my problem of not having enough shares there.
What do you say?
Take more shares.
Wow,
I'm like,
profound.
I'm like, well, why didn't I think of that one there? You know what I mean? No, totally joking. Again, he's right? Like, it's just don't complicate things. You hear Neil and Sean talking about it all the time. It's just like, you can make trading as difficult and as complex as you'd like, or you can make it as simplistic as you like. I personally like to think I'm a simple individual. I collect basic data, and I try to just keep everything simple. And then again, a lot of it just came with saddle time as well too. So you can see we went 2 for 2 here on the session, and Bitcoin is absolutely ripping here, guys. Let's take a look at IBIT. We'll definitely break down this Robinhood trade a little bit more, but here we go, up 3.6%. My guy, I can hug you right now. We're just continuing to climb.
This guy, bro.
I
love it. Good vibes.
Yeah, good
Joseph.
vibes, man, as we start to pull back in. But really good stuff here in the morning, here this morning. And I mean, we'll go over some of the top performing sectors, but Sharif's probably got some stuff.
All right, we're doing it live here on Kids, guys. We're breaking out. Maybe sorry, guys. Boom to the high side. So we'll go 1 for 1 to start over here. 4 long here on Kids, and there is the breakout, baby. We take out 430, but it's continuing to go true to form. 440 high a day now on KIDZ. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. KIDZ. Look, if this comes back into that $3.75, $4 area, now that we've cleared it by some distance, I'm talking about 40 pennies here. That ain't chump change on a $4 name. I'm picking it up again as a possible retracement into a key area of technical, not technical support, psychological support being that whole dollar area. The technical support area I'll submit to you is at 10 exponential, which is right now at 3 2/3, likely to be around 3 3/4 when and if it does pull back into that area. So zigging and zagging now. Right now, keep your eye on KIDZ. Good breakout on this one, and it's continuing to head to the high side, unlike its lesser attractive cousin ZCAR, which caused me to go 0 for 1 on the day. It is holding up at the $14 level. I'm talking about ZCAR now, guys. The reason I'm looking there is because that $14 and that 20 exponential on the 5 are kind of overlapping. I don't, like full disclosure, I don't usually take pullback trades off the 20 exponential for these small cap gappers. But if it's showing you its intention on the day multiple times to find support or resistance at the 20, then I will change or adjust my rules for that. Back to, what's it called? KIDZ. It's coming into 4. What's the deal? Does it lose 4 or does it hold 4? Let's give this one the old community college try. We're going to go to Adara. She's got breaking news.
Yeah, bro.
Huge push to the upside here for NVDA. We have the reports here that apparently the U.S. is considering here easing NVIDIA's chip curbs on the United Emirates as Trump plans to visit the region. So keep an eye here on NVDA. Apparently, NVIDIA and these other tech companies, not unsurprisingly, are pushing for the U.S. to change the rules. I'm not seeing who reported this, but it's circulating heavily on X. Again, the headline is that the U.S. is considering easing NVIDIA's curbs on the UAE ahead of Trump's visit to the region. Back to you.
Yeah, never mind that, Gaurav, especially with NVDA ripping, right? We don't want to follow that signature with that specific, like, look at this thing go. Come on, guys. I was talking about this name and just slowly grabbing it over the past like week and a half here. Let's zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. And I was referring to you guys. This is what I was talking about from a trade plan. It's essentially the exact same thing of what we had going on with IBIT. I said when we sit on the backside of this channel, there could be some room to move up into the like 120, 125. I'm thinking here, and especially with that volume spike, strong buyers really stepping in right now. So that's a positive sign. I'm gonna wait for the pullback, and then I'm most definitely gonna be grabbing some more contracts. But what I was looking at here on the we've gone essentially parabolic right now, so I'm going to be looking at these highs for possible turnaround signals. Now, is it going to come immediately? No, I don't think so. But if we can get an isolated candle and a signature, then we might be able to get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. But if these tech names really want to get the ball rolling, don't try to fight the short. You want to look on those micro pullbacks, to join the long. But if that signal displays itself, that isolated volume signature and an isolated pivot, then we can look for that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. If those two signals don't display themselves, I'm not going to fight the trend.
I love it, man. I love it. And great look for NVIDIA there, man. I'm kind of happy to see this. Look, the fact of the matter is we know that the H100 somehow found their way to China. Let's just get real about that. Let's stop pretending that they were using the H20 or some older GPUs. Let's just get real. Now, who was more responsible? Was it the Middle East, as it was being questioned, the Saudis, the Emiratis, maybe even the Qataris who were weaseling in some of these H100s into China? Or is it the hyperscalers that allow you to use the H100 vis-a-vis their cloud service? That's been a very underreported story. Or is it the Singapore story that we've been talking about for months now? Singapore, I think, like the second big or third biggest recipient of H100s in the world. The country, it's a city-state, guys. So yeah, I'd like to see this. Obviously, Donald, even when he wrote the art of the deal, we know what this guy's doing. You know, he'll take something away only to give it back, just to have that negotiating advantage on you, especially since he's going to go there right now and meet with them. So I love this headline for NVIDIA. I think Jensen's been kind of pounding the table lately to have these regulations removed. So I'm happy for him. I think it's a fantastic company. And I hate these regulatory headwinds. All right, guys, here we go. Back to the actual trading at hand. KIDZ got back in at 4, scalp multiple times into this, but it didn't have the legs. So I got stopped out for a 5-penny loser on the remaining amount. We're still very positive on it. We'll continue to try to do more here. KIDZ still above the 10 exponential. I'm a buyer here in the at 75s. Let me just make sure where the 10 exponential is. It is in the 60s. So here's what I'm doing. I'm doing it live right now. I'm going to wait here at 75s. That will be an entry position. And then I'll look to get more if it does pull back into the high to mid 60s to add a little bit into the 10 exponential. So I'll front run it as I typically do, because we know how these trades act. They're a crowded bunch with a lot of people looking to get in. And that's what I'm thinking right now. Zcar is continuing to lose the bid. I'm looking at it on the side chart. It's losing the bid as we speak. It looks like it is destined for that $13 area where the volume weighted average price is. So waiting for a fill here on KIDZ. It almost filled me. I'm waiting at 75. It came into 76. Sadly, didn't cross, so we don't have a fill quite yet. I'd rather not chase it. I'd rather get the best price possible, since pennies matter here on a $3 name. But that's the situation I find myself in right now, going fill list. But we're going to get in. We weaseled in over here. So what I'll do is I'll move down my previous order from 75 into the low 70s to account for that kind of exuberant ad. So let's go ahead and throw out some orders here for the high side if we're able to, in case it does pop up without getting more to the downside. CEP, guys, I'm looking at the side chart, just came in to the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 at that $55 area. I'm not a buyer for CP at that level. I'm likely a buyer here at the volume weighted average price, which is depending on when your VWAP starts at around 5.25 to 53.25 to 53.5. I'm talking about CEP up 30%. Much more expensive now after its like 6-7 day run to the high side than when it was when we were first trading it. But that's the way these things work. We'll keep an eye out on that. Shout out to my man Jay Lee. CEP was a short up until 55, eh? Jay, I don't, you know, Jay, you know how I roll, Jay. You've been watching long enough now. I just don't short these small cap gappers, Jay. And when I do, very rarely, I'll never short them above VWAP. It'll always have to be a loss of VWAP that gets me in as a short. I just won't short them above there because I feel that the longs are still in control when the VWAP, when we're trading above the volume weighted average price. So that's what I'm looking at now. Sebastian, you can't swear, but great question. What's wrong with Apple? Apple is facing now legal headwinds. We'll get to that when we do the news not in a second, but like in an hour or so. But they were ruled to have been in contempt of court for not following the judge's injunction, which forced them to change the way they collect money for the App Store, as well as many other things related to the App Store. The judge finding that, you know, possible perjury may have taken place. In fact, referring Apple and I think the senior vice president to the Department of Justice, the U.S. Department of Justice, for possible investigation. So we'll have to see how this all comes out. But Apple has already responded, saying that they're looking to appeal. This all goes back to that 2020 court case filed by the maker of Fortnite, who accused Apple of basically uncompetitive practices. So that's the situation, Joseph. We just got added there on KIDZ at the 10 exponential. Let's see what happens now.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff here, guys. NVDA up 5 1/3 here on the session. Absolutely fantastic stuff. I'm like, what's going on with this name, right? Like, it was just consolidating in this zone right here. I'm like, why isn't it participating with the rest of the market? And then sure enough, you get that news step in. Oh, what a coincidence. And then now you can see it just absolutely start to rip. We almost tap into 115s there on NVDA. So fantastic stuff. And yeah, Juan Padilla, I mean, the unk is crazy, you know what I mean? I still feel in my 20s, but unfortunately I'm not. And I'm obviously only messing with you on that front. Yeah, he called me unk. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I like that short. He's like, thanks, unk. I'm like, yeah, what? I'm like, hey,
wow.
I'm like, unk is crazy, man.
Not nice.
Nah, we're only playing, man. So no, he's only playing around.
I know.
It's funny because so anyways, backstory before we get into the market. So Caravana weekend, so it's a big Caravana festival here, and my cousin and I, we used to sell beers on the street, and that's what right. We just bring our coolers and we would sell them for $5 a pop when we were younger, and that's how we would call everybody down. Like all the other guys would be like, hey Unk, yeah, yo Unk, what's going on, right? And then now we are
that though.
Yeah,
like
yeah. Now we exactly. That's exactly what it is, and now we are. Now you're the
Unk,
yeah,
baby.
now we're the uncles. Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
I've been an unk.
Well, yeah, I've been an unk
too.
So yeah, exactly.
But like actually. Because I have
same. Like I'm actually an uncle. Yeah,
are you actually?
Yeah, I'm actually an uncle
so
too.
Good.
So
we fit the part now. That's
fine.
fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Day trader cut. There we go.
Yeah, my man.
So yeah, I mean, great stuff here, guys. That volume was supporting this breakout here on NVDA. This is exactly what we want to see, especially with breakout volume. So if you have the ability to catch that move, that's what we look for, and we talk about it from a day-to-day basis, right? If I had better eyes on this, I would have realized, hey, we have this price compression pattern. We're gonna wait for these key resistance levels to break. Let's watch that volume by time profile, and then sure enough, it stepped in exactly how we want, and you get almost a 2-point move just from that breakout alone. So we'll wait for that pullback here. I like that the volume is starting to decay here in this pullback, so that could mean some possible continuation in that move. But let's see what Adair is up to, guys. We're going to get right back into the Robinhood and NVDA trades.
I like it.
Amazon's reporting earnings today, so why not show an infographic? But I have to warn you, this has nothing to do with earnings. This has to do with all the excitement in Amazon on Tuesday, April 29th. Now, in case you missed it, there was a lot of hullabaloo with this ticker on that day. First, we had a news story about some potential tariff. They were going to show the tariff changes, or the tariff charges, on the website. Then we had Caroline Leavitt from the White House come out and criticized the decision, and then it turns out apparently they were never going to make that decision in the first place. All of that, plus apparently a secret call to former Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos, came out in one exciting day. But how do you relive this experience? By checking out our infographic on X at TTV Research. We have photos, we have context, we have a sad Jeff Bezos, so make sure you take a look at that, especially timely with Amazon earnings tonight. Back to you.
Experience that, but
yeah.
But I mean, here, guys, if we can pull up my chart, please and thank you. And good thing that we just got out of this Robinhood trade when we were said we were going to. I mean, the signals displayed themselves, and it doesn't happen every day. But just a good job following what the market is telling us. And I say, even though I have the tendencies to want to fight it at times, but today I'm just like, all right, let's see it. Hood was really weak in the morning, and if those price action prints display themselves and you see that indecision, just listen to what it had to say, and you can see we haven't breached it and put in a new pivot high right there. So this is exactly this specific 1 minute candle is the whole reason why I got out of the remaining of that 10%. Otherwise, I would have held it for 50 or so. We may get there. I'm not saying that we won't, but that's just exactly why. And then we have another indecision print right here as well. So maybe we can get that rebound. If the market's going to continue to be strong, then who knows what can happen here in Robinhood today.
Absolutely, Joseph. Well said. All right, we're back into kids, guys. We're taking a couple of prints over here. We're lightly in the money, lightly, very light, looking for the 10 exponential to hold. It's been holding for about, I don't know, about 8 minutes or so. The previous 5 minute candle held. This current 5 minute candle is holding at the 10. We're not getting that move up above 4 quite yet. They were deeper retracements. Let's call a spade a spade. That 440 retracement all the way down into 360 something over here is a bit of a deeper one. We'll wet the beak again there. Now we've got 71s. All right, we've got multiple outs here, guys, because we did add into this position. So moving up into 82s, I'm looking for another big move, possibly into 4. I'm looking to obviously de-risk into that level. As you can see, I've got my orders placed there. Anytime you see those lines on the chart, red lines or red circles right there, those are resting orders that have not filled, that are being basically waiting for the right parameters, which is the price, to trigger the fill there. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Where am I waiting, by the way? I'm waiting at 88. Boom! To the high side again here on 88s. Now we're waiting for more, Joseph. We're waiting for 96s, showing me 91s. Seller at 91, pushing this monster back down. Ooh. We've got 71s now. Let's see, zigging and zagging, getting a bit of a sell order in the face of that $4 area, despite the fact that we had cleared it. I'm trying to pack my patience. Let's not take out too much too quickly. Let's try to hold for the bigger move. It gave me what I wanted, which was that 10 exponential hold on the 5 minute chart. That's the first part of what I want, obviously. The second part is for it to go higher. 92s again showing up. That seller at 92, we can't shake him. There we go. Now we shook him. 93 showing up now. Can we get a 94? Here's my auctioneer voice, baby. Let's go. Where am I waiting at, guys? I'm waiting at 95. So we don't have to move up that much more to get the print. Let's see if we can get that 95 print. Again, 93 showing up on the ask. So we'll pack our patience over here. It likely will zig and zag a little bit over here until, well, we may not get the print. Who knows? I want to execute likely here on CEP. It held up nicely on this candle. That's exactly what I'm going to do. It's a spready one, though, so we know how that ends up working. I know it, Dara, but yeah, I know. That's part of the job, she says. I love it. All right, good look there, Dara. I hope you're printing up multiple storms. So we're in CEP. We're looking for a continued move up. Let's see what we're doing. I got 19s. I'm waiting at 30-something on CEP. It's up 33-some-odd%. I'll give this, there we go. We already got 2 prints, Joseph.
Oh,
we just got in the freaking stock, bro.
Just got
already a big move up here on CEP. We just got 60s. It wicked up to 60s. We got 23s. Now we're going to 88s. You know how this works.
How?
All right. So I love how you were like, just humor me, bro. All right, guys, I'm sorry. We're doing it live. 56, 88 is my next print. Anything below, though, 56, we're going to go 09, so we're going to risk a little bit. I'm gone on this one. So let's go ahead and 55, 95. There we go. We'll throw it to stop there. Back to KIDZ. We're not getting that print at 95, so I am concerned here about KIDZ. What I will do is I'm going to move my stop to shadow the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So a loss of the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart on KIDZ, I'm out. That's what I'm going to base it on. That's what it's respecting. I mean, I want to show you guys so you guys can see I'm not crazy, I swear. This is very, very, I mean, look how tight that is, man. That is just over and over and over. It's just showing you respect. So I'm placing my stop just below the 10 exponential. If it loses it, I'm gone. But we're profitable on it so far. Back to CEP, showing me 40s. I got 80s there, or sorry, 60s. Now I'm waiting in the 80s. Let's see if this one wants to pop up. Gonna pack my patience, already placed my stop, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there, guys. Yeah, we'll pull up my screen here, and we're just gonna kind of go over what the plan was. And I mentioned it before, right? It's just like following what the profiles are telling us. And it was displayed, right? Is there a bit of luck involved? Absolutely. But it's just also placing yourself in the right, just being in the right place at the right time, I think, has a lot to do with it. I noticed the weakness in that opening drive, and then there was no print that told me, hey, we're going to bounce until right here. And then that's when I took that initial long and I added right off the bat. We take only 33% off, and then we end up eventually getting stopped out break even. But then I'm like, okay, let me be patient. Let me sit on my hands a little bit. If we see that signal once, the chances are it's going to display itself once again. And then we got the exact signal we were looking for. We wanted to see that isolated volume signature, and we want to see an indecision print. Yeah, there's a lot of selling pressure on this candle. I want to note that. And the more comfortable you get with this system, you're going to be able to gauge what signals will be significantly stronger than others. And you can see there's still a significant amount of selling pressure within that 1-minute print. But I'm like, okay, if we hold those lows, then there's going to be a chance for us to sit on the other side of the trend and then look for that continuation in the long. And that's exactly what was going on here. That's what I was playing off of, just this specific print right there. I'm not going to complicate the system whatsoever, and I tell you guys, that's exactly what I'm looking for, and you can see it displayed here right on the chart. So entry number 1, add 33% off. I'm like, oh, okay, I was just reading the tape, still relatively weak. Let me get out here, reassess the situation. We did form a new low after that. Then I'm like, oh, okay, perfect. This is exactly what I want to see. Now enter the position again, and then we add, and then we take it all the way to the top. But I mean, at the end of the day, when I have such high conviction within a setup, we're on the earnings day, right? It's solid report. I liked everything about it. Gold memberships are at all-time high. I think there's like 3.2 million people subscribed to the Hood Gold membership, which is fantastic stuff. Some other numbers that Sharif will go over, I will go over as well too, because we want to see what's going on with Microsoft, Azure beating cloud services of 33%. The street was looking for 31, so that's a positive sign, and you can see what that stock did. It just absolutely blew through so many levels, and we were calling it dead. Like, I know Sharif likes to call Apple the dead one, but in all reality, Microsoft was dead for a long time. It wasn't doing too much, and then boom, just like that, you get a solid report, and you see everything go to the top side. But there it is in Robinhood. Really nice trading off of those earnings. Just had to be patient, wait for those precise entries. Told you guys I'm more of a sniper. I'm not a gunner. I want to wait. I'm looking for those signals, and that's what happened here in HOOD, Sharif.
Joseph, a lot of people are asking about the wicks coming in on the dead one, Apple. I have no idea, guys. These are likely dark pool prints that are executing now. That's my understanding of what these are. Now, the dark pool, the thing about them is you don't know when the hell they're going to come in and when they're going to get reported. What you can try to do is go back and compare on the time and sales, if you can, to see if any dark pool prints were coming in at these times. Typically, how you can tell dark pool prints on the level 2, you'll see where it says D right there. That's dark pool print. So where it says the D, each different gateway. I used to have a piece of paper here, a cheat sheet that Pradley made for somebody over. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, now I don't know how up to date this is. I can try to take a picture of it and maybe throw it to the production team. But each letter on the time and sales here means a different gateway. So if you want, if you can try to kind of go back and see if the time and sales will let you go back far enough to see if these are in fact dark pool prints. But yeah, I'm not sure. They're not just happening on my platform. I'm assuming a lot of other people are seeing them because everybody keeps asking me about them. So that's the situation right now on on that. Yeah, so that's a look there. All right, guys, TRVG, we're gonna go for 1 for 2 on the day here, or actually 2 for 2. We did well on CEP and kids, not so well on Zcar and TRVG. So we're 2 for 2 on the day, but TRVG coming into the volume weighted average price. That's my cue to try this again. We're gonna go ahead. It's a bit of a spready name. 48 on the bid, 42 on the ask. Not pleasing to me. We'll see if we can get that. What's that? Well, you know, for a small cap gapper, Adair, not your kind of wide lily caterpillar kind of spread. Everybody knows what Adair is doing up there. That for the small cap, she said that's quite spready. I have to agree with that. So I'm long here for the volume weighted average price retracement and a bounce off that level. What's my out though? A loss of $5.30. I'm Gonzino. So we're going to throw that in right now. So we're going to go 5.29 out, and since it's spready, we're going to give it all the way down to 20. So we're going to give it a 9-penny spread. And I already got a print to the high side there. So quick as you like, you end up getting a print. Let's see if it ends up holding, though. That's what we need. We need this one to hold. I'm talking about TRVG. It's up 31%, some odd on the day. Let's see if it holds the volume weighted average price. I'm still involved in KIDZ. I moved up my stop on kids, as I mentioned, to hold or to shadow the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. The next peak, what do I have on KIDZ? 95s. Adara, what's up?
Keep an eye here on the crypto side of the market here. So we do have Mike Alfred on X. I looked into him. He does have a little bit of a Bitcoin-related background. He is apparently, it looks like he's involved in some capacity in Iris Energy potentially, but regardless, Mike Alfred posting apparently on X, not citing his sources here, that the Trump administration is reportedly finalizing a plan to sell gold from Fort Knox to buy Bitcoin for newly created U.S. strategic reserves. Again, no source for this, so be very cautious, but just be aware here that I'm seeing that talk here about potential strategic reserve buys circulating on X. If I see any more details on this, I'll let you know. But again, very, very sketchy in terms of the level of context that we have right now. Back to you.
Okay, yes, Neil's shocked a little bit, and I am a little bit as well. I didn't expect that headline, Neil, but if you asked me long term if they would have done that, like going into the future, I would have answered yes. I didn't expect it right away. Joseph.
Yes, sir.
I think it's absolutely time to do what we talked about yesterday. With that, you heard what she just said? They want to sell gold from Fort Knox to buy Bitcoin. Tell them what you told me yesterday, Joseph.
Oh, wow. Okay, wow, what a perfect thing. Okay, so this is what happened. We were just having a conversation in the chat, and somebody brought to my attention that there isn't enough money on the planet for Bitcoin to go to $1 million a coin. So what do? I'm like, okay, that actually, you know, that kind of intrigued me. I'm like, what's going on here, and is that actually true? So what do I send to Sharif last
What do you
night?
send?
I sent him. So I'm like, all right, we were talking with somebody, so it's my job to do the due diligence and bring back actual facts to you guys. So this is what I found. And I mean, this is basic, I don't know if it's basic knowledge, but everybody I probably has a relative understanding of this. So the market cap of gold is approximately $22.3 trillion, all right? And the current Bitcoin market cap is around $1.8 trillion. So actually, if Bitcoin were to go to $1 million per coin, it would put Bitcoin at $21 trillion market cap, which is just a little bit undersized of gold. But it wasn't the fact. He said there isn't enough money. But what there actually is, there's approximately $130 trillion of total global money supply on the planet. That's not including housing, commodities, et cetera, and some other investments. So to the fact that they were saying there isn't enough money on the planet for Bitcoin to go to $1 million a coin, that's actually false. It would put it right around the market cap of what gold is currently sitting at right now. And I don't remember his name, but an analyst said that he can see, I don't know if it's going to be in our lifetime, but Bitcoin can double the market cap of what currently gold is sitting at. And that would put it around $42 trillion.
Wow.
So it would be approximately $2 million a coin with a market cap of $42 trillion. Gold has a market cap of about 22.3, so it's totally obtainable for Bitcoin to reach that height and to those limits. Is it going to? We don't know, but just to say that there's not enough cash on the planet is just, it's not accurate.
There you go. There you go. And I liked it because we wanted to see the actual notional, how much money actually had to flow in, not just guess. And, you know, yeah, gold's been around for eons and eons and eons, but that doesn't mean that it stays the dominant force. I mean, how many times have we seen this story before where the incumbent gets dethroned, right? So we'll keep an eye out on that. I happen to like that analysis.
Hey, one thing, sorry to interrupt you there, one thing that I was going to look at is how long it took gold to accelerate to kind of to that $22 trillion market cap, and kind of the length that it took Bitcoin to do so. And I wanted to compare the two because I know obviously gold's been around for a long time and Bitcoin necessarily hasn't. But at the pace that it's currently at, it can definitely exceed the market cap of gold. But is it going to?
We'll have to wait and see, baby. We'll have to wait and see. All right, so here we go. I'm just keeping my eye on the positions. TRVG is, I don't know about this one. We did get the print on kids at 95s, but it's continuing to have trouble with 4. So I've got one more out here on TRVG. Likely going to flatten this one out because it does look like it's losing the bid. Where is my, on kids, excuse me, on kids. That's what I was talking about. TRVG, where is my TRVG screen? There it is. So this one is breaking down below VWAP. So we're gonna have to end this one if it loses 530. That's it. I'm not gonna, you know, it's wicking below, but that's a second wick below VWAP. I'm not looking to fight this one. I'm gonna keep my eye on it. If it loses that 530 area, I've already moved up my stop. I'm gonzino on this one. We're gonna keep our eye here on CEP, trying to play the range here to the downside. It seems to be finding, again, support at that 54.50 generally, where the volume weighted average price is. So I did add there. We'll keep an eye on that, looking to extract some profits if this one does pop up into the high 50s. Again, let's go ahead and throw those orders out right now. Right there we go. So we'll throw out that order. We'll see exactly what happens with CEP. What I'm doing with my stop on CEP, I'm putting it below prior bar low. So prior bar low, 54 1/3. So let's go ahead and put that just a little bit below that 54 1/4. So that's what we're going to do right now. 54.24, and then we'll have to give it room all the way down to 10s or so, because it is quite spready. So if it does end up losing the bid, I'd like to be able to get out of there. All right, keeping my eye still on kids. Okay, so I was looking at flattening this one out. It keeps putting in higher lows. There we go, TRVG right up again. My goodness, okay, so the wicks end up being kind of hammer candles. So we're doing it okay on this one. Definitely looking to print to the high side here, 55s and then 58s on TRVG, if it'll allow me to, Joseph, keeping an eye on that one. I see APLD continues to run though, guys. Haven't had anything on this one. This one looks like to be the best of the bunch, and I haven't had anything on it. Look how directional and respectful this one is of the 10 EMA at the day's high right now, $5.20, up 14.1%. Good look on the day for APLD, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. Let's take a look at SoFi. I know a lot of individuals in the chat are talking about this one. Yeah, it's just not in play today, right? Like, actually, I shouldn't say that. I haven't really looked at it, but there was other earnings that I was looking at, right? So that I didn't want to focus on this. And you can see that we're starting to have some liquidity issues. You can see the kind of the barcode type price action that we're seeing there. And yeah, that's what it is on SoFi. Yesterday was half decently. It traded half decent, sorry, I should say. But yeah, my focus was on Hood and a couple of names. I can pull up up my notes. I wasn't, and that's my thing, right? I just want to focus on a couple of the top trending stocks and earnings reports. So I had 3 names here, and then you can see that NVDA started to trade really good about 20 minutes ago or so, whatever it may be. IBIT with the continuation in the Hood. So those were my 3 names for this morning's prep, and that's all I was really focusing on, right? I didn't want to kind of expand and thin my horizon on what I'm exactly looking at. I wanted to hyper focus on a couple of names, and then that's when you can see we got those precision entries, and that's what happened. So yeah, I mean, sorry, what's his name? I think it's like Ian something. Yeah, Ian Gauthier or something along those lines. Hey man, it is Ian Ganther. It is what it is, brother. I don't know what else to tell you.
What
really.
happened?
No, nothing.
Okay.
I'm just saying that's what we were talking about yesterday.
Was it him?
Yeah, and you said you didn't want to talk about it. Yeah, I'm not like rubbing it in your face.
You didn't even say his name.
Yeah, I just did.
No, but before.
Before I did. But then, yeah, he obviously commented here in the chat. So I'm just like, yeah, that's it. That's all I wanted to know. I wanted to know factual for myself. And then sure enough, that's what I came up with. And I'm more than happy and willing to hear what you have to say other than that as well. But there we go on Apple. Like really nice short signal as well too, guys. More of a slow grind. you can see this indecision print right here, and then you can see once we cracked it to the downside, we haven't even had the ability to come back up into the middle of this range, but we're just continuously moving to the downside and heading towards the volume weighted average price. I was hoping that NVDA was going to start to bounce again, especially after that volume spike, and we broke out through some key levels, but we have to be patient. That may still come. Maybe we'll get an indecision print right around the volume weighted average price, and that will give us an entry for the continuation to the long side, because we were right below 115 there. And I'm going to take a look at the options chain for you guys right now to see what 115 is exactly telling us and why we rejected it so aggressively and so quickly. And let's see what 115, I mentioned kind of the ladder through those specific levels, and there we go. All right, so here it is. That's all we can really say, right? Like, okay, why did we reject it? And I talked about that ladder through 113 to 16. So a lot of these traders are caught offside now, and then that next high level of resistance is totally coming into play there on NVDA. So a nice bounce off of that 115 level. Let's see if we can punch through that, Sharif.
All right, kids got stopped out of that for the last remaining amount. It was a failed break. It got into VWAP, or it broke 4 and then ended up stopping me out. But here it is, man. We did the dollar here on CEP at the volume weighted average price. Ooh. Still negative on this one, but if I flatten out here, I'll be positive. I don't know if I want to do that, Joseph. I'll not take my chances for another move up over here. So here's the deal. It's showing me 40s. We've got 54 40s. I've got 53.47. I'm setting up my outs at the $0.75 of a dollar, then the 4/5 of a dollar, but it's having a lot of trouble clearing this 40 penny area. I'm talking about $54.40. Not really sure what's going on with such a random area. It's not the half dollar. It's not the $0.25. So this one is having trouble continuing on its way up through 40 pennies. Let's see if it's able to catch a bit of a bid and fill those orders to the high side. It did get up as high, I believe, as 60s or so. That was able to get a couple of prints there. I know my chart looks convoluted with all those triangles overlapping each other, and I do apologize about that. But that's because I'm on the 5-minute time frame as opposed to the 1. If I was on the 1, they'd be more spaced apart. Here we go again. Have a look, guys. Look at it. There's barely any size posted here on the level 2 on the ask side at 40s, yet we're holding up. So likely an iceberg order in and around that area, a hidden seller, so to speak. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Definitely want to make a decision here. I am worried that it loses VWAP, but I'm more interested in just following through with my plan. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm not flattening out here. I'm going to follow through my plan. If I end up giving back some, I end up giving back some. That's the end of the. That's how it goes. Zion, Lala, Sharif, Joseph, thoughts on LIMN? Haunted 11th time. What? Haunted 11th time since market open. What does haunted mean, Zion?
Maybe you meant hunted?
Maybe. Yeah.
Maybe
LIMN?
Hunted.
Maybe, yeah,
maybe.
Okay. Brother, I don't see much volume at all. I see 395,000 shares on LIMN, and it's barely done any price action at all. Is this an IPO? No, LIMN, Adara. Oh, LUMN. Okay, that's probably what it is. LUMN. Let's have a look at our friend Lumen over here, see what the situation is with that. I'm just going to look. I'm looking at it on my...
halted.
Halted. Okay. LIMN. Let me just look. Is it halted? LIMN? Let me put it on the thing over here. LIMN. Give me a second. I don't see LIMN halted. I don't see LUMN halted. Zion, let me know what you're talking about, brother. I just have to focus on this trade here, Zion, because we're getting a seller here at 54.40, and I'm kind of unsure what to do on CEP. So I just got to focus on this one for a minute here, see if we can take out the seller at 40s, and then I'll do whatever you need me to do. I'll check the halt scanner as well as the NASDAQ page for the halts. But tag me again, Zion. Boom, Joseph. We take out the levels. There it is, baby. We take it. Now I've got one more beak wetter here at 88s that still hasn't filled. Oh, I have much more than one beak wetter. Excuse me. I misspoke about that. Let's go ahead and throw out more sell orders, though. So now we're going to go 55.25 on your friend CEP. Let's see if that 88 print gets filled first. What I was talking about there, Zion, is you probably know, obviously, the NASDAQ has a halt page where if it's halted pending news, not a volatility halt, you can go and have a look as to why. And sometimes there is more information there. Not always. Sometimes you You don't really know what the reason is. But yeah, make sure to check out that website. But just keeping my eye out on this one. TEVG is losing the bid, so got stopped out of that. That's okay. We'll try to make it back here on CEP, Joseph.
Yeah, good stuff there, and good look there, Gorev, Bear vs. Bull. Shout out to you as well too, and Ian Ganther as well, because we were just talking, having an actual conversation, and that's what we do. So yeah, good stuff there, man. Good conversations. That's what we love to do, and just kind of just go back and forth. And you know what? Honestly, it's good. In my opinion, I like the fact that people don't always agree on things, because if we did, then we would all be even more robotic than what our day-to-day operations may seem. So here we go. Robinhood starting to break down a little bit. I know a lot of people in the chat were taking some off there because they're like, hey, we seen that same signal that you were looking at there, Joe. So great to call that one out, and it's working out now. My guy Gorov said, Joe, you see what we had cooking up here on SPY? And I'm like, yeah, that was the move. It was a matter of time. Once we seen this, I'll pull up the 5-minute. I'm like, oh, okay. Even though the SPY isn't the best, we'll zoom in a little bit and go to the 1-minute chart and just kind of analyze everything. And I'm pretty sure Gorov is referring to this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what you were looking up at over there. And then you can see it just absolutely correlated with that inverted print on the 1-minute on SPY. So absolutely fantastic look. And then we couldn't crack the highs on them, and then we just continue that move to the downside. So yeah, good analysis. That's one we missed here. But there might be some continuation. I wouldn't mind if NVDA continued. Here, I mean, we get a little bit of a breach of the volume-weighted average price. You get that elastic effect, and then maybe we can continue to the top side and head back towards 115. The thing is, though, DEFCON, is that we just went over the options chain, and we have to listen to what the market is telling us. We rejected to a T here. I'll pull up NVDA. I'll pull it up, and you can see, guys, if you have access to the options chain, just go and look at this week's expiration cycle, and then all the way through 113 to approximately 115, you're going to see just an immense amount of open interest, and I'm surprised that we continue to trade how we have today, considering what we're seeing on that, through those specific strike prices. But you can see almost to a T, 114.95, and then the final level of high open interest is right at 115 with 66,000 open contracts. And then you take a strike lower, right at 114 we have 75, 113 we have 78. So that's a lot of supply through those zones, and for us to continue that way, then there is demand for this underlying, and that's an absolute positive signal. We're going to be patient. We're going to wait for indecision around those specific areas, especially the volume weighted average price. If we get any breach of it and then we form a doji candle, I'm going to get involved, Sharif. Oh, no.
Two. All right, man.
You're in there.
Yeah, we're in two. We're more than two now, wow. Joseph. Go, CEP, go. I love this stock. I was highly negative on it, and now we're back positive, baby. Hey, all right. Let's go. All right, here we go. 55.69. You know where I'm waiting. I don't want to have to repeat myself again when I'm in the 60s. No, I'm playing. I'm just getting excited, guys. I hope I'm not offending anybody. 55.69 is where I'm waiting next. We're showing 59s. I'm going to be waiting on the north side of 56. I'm going to wait 56.25 for if we get 55.69. My next beak wetter after that will be 55.25. We're long 53.47. Let's see if this one can hold the bid. I'm not asking for much, man. You're showing me 59s on the ask. Give me 69s. Let's get this done with so I can, force. Yeah, I'm trying. We're keeping it real here on the show, guys. Looking for that move back up. CEP held VWAP like a dang glove. It did it initially at 10:25, yet again at 10:30. It moved right back into it at 10:45 and 10:50. All of those prints held the volume weighted average price, and then we got a 2-candle hold up here midday, 11:40, 11:45. I'm obviously talking about the 5-minute chart, guys, at that level, and it held up quite well. So let's see if CEP can give me that 69 print. It does look like it is dropping, though, into 55s. So decisions to be made here. Let's see what we get, and we will not get upset. Adara, what's up?
Pretty weird. Trump and the White House here hosting an international or a national day of prayer here. This was supposed to start at 11, but the program's just begun now. Trump himself has not taken the stage yet. There are just some hymns being sung, but it's worth noting when he hosted the Easter event at the White House a couple weeks ago, he was still asked about tariffs. So even though this is not seemingly a market-related event, it does not mean that market-related moves or questions will not be involved. So just be aware here. National Day of Prayer, back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, hopefully, you know, he doesn't say too much and just actually, you know, praise or whatever he's going to do over there. Yeah, so obviously we're going to keep an eye on anything Donald Trump related. Adara's at the big desk. We're all kind of here keeping an eye on things, and anything that happens, we'll let you guys know. CEP's putting in lower highs, guys. It just rejected $56 and it's right back into 54. So decisions to be made for me now. It is umpteen amount of lower highs, so we do get that VWAP bounce and it gives us money, but the trend is still intact, and that trend is lower high, lower high. Essentially, ever since we put in that topping tail candle at 11:15, we have been putting in lower highs. So here's what I'm doing. I'm going to take a little bit out now over here for that 50 penny winner. We'll do that, and then we're going to move up that previous stop, and we're going to go 55.25. If we can get it there, fantastic. If not, and then I'm moving up my stop. Let me just cancel the previous stop over here. I'm moving up my stop to 53. We're going to go 24, which is just a little bit below the entry level that I have there. So then we'll give it a little bit of room, obviously, as it is a spready ticker. So that's what I'm doing right now. Throwing in the stop, moved it up from that 52.90, which I had it below 53, and now we've got it just a little bit below my entry. The next peak wetter, though, will be for that 55.25. All right, so that's what I'm looking at for that. Let's go back to kids over here, because kids is also at VWAP. So this one was interesting to start the day. It was a very respectful one of the 10 exponential moving average. That owl ended at 11:45 once it decisively broke down below that 10 EMA. Before it did that, though, before it broke down below the 10 EMA, it gave you that last-ditch hope, though, that it was going to take 4 again. It kept putting in higher lows and higher highs. It ends up breaching through 4 and then tanks all the way back down. Now just a little bit above the volume-weighted average price. VWAP, guys, on my chart anyway, is, I want to say $3.05, give or take. This current candle is printing 328 on the ask, 27 on the bid. So I don't really want to get it in here. I'm just going to throw my order near that level. So here's what I'm going to do. So it's 305 VWAP. I'm going to go 311. As I typically do, I always want to front run them because it's a crowded trade. So we'll see what we get here with kids. Maybe it holds up at VWAP in the same way that CEP did, in the way that TRVG didn't. Yeah, so sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't, Joseph. Yep. That's what I'm looking at. Now Zcar as well, at VWAP now for about 15 minutes. It pulled in at 11:45. You got to hold up at 50, and now we got a green candle here at 55. I'm talking about Zcar. This could be another VWAP trade, VWAP retracement to the high side. Let's keep an eye out on that one, Joseph.
Yeah, great stuff there. RM31, we're going to get into Qualcomm in a minute because I like what you're getting at with that one. But here's some good looks on SPY, guys. You can see, once again, it's printed, and we're looking for those signals right below the volume-weighted average price, and we're getting them, right? So we're still holding up steadily. Your risk profile is defined. I mean, with the momentum to the downside, you do want to be slightly cautious on what's going on. It may take multiple attempts, so just be prepared for that. And again, 3 strikes, you're out. If it doesn't work out, then it is what it is. But we have 2 signals that we're looking for specifically. That's going to be an isolated signature from a volume standpoint, and then you have a hammer candle right below the volume-weighted average price here on SPY. We're going to go to Adara and then happening now with Neil, but RM31, we're going to get into some options talk because I like where you're getting at with that.
Here's the NASDAQ. So we had a nice gap up here for this, of course, led by Meta and Microsoft and their earnings. We make a top around 11, this looks like 11:15 a.m. And when we get the sell-offs, we'd find a lot of bounces at 11. Today, the exact opposite. We start pushing lower as we get the start of that midday session. Let's take a look at the S&P 500. Basically the exact same pattern here. The S&P 500 a little bit lower on a percentage basis, and I think I know a reason for that. We're going to get to that ticker in a second. But let's start with NVIDIA. NVDA giving up some of this move, but nice push to the upside for NVIDIA. We do have some reports going around suggesting that ahead of Donald Trump's trip to the UAE, the U.S. is considering easing some of its curbs on these chips in the UAE. So just be aware here, NVDA on watch with that catalyst. And here is the name that I believe might be bringing down to some extent, the SPY here. Here's Eli Lilly. This thing is at 798, yesterday closing at 920. This shows no signs of stopping when it comes to this sell-off. No relief. Looks like a bit of a sell program. We'll have to wait and find out what happens here. Last but not least, Sharif, if this one isn't already on your radar, you might want to add it. It's DRCT, Direct Digital Holdings. They've run in the past. Right now here around that $1.20 level. It's broken the $1 seal, so keep an eye on DRCT, LLY, NVIDIA, and everything else moving this wild market. Make sure to like and subscribe, and we'll send you off to Neil for his lesson of the day. Without further ado, Neil, please take it away.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Now, Mr. T wasn't the one that said, I must break him or break you. That was Drago. But in trading, you know there's going to be moments where you might get broken or where you lose big. And a lot of times it's going to be, look, it should be this way anyways. The stock that you like the best, the idea that you like the best, the thing that you were going to be the most active on goes completely the wrong direction on you. And you could trade it well and lose, or you could actually even trade it poorly and lose. So keep in mind, you're going to lose in situations like that. I'm going to discuss Robinhood. But I've been trading a very long time, and I'm just simply going to tell you what works for me here. When you get something that is your top idea or like what you think is going to be an A+, regardless of how it works out, what you lose on that, you got to make sure that when something like that works, you're able to make more than what you've lost, right? Like that's the most important thing. I'm going to give you an example of this is an egregious, I should not have been on the first entry in Robinhood, and I can tell you exactly why. You can rewind, you can go back and watch the morning show when Robinhood did this bounce, did the kind of over under the 50 level, and I was bidding just underneath that opening 3-minute wick. I didn't get picked up. I watch it snap all the way to VWAP like $1.20. It's kind of like hey man, that's your morning maker. You caught the falling knife, you had the right level. I missed it by about 5 cents. What I then did is, okay, well, there's your high. I just sat on the bid on the way back through when it was doing this and then got run over to the point where I didn't even get my stop in right, and it kind of rinsed an extra like 30 pennies in there. So that's just a bad example. And then on top of that, even when I get it at the bottom, I'm taking it out in the first dollar when it goes another 2. So there's a buy the dip situation and a panic at the open where it's like egregious to the downside, where I've got maybe like 3 wins out of like 7 trades, and the losses are just all ugly ones by my standards because I don't like having those wide gaps in there. So here's what I will tell you about that. Lost on Hood, 1/7 of what a similar situation happened. And this is a little bit different because I think anyone that rewinds back to, I believe it was the 9th, April 9th, it was like a panic bottom. And again, this is one, if you watch the morning show, you would have even heard me say, I got to build a position in WBA because it shouldn't be down here. And it was a very similar thing. It was a panic low where I didn't trade the initial move well at all because I bought that first high. Thankfully, my out was going to be, thankfully my level was 10, and I completely whiffed on the bottom. So early on, I got a little bit of a dip in here, so I'm actually in small when I reload at 10 or 10.20, and then I completely whiff on getting the 10s, was able to finally build in at VWAP. But the point is, this didn't, it worked twice, so cut that in half. It's still 3x what I lost on Robinhood. And what I will tell you, and this is an important thing for all of you traders out there, every trade, every strategy is a little bit different. So you always want to be comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges or whatever fruit you want to be dealing with. So when you're evaluating your day, your week, your quarter, you want to have a positive month. Look at the crazy action we saw last month. In terms of volatility, I'll leave both these up because I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea like I'm sitting here, let's just only show you the good winning trade. That's nonsense. I'll leave both of them up for a point. We had huge volatility last month, and it's a rough month for everybody. For a lot of people, I should say. But if you want to have a green month, it was a good month last month, I think. But everyone was a little bit different. But the number one reason why that was true, at least for myself, and in a case like this where everything goes wrong, is the ability to understand if you are going to survive in this game, when you are dead wrong on a setup, there's nothing more that you can do outside of you can improve the next time on it, maybe get a little bit better. But when it works for you, when that same setup works for you perfectly, like goes all the way back into the high, you should make more here than you lose here. And I have more executions over here too. Like I was actually more active in the one that I was wrong, twice as many trades, but I'm still making 3 times as much here and 7 times as much because we get the reloaded VWAP. That's what you want to have happen for you. That is how you are a consistently profitable trader. You can't have the alternate be true. Like you can't have one of these have one of these over here where you lose and you need to have 3 or 4 to make up. You want it to be the opposite. You want one of your good trades or perfect trades to make up for 2, 3, 4 losses, if possible. And maybe not everyone's trading style is going to be that way. But that's what I've found has worked for me over the years. And that's the reason I want to bring it up. Because sometimes, and I say you want to avoid the headshot, sometimes you're going to get the headshot. But the question becomes, is it one that you can survive? And as I said, everyone is going to be different in their own trading style. I have seen traders out there where they're able to have, maybe you have such a high win rate that you can lose 3, 4, 5x than your biggest win. If that works for you, fantastic. But that's what I've found has worked for myself. And I think it's an important thing in these types of volatile markets. Because whether you're reading it well or not, you want to make sure that you're maximizing your winning trades. And what that means is when they are working for you, try to add back in on the trend. I'll throw this back up. Like when it's working for you, try to add back in on the trend. Try to continue buying into it. And I would make an argument that there's a few outs in here, like none of these outs make any sense. I probably saw something in the tape. None of those outs make any sense. I should have only been getting out here in a cluster. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Actually, that's fine as well. But yeah, these are nonsensical. And you know what? Let me just add one more thing. And there's something that happens which I absolutely hate that I do it, but clearly I'm showing you that I did it here. When you add into something, and just as it's working, because of the fact that I didn't get anything in here, in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, I missed 10s. It could go back to 10s, and I want to load up. So I'm like shotgunning out at a level that doesn't make any sense. There's no resistance at that level. There was nothing outside of the fact that I happened to get it at the open. There's nothing there telling me that I should have been getting out. You had some resistance here because that's where it flushed at the open. Didn't make any sense. You don't want to be panicking out because you see your P&L go up. Everyone does it because you watch your P&L and you're like, oh, that's great. But you don't want to do that. And I look back at it and I said, that's something that you can correct. And then if I'm not taking out that quarter there, I'm probably holding that quarter for another 30 pennies. And on a $10 stock, hey man, that's like a third of your day right then and there. Just that little action. You have to be honest with yourself in the manner in which you evaluate your trades. And part of that, is being more critical of your winning trades sometimes, but it also means those biggest and worst losses cannot be 2, 3x of your best wins. It needs to be the other way around. Last month, there was lots of days that stunk last month. I had plenty of them where they stunk. But my 2 biggest winning days were 8 times my biggest losing day. Why? So it literally doesn't matter if I have 1 or 2 winning days in a week. But if you can't say that, then you need to reevaluate. And I think for a lot of traders, this type of volatility can be tricky, especially if you've never seen it before. But that's one thing that's kept me alive for a long time. And I thought it was important to say today because Hood was a headshot today. But it shouldn't take, it's like 1 core weave away or 1 WBA away. It's one of those away from eliminating it times 3. And that's what you want to have in your toolbox as a trader. But it starts with limiting losses, refining your trade plan, understanding where your mistakes are, and then just making sure that you're not trading way more in the ones that you're wrong on. You're trading the most actively in the ones that are working. Not an easy thing to do. That's why I wanted to harp on it today and sort of solidify the nonsense of Robinhood. It was wrong on the way down, and I didn't even get enough on the way back up. It's about as wrong as you can get. But you can only be green doing that if you're able to get the wins and have them be bigger than those big losses. So yeah, you're going to lose, you're going to have headshots, all that kind of stuff is going to happen to you as a trader. It's what it looks like relative to your wins that's going to matter. And I hope that hits home for a lot of people, because over 20 years of trading, it's the #1 thing that I think a lot of people get wrong, is they can make winners. But it's when that same setup or trade doesn't work, how much are you losing relative to the winning? And that's the thing. You cannot have that be 2, 3, 4x in the wrong direction, everybody. There's your lesson of the day.
I hope everybody was paying attention, because that was hot fire. I mean, this is like the most basic thing that you want to talk about as a trader, is have your winning days bigger than your losing days. A lot easier said than done. And the thing is, you can have many more winning days and many less losing days and still come out red, because the losing days are just so big, they wipe out they wipe out all your great days. So I think Neil is really talking about one of the most fundamental things to trading. And I'm very happy he actually dropped that. Shout out to Neil, man. Fantastic lesson of the day, and one that definitely I was listening very intently to, and I hope everybody else was, because that was some real stuff right there. So I appreciate you, Neil, for that. Joseph, what do you got, my man?
Yeah, I agree with both of you guys totally on that front. Again, it's probably one of the hardest skills to acquire. Patience is definitely up there, and it's tough. And I think to go on top of what Neil said is just accepting the fact that you're wrong on that day, and then tomorrow, the next day, you can come in, you can put on a solid day. So I think that was a skill that took me a long time to just realize, hey, Joseph, just because like from a sample set build, I knew when I was going to be, well, I didn't know when I was going to be right, but within an X amount of trades, I knew I was going to be right. And if I exceeded that, then I'm just kind of over trading. And that's kind of what you want to be able to digest in your system specifically. Is just like, okay, I'm good between trade 1 and 5. After north of 5, I'm absolutely garbage and shouldn't be trading. But yeah, let's see what Adair's up to.
Keep an eye here on Google. GOOGL on watch, reportedly looking to start testing its AI mode in search outside of labs. I guess there's been an AI mode for their search feature being tested in labs. Right now, though, it looks like they're trying to move it outside of labs. Also, Donald Trump speaking right now at this prayer event, just saying that U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is apparently negotiating with 200 countries. So more countries than exist. Keep an eye here on the market. Apparently, lots of negotiations are happening. Back to you.
For that. And iFast trades, absolutely. Like, I love swing trading personally. I talk about it quite often here on the show. Aside from day trading, I personally love it for some reason. I don't know what it is. It's a mental thing, Sharif, where I just have the ability, like when I'm executing on my phone or whatever it may be, it's just that I like making the number big. For some reason, I'm just more comfortable with making the number big on my phone. I don't know what it is. And then I just have the ability to sit in these trades and watch the fluctuations of the account a little bit more. But yeah, so trading totally, we love, exactly. Whatever works for you at the end of the day. But over trading, it will definitely make those winning days much larger, especially when you're trying to dig yourself out of a hole. For me, it was just like, okay, 9:30 till 12. That's when I'm best at executing. Anything other than that, I'm hot garbage. And so I just would avoid trading in those time frames. And I think you need to digest your system and find where you're really good at it, and then just really hone in on that and try to continue to refine your trading. But here we go, guys. Q's looking really good. I know Gorev's in this one. I like this print right here. I was talking about some other signals as well, too. I think the trade of the day was the one that we missed out on, was that Apple short. Like, this is so A++++ on this specific signal. You have everything aligning here. Isolated volume print and that indecision right all the way up here. Inverted hammer, whatever you would like to call it, shooting star, gravestone, whatever it may be. And then you literally get the reversion back towards the volume weighted average price, and then you bounce it. So for me, that was the missed trade of the day. Rivian Millionaire said to just take more shares, do what you got to do to put yourself in the position. I talk about it all the time. Just get in small. I'd rather be in the position than looking back and like, oh, I wish I did that when we had the opportunity to do so.
All right, guys, I'm not liking anything right now. I'm keeping an eye on all the 8 that have got the small cap gappers. None of them are really setting up all that well. I see kids getting a bit of a bid. It's still, you know, a lot closer to the volume weighted average price than it is the high of the day. It's also struggling with this 10 exponential or the $half. Hard to tell right now. It had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. I want to say 4.5-ish holding pattern here. on the candle, 4.5 candle holding pattern on the 5-minute chart. Above the volume weighted average price. I had my dip trade at 311. The lowest it got, I believe, was 18, so that I didn't get that print. But it's really having trouble taking out that $0.50 despite this green candle making a new high on a closing basis relative to the prior 5-minute candle, which is a setup that I like. But yeah, you're not seeing that continuity on KIDZ, so I'm not going to jump into it all that quickly. I've been also keeping an eye on Zcar, looking to get back into this one. Full disclosure, I missed this trade. Should have been definitely a bit more brave. When it came down into VWAP, I should have been punching long there. Even if it doesn't make a high a day off of VWAP dip, most times it will bounce, even if it's not the biggest bounce ever. So you'll be able to extract something in this. Oh, it was over $1 bounce. This bounced at 1280 and worked its way up to 1450. Alas, obviously, it's right back into that 1365. And that's not saying a whole lot, you know, to that 1280 to 1450. Guys, we closed out, yesterday at $4. We have a high day of 18. So this one, it's showing you its ability, its propensity to move dollars at a time. I'm talking about Zcar. So this one is setting, possibly I'm looking for that trend line break. I'm kind of using this trend line as an informal way to see what the trend is. So keeping an eye on that. Separately, CEP, the one we did well on, continuing to hold above the volume weighted average price. This has been a rinse and repeat trade for any VWAP traders because it's not losing the volume weighted average price. I mean, like, how many times is it pulling them to VWAP here only to find some selling? That's the good news. The bad news is it's not making any higher highs. So if you're looking at this area as the highest point of the day, that 11:15 candle, okay, and then you have a subsequent low at 11:20, and then 11:30 you have another low. You guys get this? 11:40 another low, yet 11:55 another low, and this current 12:15 candle on. So we got a lower high trend with that flat bottom being the volume weighted average price. I'm not saying it ends up resolving as a flat bottom break, but it's definitely a possibility. So CEP looking decent. I mean, I'm not going to jump into it too quickly. Yeah, so nothing's really setting up in the way that I like. DRCT, that one Adara brought us before Neil's lesson of the day. It zigged and zagged all the way up to $1.23, but as quickly as it took that dollar, as quickly as it lost the dollar. Look at this. I mean, it dropped 123 high day. Now it's at 96 pennies. It didn't hold up at VWAP. It didn't hold up at the dollar, nor the 10 exponential, nor the 20. So this thing's just blown through levels. It doesn't really care about anything. And if that's going to be the case, if that's going to be its modus operandi, then that's fine. It can do its thing 25, but I'm not going to trade it because it's unpredictable, like Donald Trump. So we're going to keep an eye out on that one, see what we can get. TRVGs below the volume weighted average price. The only one setting up okay, obviously CEP is good. I don't mean to disrespect CEP, but Wolf. This one lost VWAP. It did, but it's quick to regain that volume weighted average price. Now, I am anticipating some selling here at 385 on Wolf. I'm sorry, guys. I got the sniffles. It's allergy season in Toronto. I hope you guys don't find that too annoying. And if you do, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about it. I might steal a reactant from Neil in a minute. But yeah, look at this. Look how many wicks into 385 all got defended. Once, twice, OB thrice, and then we lost it. So if we do come back into 385, I'm anticipating we're going to get some selling there. If we take out 385, then I'm really interested maybe for another break of 4 or an attempt to break 4. Technically high day 399. So guys, I'm sorry I'm not in a position, but I don't like anything right now in small cap gapper world. If you guys have a small cap gapper that I'm not speaking about that's setting up, please tag me, but at me, so I can see that red rectangle come in and I don't have to read every single line. Going on there, Neil. Come on, bro. I love Rick James. I love Rick James. Neil, I'm going to bring you another present tomorrow, bro. What? I'm bringing you another present tomorrow, Neil. And I'm going to bring it for you because I don't wear it. Wait, I like you. I like you.
Let me get a present,
obviously.
Man.
Hold on, man. It's more like his thing over here.
I see how it is.
Neil, you're going to really like what I got to bring you tomorrow. It has something to do with Rick James. All right? So shout out to my man Nate there. No, I'm not on the cocaine now. My nose is just plugged, all right? So calm down over there. Yeah, I know. Nate's
plug power.
But yeah, this should be interesting. Neil, here's the thing. If I bring it in, will you wear it for the afternoon show? But Neil, well, he's coming in. Oh, he's angry. Oh, my
Oh, hold
God.
on a second. No. You can't tell a grown man if I bring it in, will you wear it for the?
Neil,
I don't
it's
even know what you're talking.
nothing
You think I'm
bad.
just gonna put anything on? Come on, son. Come on,
Do
son.
you trust me, Neil?
I don't trust anybody like
don't
that.
you don't trust
like
me,
that?
Neil? Wow.
No. First of all,
Just
no,
like
come
that.
on. Anybody, the chat. You know the chat's with me on this. Like you're gonna sit there and anybody would say that I will wear this on camera for the entirety of the afternoon show without even knowing
I'll
what
make
it
you
is.
a guarantee.
No, but
I'll make you a guarantee.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not a bad thing. It's something that you will like. And I wouldn't make that guarantee, Neil. I wouldn't make that guarantee in front of the chat, in front of Joseph. We even have the production team. Adara's there. Everybody's witnessing, Neil.
Okay, if you're gonna say that, then the answer will be yes. But here's all. First of all, if it's not cool, then we're gonna have issues. Not that I can do anything about it because you won't my ass.
All right.
But no, just on the real. And the reason I say that is because if ask anyone on this show, if I said I'm gonna do this or I'm gonna wear this, we're gonna put this bet on. 100 times out of 100, I'm doing it. When I opened my mouth and said I would do this Packy Chip Challenge when I had no idea what it was, I did it because I lost the bet. And I had no clue what the Packy Chip was, and that was an egregious error on my part.
I didn't know you didn't know.
I had no clue what that thing was, but we always honor our word around here. And that's why I'm saying it, because to me, I'm man of my word. Like if I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it.
That's fair. I
So
respect
therefore,
that.
I got to be careful about what I agree to.
I respect
Sharif.
that.
So it better be good, and if it's not, well, I mean, I can't
promise
do anything
you
about it,
will
but I
like
might
it.
have a cousin that could.
I promise you'll like it. I wouldn't do that to you, Neil. I wouldn't do that to you. But yeah, I'm just gonna have to put a reminder in my phone because I've had a tendency to forget. I forgot his shoes a few times.
Got his shoes, yeah.
All right, guys. Some people in the chat already know what it is. I'm not gonna say who.
How do they already know what it is?
I'm not gonna say who it is, but I saw someone write it down. No, man, will be giving it away, Joseph.
I wouldn't tell Neil, man.
Yeah, you will.
I would have it.
Oh, you'll tell him immediately. There'll be a DM right away.
No,
into
I don't. Neil's my guy, man.
On our Google chat, right away.
Neil's my guy, man. I don't know.
Exactly, he's your guy.
You're my guy too. But listen, no, I couldn't tell you out, man.
I've seen how you sold out Elon. I've seen how you sold out Bitcoin. You turn your back on people quick, bro.
No, that's insane. I can't believe you just said that.
I'll play it, bro.
Crazy.
Come on now. We gotta.
Yeah, I was mad at Elon. Hey, doesn't mean I turned my back on him. Unfortunately, I was just mad at him because he's doing other things other than focusing on Tesla.
That's fair.
But anyway, Sharif, we're in on some TQs. Gorev, see, the thing is, okay, nice. You're adding more. I don't know how much. Like, see, what I do, and I'm not gonna say I don't hold any weight to it, but what I've done is I've just usually look for it on a 1 minute and a 5 minute. So, crystal ball, that's crazy. Don't say that, man. So I usually look for a 1 minute or a 5 minute time frame, and we're seeing it on the 2 minutes. So what I'm getting at here is I don't know how much weight I'm gonna hold specifically on the 2 minute because I mostly look for that 1 and 5 minute signal. It is displayed on the 2 minute, but again, we got to be patient on this one. I do like the buying pressure within the print, but as soon as it cracks the lows, then I'm going to get out. It looks relatively weak, and we might possibly do so. So there we go, sending up to Sharif.
We all know the saying, guys. Big opportunity comes with big risk. But what if that wasn't true anymore? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation. You get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. So guys, visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you. Shout out to the great folks there at Trade the Pool. And yeah, man, I like Mitch, man. I think Mitch is a hell of a guy. Great analyst.
Smart guy.
Yeah, smart guy. He's very in tune with what's happening in the market. You know what you brought to my attention the other day? Something I didn't know. And I try to pride myself on knowing a lot of the Tesla stuff. The what's it called? The Semi.
The Semi.
It's having trouble in the winter holding its charge. We know that that's a problem with EVs. That's not a secret, but a specific problem with the semi worse than the cars.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's going to obviously North American climate is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like so. It's going to be interesting to see how
more internal combustion engines warm it right up, I guess, there, guys, and then we continue to move higher. But let's go, man. The TQs are starting to work. I'm glad that you took that one there, Gorev. That's a really, really good look. But I promised an individual in the chat. Sorry, hopefully you're still here, and I forget your name, but you wanted to talk a little bit about Qualcomm and just and selling some puts. So if you want to do that, I'm not going to disagree with you or anything along those lines. And I like where you're getting at. You say the premiums are increased. Absolutely, because volatility has increased. And with that, you'll be able to collect more premium. But you're talking about selling puts on this. So you're bullish. What is your intentions? Do you want to get assigned on these shares? Because I think that would be a good idea for Qualcomm if you really, really like the stock. You have a gap that you can play to fill wise. But if you're just looking to go long, then I think equities would be like right out shares would be better route on this one. But if you're selling like the 127s and collecting $300-400 on a month out or something along those lines, that's a pretty good idea as well too. So I like that. And if you do want to get assigned on that, then you can sell those cash secured puts. And I think that would work out really, really nice for you. But again, you got to just zoom out and say, hey, do you want to be a part of this? I mean, it's not horrible when the ball really starts to get moving. It appreciates in price. But other than that, it's a lot of sideways price action and then dip downs and everything like that. I just find that there's a little bit more orderly assets that we can trade other than Qualcomm. And that's why I honestly didn't even have it on my watch list this morning, respectfully. So, yeah, it just wasn't my thing. But yeah, here we go. What was that? Bitcoin. Let's go. Continuing to just climb higher here, guys. Almost going to test that high a day. That's a beautiful sign. We like to see that. What happened here?
What up?
There we go. So there we go. So Bitcoin starting to approach that high a day here. 5550 is roughly around that area here on IBIT. So really, really strong underlying that volume stepping in. We're cracking through some key resistance levels on Bitcoin itself. So that is a solid note. And yeah, I really love this thing, Shreve.
Ooh. Look at this, Joseph. Damn. Textbook. Now, I don't have it, but beautiful, man. I mean, and here's the kicker. Now, you don't always get this, right? Sometimes it'll fake you out. It'll break down quickly and then retrace. But look at the flat bottom break on CEP. We're waxing poetic about that area high at 1115 and all the umpteen amount of lower highs thereafter, and how that VWAP was holding like a brick wall. Well, that brick wall just gave way, baby, because that tsunami just came in and whoom, took everybody out. Look at this, $54 all the way down to 50, wiping out all the bids there. That was a monster seller. And a whole bunch of stop losses likely getting triggered. Think about it, man. That's exactly what I was doing with this trade, right? We had a two-banger on this one. Well, why? Because I gave myself the room below VWAP. But it was a once, a twice, an OB thrice trade, but at some point it's going to give way, and that's when it gave way right now. Big move down from $54 into 50, kind of trading in the middle right now at 51.80. So this one did lose the bid. I'm talking about CEP, guys. It's up 23%. It's a multi-day runner. If you have a look at the daily, this is not the end, I'm assuming, of CEP. Just look at this daily chart. This is not something that we typically see with the small cap gappers. They give up the ghost, if not the next day, then the day after. This one is putting in higher lows and higher highs every single day. Someone's accumulating something on CP. What the hell does this company even do? Let's find out, man. Like, it doesn't even matter to me as a what's it called, a small cap gapper. Cantor Equity Partners. Oh, it's a SPAC. It's a SPAC, bro. What the hell is this? A blank check company. The company's formed. Okay, so who are they looking at merging with here? What's the headline? I'm looking to see if there's anything from the last few days. So when did this start moving? It started moving on the 23rd. Let me see if I can go back to the 23rd. Here it is. Here it is. I got it, Adara. Cantor Equity Partners, Tether to buy Bitcoin in the amount equal to the aggregate of convertible senior secured notes, equity pipe offerings, less transaction expenses, and certain other amounts. Okay, so interesting there. So they're Cantor Equity Partners, but who are they looking to deal with here? That's okay. That's fantastic. Cantor Equity Partners, proceeds includes $100 million of cash held in trust account. Okay. That's interesting. So it doesn't even tell you who they're looking at de-SPACing with. SPAC, okay, here it is. There it is. Cantor agrees to $3.6 billion SPAC deal with crypto company 21. That makes more sense. Okay, so this company is looking to de-SPAC. I don't have to read this whole article. I can do it off camera. But this is interesting. Yeah, this was certainly interesting to me. I should have been more aware of the fact that it was a SPAC because look at this. On the daily, it just hugs 10 every day. And that's your telltale sign that it's a SPAC when it's hovering around that 10. I'm not going to go into the whole thing about special purpose acquisition companies, but they got to trade around that $10 area. Sometimes it can trade above, sometimes it can trade below, but that's kind of your telltale sign when something's hanging around that $10 forever and ever more. So they're looking to de-SPAC here, and it's just someone's accumulating up a storm on this company, so not a bad look. In any event, it lost the volume weighted average price anyway on the day. What's going on, Adara? Dr. Phil, eh? Well, he's been friends with Dr. Phil. I've seen him talk to the Phil Stir before.
You got for lunch over there, Katina, man.
Say that again, Adara? Okay. Dr. Phil is apparently at this prayer thing with Donald. And it's interesting. Anyway, any important comments, guys, we're going to bring that to you. Shout out to my man, Jay Lee. Exactly why shorting CEP was great money for me last couple of days on Pops Up. It's fantastic, Jay, but I'm happy you didn't hold it overnight, my man, because if you did, you'd be out of the money because you saw those higher highs and higher lows every day, baby. But shout out to Jay, great trader, and definitely knows what he's doing. But if you're gonna short these small cap gappers, set some parameters up, set some rules up so you don't get blown out. We know how these bad boys move. Either they have a big catalyst and everybody's moving into them, or they have a higher short float and you become parabolic. So CEP definitely lost the volume weighted average price, still up about 23%. Guys, again, nothing is setting up in the way that I like right now in small cap gapper world. I'm keeping my eye on APLD. It's been hanging out at that high for a while, 5.25, as well as Wolf. It was below VWAP. It tried to regain it. It's back below it again. That's why I kind of always pack my patience with these ones. Kids, though, is setting up for a VWAP dip. Now, I am a little concerned with Kids. Let me tell you why. It hovered above VWAP for a long time. And I was thinking, all right, someone's front running it here. They're not allowing it to move back down to VWAP because they're exuberant. They're buying it up at this level. And now we're just putting in all these lower lows and lower highs, despite the fact we're above the volume weighted average price. So let's see if I could possibly try a trade here on Kids. I don't like it. Full disclosure, it's just going to be in a position. So full disclosure, it's going to be really light size. And if it loses $3, that's going to be the end of the trade because I just don't like the way that Kids is setting up at the moment. Let's throw in an order over here, see if we can get something at 315. We'll go like that. And then what we'll do is we'll average in to the volume weighted average price, and that will be my last average in, and then a loss of 3 will be the end of the matter. So I'm going to go ahead and set up a dip trade at 307. That's where I see VWAP, so we'll put that, and then the stop will go below that $3 area, and now that's in place. So come what may now, we're going to see what we can do here on Kids. And we didn't set up any profit takers. So let's go ahead and set up some profit takers. So if this one does bounce up, we get something over here. And then I'll leave the last one there for the dream, so to speak. Urban Trader, WULF. Okay, I had WOLF. Let's check out WULF. That's TerraWolf. Okay, so this is definitely not a small cap gapper. It's a $1.25 billion company. Let's have a look at this one on the side screen over here. Take off DRCT. Look at TerraWolf. Yeah, it's a good look, man. Shout out to Urban Trader. Great look there. Very consolidative sideways below that 328 to 320. Very bull flaggish. We'll have to wait and see whether this level holds. My submission to you, Urban Trader, try to pick it up at the low end of the range, maybe like those money fills in the low 20s. I'm talking about 21, 22, so that you can get that big boy breakout above 28. Really, it is 30, though. Shout out to you. Good look there on that one. What else we got over here? Daily day trade. What about Arnaz? Say less, my man. Let's have a look at Arnaz. Reminds me like of a Persian woman's name, Arnaz. There's just so many Persian women's names that ends in Naz. I don't know if you know any, but I do.
I personally,
I know quite a few.
No,
All right, great looking bull flag here, man, to start the day. Wow, 9:30 pop up, very sideways consolidation. Then the volume comes in again, midday, 12:30. So this looks like we're on our second bull flag here on RNAS. Great look there, daily day trade. I'm going to throw this one on the side chart, likely going to replace DRCT. That's now lost VWAP and lost the dollar. So we're going to throw in RNAS over here to see if we can extract something on it. I'm going to allow this to develop a little bit more. I'm talking about RNAS so that I can try to get it in at the lower end of the range, the lower end of the bull flag range. So if it does this pattern over here, like it did before, which is move up, then sideways consolidation, I can figure out what the range is. Right now, I don't know, right? So I'm keeping an eye on that. So I did get the ad now on kids at 307. So now it's going to have to hold up above 3. I've given my a little bit below 3 just to give it that buffer, or otherwise I'm gone. So again, not my favorite trade, full disclosure, in this because we got to be in something, but we'll see what the situation is here with kids, Joseph. Maybe we can extract some profits off it.
All right, guys. So TQs is working for us right now. You can see what we're in at and what it's currently trading at. We'll take a little bit off at this resistance zone, but let's get into this week. Let's get into some earnings reports and see what these expected moves are going to be coming in at, because I know a lot of traders in the chat are talking about options premiums. I know Los Pollos is like, what's going on with Amazon? Would I buy this expirations calls? No, I wouldn't yet. I think AWS is going to be a big factor here, especially what we've seen from Azure and Microsoft. Sharif is most definitely going to be getting into that later in the day with his reporting as well. But we're going to see what we got going on with Amazon right now for an expected move. And right now we're looking at roughly about a 6% expected move. That's going to put us at a high of around 201 or a low of around 178. All right, so that is Amazon. The next biggest up here is, well, yes, it's ahead of Amazon market cap wise, is Apple. Let's take a look at Apple and see what we got going on. Reporting at 4:30. I hate how they do that. 4.2% expected move there, guys, putting us a high of around 221.61 and a low of around 203.77. So there you go, approximately 4.2% move there. And then the third biggest is Riot. Okay, interesting. Let's see what Riot's got going on for us. So one of these Bitcoin miners here with an expected move around 7.2%, so a high of around 849 and a low of around 734. I think this is going to be a really big one and popular. I love this. Reddit, RDDT. This thing was absolutely skyrocketing when it first IPO'd, and then it lost about half of its value, roughly. I believe we can get more into that. So 12.6% expected move, a high of around 136.47 and a low of around 105.90 is what the options market is currently pricing in right there. So that's not too bad of a look on RDDT. And then Airbnb. Let's go, Airbnb. I've done one. I've never ordered one on my own, to be honest with you. I want to do one in Tulum. 7.7% expected move here. 133 with a high and 114 as a low there with a 7.7% expected move there on Airbnb. And those are the 5 biggest names right now. Okay, Big Bear AI. I think Katina Man would want to see this one.
He's going to want to know about that.
He's going to want to know about this one here. So we'll pull that up for my guy to the right of me. I'm leaving him hanging. How was the Jays game last night? Best game ever. All right, he said of the year. All right, that's good. I seen they were down 2-0 or something when. Let's go.
I saw the pictures with the boys.
Crazy.
It looked like a good time.
It looked like a good time, yeah, absolutely. So 14.9% expected move here on Big Bear AI, guys, with a move around a high of around 391 and then a low of around 290. So if you're playing those straddles, guys, you need to exceed that expected move in order for your one side of that contract combination to become profitable. But let's see what Adair's got going for him.
Spotify, the latest victim here of the Josh Brown pump, or I guess beneficiary in this case of the Josh Brown pump. Apparently, Josh Brown here 2 minutes ago on CNBC started hosting a live segment called Josh's Best Stocks, Spotify. So SPOT pushing to the upside in response. This is, of course, a earnings play as well. This would be now day 3 because they reported Tuesday morning. So SPOT benefiting from being a Josh Brown pick. Back to you.
I absolutely love Josh Brown. I don't know how other people, but I love
him.
Yeah, I love.
I think I just like that real aspect to him, and I also like to hear the New York like, because he's very New York. He's as New York as it gets, you know what I mean? And so I like to hear like what the New York bros are talking about, the finance bros, just to get an idea of what's happening in the market.
I love him personally. I know some people may not, but that's okay. I think he's a pretty cool dude, chill back dude. So I think he was chilling in Florida or something the other day. I was watching some stuff on CNBC, and you know his house is obviously just wherever he's
Dude, he posts pictures on his gram from his house. He's got a sick-ass pool in the backyard. His wife's draped in Chanel and stuff. Yeah. He's New York, bro. He's like that Long Island kind of vibe where if you're not wearing Ferragamo shoes, you don't cock to me. You know what I mean?
What do you think he drives? An Ashton?
That's hard. I don't know. That's a good question, dude. Like, do you think it's
he
like
probably doesn't even drive himself in. He's just
he does drive. Like the what's it called? They do get car allowances from what I've heard before.
Oh, do they?
Yeah,
well, I mean,
Uber allowances or car allowances or whatever.
Yeah, so that's that there, guys. I got stopped out break even here on the Qs. As you can see, I took 33% off, and then the rest came back to that break even as the market's momentum to the downside really started to accelerate and move towards the lows here. So just be cautious of what's going on with that on that front. But Bitcoin is still relatively strong. So if you want to stick with these strong names, you're going to have to do a little due diligence and search. I mean, if we look at the top performing sectors right now, we're definitely going to see that tech might be at the top of its class still, just due to what we've seen from the likes of Meta and Microsoft last night. So yeah, technology still up about 2.25 there, and then consumer discretionary up about 0.6, and then the industrial sitting in third place up about 0.6 as well. But then if we go down the line, materials at the bottom of the list, it was up there yesterday, and then consumer staples in second last here, guys, down about 0.9, and then healthcare getting absolutely slacked today, Sharif, down about 2.4% on the session. So there you go. There are your best and worst performing sectors today. And my guy, Mike DeRider, good seeing you in the chat. What have you been trading today, my friend? And if there's anything that you guys want to go over, just put it in the chat. We'll be happy to do so. But right now, yeah, sitting on our hands, you can see that we had this TQQ trade. I should have took some off at the hold of the volume weighted average price, but we were just going through expected moves, et cetera, et cetera. So that's okay. I don't mind getting stopped out break even on that front. But yeah, Robinhood was most definitely the trade for me of the day. It was a really nice one. 2 attempts on it, and we go 2 for 2 on it. You can see Katina, Sean, this is exactly Sean's entry as well too on his first trade. And then you got this ad right here, and I'm like, no, you got the ad without me. And then he's like, yeah, you got to take those shots. But then we just waited a couple minutes, and then we eventually get that nice big move all the way up to the top, and then we take it out on that other signal there, Sharif.
Yeah, so on the blockchain, correct him. He's like, I'm in Long Island. That's not how it is. Ooh. That's some Gold Coast-ish. Yeah. LOL. I'm just echoing what I heard. Maybe some stereotypes, like obviously.
Gold, like Gold Australia Goldie?
I don't know. Maybe it means that or the Golden State. I have no idea. Maybe. Oh, yeah, hold on. I guess so. What's the Golden State is California, right?
Yeah,
obviously, because the gold rush was in California. So
Oakland area, no?
Yeah, the gold rush was. Yeah, well, Golden State Warriors are in Oakland, but I think it's like Golden State is all of California.
Gold.
My sister lives in California, man. I know how California is very well. Oleg, Joseph, Sharif, hi guys. Hi. Do you usually trade triple Qs or Qs? I don't trade the futures anymore. I used to try when Arun was around. I don't. The Katina man trades the futures a lot. He's usually in the T triple Qs. I see Joseph as well. Joseph's in both. I'll let him speak for himself. I saw him trading the S triple Qs yesterday. He trades the T triple Qs at times. I don't know if there's too many QQQ trades though on the desk. I guess there is. Yeah, but I haven't been trading the futures a lot, so I'll pass that off to Joseph in a second. Joseph, we're doing it live here on KIDZ. So we got both entries. We got the entry at 15. We got the entry at 5s. Now we just took out a beak wetter at 25s. I've still got a few more on this one. Still waiting for that 30 beak wetter to print. And then we're going to see if this one wants to make new highs and new lows. Currently, it's got a higher low, but not necessarily a higher high. So we'll see what the situation is with our friend KIDZ over here. The current trade that I'm in, it's up 180%. Not a bad look, but certainly well off the highs, that 440 high. So about $1.20 south of that high, and we're just holding on to VWAP right now. So that was my impetus for this trade. To find support possibly at the volume weighted average price, as well as that $3 level, because they were awfully close. So shout out to KIDZ. Tony, Sharif, just going to have to read this quickly over here because I don't know. What? You should on your break rewind to when Adara read that negotiation news. I saw you laughing. What are you talking about, Tony? What negotiation? Adara, what negotiation?
I think that would have been the most recent news I made about
dude, of course I'm laughing.
That
If
was a
there's
very
no
long time
200
ago.
countries, of course I'm going to chuckle. Well, like, I'm sure that's not what he meant, though. I don't think he's that uninformed.
He said it a couple times.
I know, Adara, but I'm thinking it's jurisdictions, not countries.
That's fair. Yeah, I was just what I
what I'm
just said
saying?
to truth there is he said the 200 countries thing.
I'm sure that's what he said. I know you wouldn't misreport that, but yeah. Come on, get it together, Donald.
Get it together.
Get it together, Donald. 200 countries more than exist. I know, Tony. Why do you think I was chuckling, bro? Come on now. Where? Can you look at WGS? Sure. Not a ticker that I'm familiar with, Joseph. We're going to look at WGS for our friend Where? All right. What am I looking at here, bro? What is this thing? Genedex Holdings, $1.865 billion market cap. Genomics company operates through subsidiaries focused on exome and genome tests that translate complex genomic data into clinical answers that unlock personalized health plans. I love this kind of stuff, man. I love this personalized DNA thing that tells you about your diet or what diet you should have for what goals, what training methodology you should employ for what goals you have. I love that kind of stuff. I think it's still very early in that technology, but yeah, I'm definitely looking for more stuff like that. I know Brendo just did something like that and he swears by it, so shout out to him. Guys, not a bad look over here. On the day, it's kind of flat below the volume weighted average price. It looks like they missed on earnings yesterday in the pre-market because something happened here at 6 a.m. because this thing tanked from $120 down. What the hell? This thing lost 50% of its value yesterday, Joseph. So from down here, we lost about 45% yesterday. So let's look into this a little bit for our man. Let's go back over here and just see what the earnings, or if there was an earnings report yesterday, because it looks like there was. Yes, okay, so there was an earnings report. Let's see this. So let's see if we can get the full earnings report. Yeah, so Gendex reports first quarter 2025 financial results and business highlights. Can we get a quick view over here? 1 second. First quarter 2025 adjusted net income, 7.7 million. Raised guidance to deliver 360, 375. All right, you can look at the earnings report for yourself and read everything here, but that was likely the case. It dropped aggressively as a result of the miss. Let's look at the daily quickly before we do that ad. We're coming into a very important technical level, though. That $60 level is money. It was resistance initially in October, and then look at how it acted as support back in February. So this could be an interesting buy area here at $60, but it lost 50% of its value. Super quick, Joseph. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Absolutely. No worries about that, guys. VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, signaling big progress on its global EV journey. Q4 revenue reached $678 million, up 70% year over year, and 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting robust demand, improving sales execution.
I like
97,000 EVs delivered in 2024, including 53 in Q4 alone, Sharif, at a 192% increase year over year, underscoring transaction across core and new markets. Progress on global expansion, 322 EV showrooms and 322 e-scooter showrooms now operational worldwide as of March 2025, including both VinFast-owned and dealer-operated locations. Green mobility ecosystem, continued deployment of V-Green charging infrastructure, and growth of GSM electric ride-hailing services in key Asian markets to drive long-term EV adoption. Go check out VinFast. I was actually, I took the train in this morning, but last night I was driving behind a VinFast.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah, cool. I thought it looked like a.
Which one, if you don't mind my asking?
It was the SUV one. I'm not sure which one it was an SUV.
Is it because they've got the 8 and the 9? I think in North America.
I didn't look at the details, but it looked half decent. Like, I mean, it's like, okay, hey, if it's relatively cheaper, if it's
I gotta
cheap,
tell you, and that was before they ever sponsored us. I made that very clear.
You like the
VF9, bro. It's a nice car.
There you go.
Yorkdale. They have a showroom at Yorkdale, and so you go in. They're super nice.
Did you drive one yet?
I didn't drive one yet, Joseph, but I was talking to the guy. Super nice, very polite people. They're very knowledgeable, but their product, you can tell they drill them into like knowing the cars.
Exactly.
You go into Tesla?
Yeah. Not a clue, eh?
No, I don't want to say not a clue, but definitely not as informed.
Not as
informed. Yeah, I wasn't feeling the vibe with when I went for the Cybe.
Yeah.
For the test drive. The woman that I had.
Wasn't feeling it?
No, she's just uninformed.
Yeah, but I think you're knowledgeable too, so you could just.
Bro, she didn't even know that there was a recall on the Cybe, the panels. I'm like, okay, because we were talking numbers and stuff. I'm like, all right, so the car has to go back and for the recall. She's like, no, there's no recall. The recall was a software update. I'm like, yeah, they can't software update the panels, right?
Can't software update those.
And then she didn't know. And then she went back to her manager, came back. She's like, oh, yeah, you were right. After I came back from the test drive, she's like, yeah, there is a recall on it, this, that, and the other. I'm like, come on, man.
You never went for that 2-day Cybertruck loan?
I didn't. They're still offering it, though. Yeah, I just haven't gotten to do it,
man.
Joseph. To be honest with you, I've just been busy lately.
Yeah, busy. But yeah, here we go, guys. This market continuing to bleed a little bit. I mean, I looked at Palantir this morning, and I'm like, 120? Like, there's no way. Like, what an absolute monster of a stock here, guys. Pulling back a little bit. But if you guys want to talk about it, we're only down 4%.
That's it,
from that all-time high. And I mean, at one point we were down 47% or something along those lines. Yeah, 47.5%. We were down from that peak to that current low right there. So yeah, I mean, what an absolute monster, just day after day, continuously ripping. Once it cracked through this resistance zone right here, guys, you can see that 98.55 level, it hasn't looked back, nor has it retested anything close to that resistance, so acting as support or anything. So it's just gone absolute parabolic. Palantir has just been a continuously good play, and if you want to look for strong stocks, Palantir is definitely going to be at the forefront here.
All right, we're doing it live here on RNAS. Shout out to RNAS, sub $1 stock, long here, and we're wetting the beak as it moves up. So a couple of 4 prints so far to the high side, taking a print at every penny, basically. Just layering the print at every single penny. We'll take some profits there. Currently in 2 trades. Kids at 307, waiting for a 3 1/4 print. That'll be where I'm waiting next. I still have a few more beak wetters after that. Let's go ahead and set up a 79 print here on your friend RNAS. We're at 78 and change. Can we get 79? We're at 78 and 2/3, or a third, excuse me. Let's see if we can work up into that 79 print. A lot of funny comments from you guys coming in. I do like that. MLN Sharif with the ad libs. I don't know what you mean by that. I didn't get it when you said it. Ankit Patel, Palantir, flat bottom break. We'll look in a second, brother. JT, Sharif, where do you find these stocks? My goodness, super simple, my man. Get yourself an eSignal account. No, this is not a paid ad right now. I'm telling you what the deal is. The scanner is right here, okay? So what you want to do is you want to set up a gap scanner, right? The gap scanner just lets you know what stocks in the market, the NQ, the NY, the Amex as well. Those are the 3 that I scan for. Which stocks are gapping up the most? And typically, it's going to be these small cap gappers that are gapping up the most. That 50, that 60, that 100, 200% gapper. It's likely a small cap gapper. That's why it can move so aggressively, because not that much money, relatively speaking, of course, is required to move it up. So that's what I do. I use a scanner. Now, there are a couple of parameters that I input into my scanner to filter out what I don't like. Those 2 are super simple. I want everything printing volume over 250,000 shares. And I won't even trade it if it's only done 250,000. That's just to filter out the nonsense. That's number 1. Number 2, I filter out by price, 85 pennies and above. The only reason I even use 85 pennies is because my friend Neil let me know, look, sometimes these $1 stocks, they're trading sub 85, and then they get into that dollar and it's a different trade. So maybe you would want to know about the ones approaching the dollar. What I had been doing prior to that is filtering everything below $1. So it had to be above $1, above 250,000 shares. In reality, though, I'm not going to trade it unless it's done 1 million to 2, maybe even 3 million shares on the day. Okay? So that's what I do. Get yourself a scanner. You can use any of these platforms, whether you have one at home or you want to subscribe to one, but scanners are an absolute must for small caps. It's how I find them. Yeah, it's absolutely everything, Joseph. I mean, that's the way it is. Shout out to JT. Daily day trade. RNAS bounced off the 25 EMA on the 1 minute hard. Yeah, man, I'm in RNAS right now. I like it for a bull flag pattern. This is the second bull flag pattern it's put on the day. The first one was quite prolonged. It started off at 9:30, and basically you didn't get the breakout until 12:30. So it was a very, very long up and then sideways pattern, but we're continuing with that second bull flag right now. Super simple to see on this chart over here. Boom, sideways consolidation, boom, shorter sideways consolidation, and then boom again. All right? So shout out to daily day trade. Random oddities. Tesla salespeople probably know Elon's shoe size, though. They didn't know about the recall. Funny. Thank you for that. On the blockchain. Come on, she knew, LOL. She's just trying to sell a car. Bro, can you imagine if she sold me that car and didn't tell me about the recall till after? That would be terrible. I mean, how bad would she look there? And I'd probably back out of the sale, right? If I didn't know about it, of course. But you're right, on the blockchain. She's probably just trying to, get the ball rolling. Jay Lee, time to get short on TQQQ, guys, in my humble opinion. Sharif Joseph, thoughts? Will it dump more if we lose this level? Brother, I'm not even looking at the triple Qs. I'm going to let Joseph look at that in a second after I finish reading these texts because they're funny. Hypercube, G-Wagon, you deserve it. Maybe in like 15 years when I can afford it. Farm Trader, it's so they don't claim fault, says Farm Trader. I'm assuming you're talking about the Tesla thing again. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Thank you. Urban Trader Arnaz, my man, I'm in it. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Anish, Oklo, please. All right, Anish, that's the second time you've asked. You're going to get it this time. I apologize, I didn't see it first time. It's already loaded up. See there, Anish? OKLO. I told you I was ready for it, baby. All right, so let's start with the daily here on Oklo, because this is this the Altman thing? Yes, it is. So Altman weaseled out of this one, Katina, man. Apparently, he's no longer... Daryl, what was that headline? He's no longer on the board. He stepped down as a chair of the board. Thank you, Adara. Appreciate that. Yeah, so he stepped down from that. Obviously, we know why he's involved with this name. AI, very power heavy, very power hungry. So he's obviously trying to weasel into a nuclear name, hence why it was running so much, because of its association with the best in the class right now. I'll submit to you that's ChatGPT. Everybody has their own feelings about that. Anyway.
Copilot.
Don't even, bro. Don't even. Actually, Microsoft, to digress a little bit, did report good numbers on Copilot. To give you a fair shake there, Joseph.
There you go. We like Copilot.
Anyway, very good respect here, Anish, for Oklo on the 200 simple, not the exponential. So that purple line, my man, that's a simple. The blue one is the exponential. I keep them both because I both invest and day trade, so you need them both. And now we've been kind of putting in these higher lows and higher highs, not by that much, certainly not even close to where we're at. We're below the 50 exponential moving average, but kind of locked in a bit of a range. I want to see higher highs, Anish. I want to see us break through this area top over here. So if this was the area top, we drop down, we pop up a little bit. So this 3250, that's an area high. I'd like to see us above that so I can say to myself, yes, the trend has changed. We are now putting in higher highs and higher lows. OKLO is the one I'm talking about, guys. That's on the daily. Let's flip to the 5 and see what it's doing midday. Okay, my man, if you're looking for an intraday trade on Oklo, it's at the volume weighted average price. 26.93 high day. It's worked its way down to 25.77. That's the volume weighted average price. Could be a buy here, not a suggestion, just pointing it out. You're going to have to execute on your own merit, obviously. Good look, though, for OKLO. I want to flip back to kids over here before we send it back to Joseph. We got that print at 25s. We're long 07s. Now it's showing me 33s. I'd like to de-risk a little bit ahead of that 50 penny area. Why? Well, because when we dumped and we popped back up, we found resistance at 50. Not surprised by that. We know what the 50 is. It's psychological resistance. So let's go ahead and set up a beak wetter. And a little bit below that, it's not going to be at 44s. That's an unlucky number. We're going to put it at 45s, see what we can get there. Our friend Arnaz, though, didn't give me, sadly, the print at 79. And now it's back down into 73. I've only got one beak wetter left. I think I'm going to add into this position, Joseph. I do like the look of this one's jib. We're going to go ahead and add a little bit over here. see if we can extract some more profitability to the high side. My man, what do you got?
Yeah, I like that stuff. Farm Trader, we can talk about HIMS. I like how we're consolidating in this range right now. We'll need that volume to step in order for us to break out through that. So I like what you're getting at here. Nice, strong trend. And while the overall market is continuing to tank, you can see HIMS is really holding up relatively strong here. And I mean, some positive news as well coming out on it. And then we kind of filled that gap here to the downside, but I believe this was Monday or Tuesday, whatever it was. But yeah, still looking pretty good here, HIMS, recovery and holding up relatively strong on the session. It is 1 o'clock, guys, so we can get that playmaker pull roll, and we're going long today once again. But let's talk a little bit about the market before we hop into that, because I'm looking at the Qs. I like how the Qs are holding this level, so I'm going to look to get involved here. Going to start really, really small for a second entry. You can see I'm in exactly where I was. Maybe we waited until all this phase out is done, some liquidity grabs. But what I'm really getting at here is that we're holding that base and those specific candles relatively well here in the overall market. And if we just do our basic TA, you can see that we're constructing these higher lows, which is a positive sign there. So that trend line holding up relatively well and going to look to hold this level. If we crack it to the downside and end up on the backside of the trend, then thesis invalid. That is it. We'll look for something else. We're getting a nice little pop here. And I'm looking for NVDA to continue. One thing to note, guys, we just got to listen to what the market is telling us. And you can see on this big name why we haven't had the ability to hold into these mid-teen numbers, right? Like 114, 115, and just barely holding on to 113 here as well, too, is that it's just a lot of supply up here, and we don't have participants that are willing to kind of absorb all of that, and then we can continue to ask for more demand as we appreciate in price. So that's why we're seeing some overhead resistance, I believe, personally, just due to the high levels of open interest. But here we go. Yeah, the Qs is really starting to work for us, getting a nice pop on that front there, Sharif. So another good look in the Qs and a bounce off of that trend line. Just using basic TA, guys, and boom, there we go. Another little pop right there. So yeah, it's been a decent day. You can see that we had two nice trades here on TQs, and I'm going to hold until we reach that volume weighted average price. Unless we construct a lower high, which is kind of looking like right now, we're consistently just rejecting that. So until we sit on the backside of this, maybe another retest of this level and some indecision, we take a little bit off, and then who knows what happens from there. Maybe we construct a new low. But if these big names want to get a bounce, then I think we'll be sitting pretty. Meta starting to turn things around as well. I mean, what a strong move. Last night I was watching this one, listening to Neil and Sharif report that. I'm like, all right, let's go, boys. And I was messaging Sean. I'm like, let's go, NVDA. I was writing in the chat. I don't know if you've seen that, but I'm like, let's go.
No, I didn't see
Let's go. Yeah, I was in the chat.
My bad.
I'm like,
tag me next time.
Yeah. I'm like, let's go Hood. Let's go NVDA, because you guys know I'm sitting in both of those names. So yeah, enjoying this a lot. And I mean, it was a tough time, and we know what has been happening for the past couple of months. So when you start putting on these wins, don't be shy to celebrate a little bit. But here we go, 33% off on the backside of this trend, on this downward trend here on the TQs. Another really good look, and then we now get another additional pop. If these big names are going to continue to move, then we want to be on the right side of this. So Jay Lee, unfortunately, when Sharif said, hey, are we looking for the short? I was actually looking for the longs, as you can see. So there we go. We're back into the TQs. It's working really, really well for us. Let's see if we can breach and hold the volume weighted average price. I think that's going to determine a lot on today's session. And if Microsoft and Meta really want to get the ball rolling and we can start to recover here in NVDA, then I think it's going to be a good day for the longs if it hasn't been already. You've seen that first hour of the day of the session was really, really strong. And it's unfortunate that we gave the majority of that back, but let's see if buyers can step right back in and kind of lead the charge in some of these big names. But Bitcoin,
what is it doing?
It's climbing. I haven't even looked at spot itself today this morning.
Joseph, when you get a headline like unconfirmed. Adara said this very clearly that this was unconfirmed. But if you're going to sell gold from Fort Knox, Katina, man, to buy Bitcoin, I don't know if you heard that headline. I think you were out. Oh, all right. Conspiracy corner. There we go. Conspiracy corner. I ain't getting involved in this one.
We're not getting involved in that one there. So there we go. We can see what we're roughly trading at. 97,000. I think this was going to be a key zone. We needed the momentum. We consolidated below those support levels, and then we had that momentum step in, and then we broke through it. And I think that's going to be a positive sign. I said to Sharif, I think this is the push where we go for that all-time high and then maybe exceed it. it. If we're going to go and test that area, then at that point, I do believe that we're actually going to head into new price discovery and look for a new all-time high here in Bitcoin, which would put us into the teens. I know we just barely touched to 109, so we never even got to that 110 level here in Bitcoin, but I do believe that we can get to 115, 120, and 1.25, but just not before the 25th, right? Or the 20th?
Oh, yeah.
The 20th.
Oh, we're talking about the 25th.
25th, yeah. The
Oh,
25th.
no. It's the 29th.
Your birthday? Yeah. Oh, you little sly dog, you. But yeah, honestly, for a second, I'm like, why is this guy hesitating for so
On
long
his
to tell you?
birthday,
Yeah,
like,
on his
it's
birthday.
super
Like, did
easy.
you actually forget it or no?
No, I'm playing.
You said it's May 20th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
May
yeah.
25th. No, it's actually 25. I got my ID.
25. All right, I got the ID. We'll have to double check that. But here we go. Nice.
Double check that. Now I've lost all credibility.
Exactly. But nice look here in the TQs as we continue to climb. But let's see what Adair is up to.
Yes, sir.
Here is the look here for the TTV research picks. As you know here, January 9th, everybody picked their positions here. And I want to clarify as well, some of these averages you may be a little bit confused. Eli Lilly, for example, should not be green. That's because I wanted to keep it fair, and I'm doing this at the end of every month. So what I did was I did the position from January 10th, the start of the day, to the end of the day on April 30th. That's why Lilly and that drop has not been accounted for. That's why Meta's pop has not been accounted for. I want to make that very clear. To keep it fair and do things within the month, I did not want to include any fuss or hubbub and include the start of the day. I just want to make that clear before anyone gets upset about Eli Lilly being green. Here's the look, though, and then here are the averages. Joe here down about 16%. Weakest here. I'm still basically flat. I've been basically flat this whole time. But Sean up 54%. 90% of that is Palantir. Also here, our total, I should change that because we're green here as a group, thanks entirely to Sean's Palantir position. So good luck here. We'll have to wait and see how this all happens. But if you want to take a look at this infographic, it's on X at TTV Research, so I will be reposting this part because that should be green because we are on average green again. Thank you, Sean and Palantir. Back to you.
Katina man's printing up a storm with that Palantir print.
At some point, you got to get skunked, right? Like, so maybe at negative 20%, we just eliminate me from the competition. But I mean, there's still a lot of time left in the year, guys. So watch out. I mean,
Joe's killing it, bro.
Yeah. It's not a good luck. 55% is light. You think 55% for your return is light? You think you're gonna go? Are you? Is that one of your picks? Oh, you have the
Coinbase.
You have the Dow though. You have the diamonds though.
The Dow's good. Yeah, UNH might be a little bit of a drag. Apple as well.
Never mind those picks, guys. I talked about Robinhood. I talked about HIMS. Farm Trader, there we go. Nice breakout on HIMS. Way to call that one out there. But we're going to take another chunk off here on...
He's doing it live.
Let's go, baby. Guys, you've seen it right there. So what a really, really nice move. Jay Lee, I was about to say, I don't think the shorts are going to come into play, especially how we hold those levels really, really well on the TQs. I only have one out left here, but a nice look here in the overall market as we're getting that bounce. Farm Trader. Perfect call out there on him. Strong name. Market moves higher. It gets that breakout, the volume stepping in, and then we held those lows here on the overall market, and then now we're getting that nice bounce back towards and above the volume weighted average price there, guys. So really, really good look. Let's see if we can continue this momentum to the downside because it's been a really, really nice, good day here. So nice. Look at this here on. See, that's the thing. NVDA just essentially moving sideways from where we opened up. So you can see we opened up around 114, and we're just trading within a couple dollar range here. So a lot of eastbound movement here in NVDA, but maybe we can keep the ball rolling. It just went absolutely parabolic last night, and I had a really good time watching that one in the post-market trade.
It was a great move, bro, and I'm happy to see that, dude. Because Microsoft's had a tough time of late. So has Meta, obviously. Meta made all-time highs like a rocket ship. Then it dropped as quickly as it moved up. So it was nice to see that whole guidance reaffirm. Guys, I'm out of the trade right now on kids. So we got long there at 07s. I wet the beak there at 43s. So we're done this trade right now. The only one we've got left is RNAS. RNAS is still awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Let me show you what I mean over here. Let me just bring in the side chart over here. So I did add into this one when it dipped down into the 10 exponential. I've only added once. We've already gotten 4 outs on this one, RNAZ. Allow me a minute, sorry. So this is what I'm seeing. And I'm seeing a whole lot of respect here for the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart. So if it continues to hold up like this, I'm trying to hold for the high day break. That's my thinking here. I'd like to see this maybe even test that dollar. Now, that might take some time, obviously. It had good volume. Like these candles here all have about 6 million shares, maybe a bit more, a little bit less, certain ones. So there's definitely volume coming in, but we know how these sub $1 stocks act. Sometimes they're a bit of a tougher trade. So anything below 70, I'm out. Already profitable on it, not looking to give too much back. 2 New York cent. Ooh. Sharif Joseph, can you please add BBAI to your poll? We can only put 4 on there, brother, and we already have about 200 votes. I'll throw BBAI on you for you tomorrow on that one. Just to remind me to New York, I'll throw that up on there, and then we'll have the big kahunas look at it for you. But the Katina Man gives you a good view of BBAI most of the time. I mean, he's involved in it, so he always has a look every now and again.
A frostbite.
What?
Frostbite on my toes. It's cold.
That's a joke, right?
No, I'm legit.
It's not possible. Frostbite. Do you know what frostbite requires?
Yeah.
Like
I'm just
this guy, bro. This guy. Every morning, I gotta hear from this guy that it's too cold. Every morning,
and you're
bro.
sweating. And I'm like, yo, man.
Bro, I heat up quick.
Yeah,
bro, I
cool down.
smashed a 6 session today.
All right, let me hear it.
All right. So close grip pull-ups this time. So neutral grip close.
Yeah.
So instead of the wide.
Yeah.
And then
how many reps?
10. Because it's the morning. I don't want to overdo it, right? 7 sets, right? 10 reps, and then weighted push-ups. 25 plate on my back. We're gonna start working on the weighted now. So we've hit reps. Now we're gonna add some weight. So it's super easy. Do you ever put the plate on your own back? Super easy. Just push it back with your neck into your shoulder blades, and then you're good to go.
You're good.
So that was a sesh. And then 30 seconds rest between each. That made it hard for the push-ups, for the pull-ups, harder than for the push-ups. I needed more rest for the pull-ups, to be honest with you. So I'm probably giving myself a little bit more time next time.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, it was a good morning sesh. 5 a.m.
Let's go.
Right out of bed.
That's crazy.
Eyes are crusty. Just put on the shoes.
Yo.
Yeah. It's just honestly.
Still in the sleepwear.
And then you get it done. And then.
And then you go back again later.
Later.
I played some hockey last night, and we just got absolutely.
Aren't you playing today? Isn't today
No,
Thursday?
I'm not playing league right now just because of my knee. So it's just pick up with the boys. Yeah, I'm taking a break from league because it's more like I can't do anything really, and it's actually competitive, and I'm just like a pylon. I'm like Dion Phaneuf back there, a pylon they used to call him. So.
Do you remember Dion Phaneuf?
Yeah,
Remember getting him from Calgary? That was a huge trade.
Huge trade, and then he was probably I don't know.
You like Dion Phaneuf, Katina Man? You were a fan? Yeah, I know, but we didn't do anything.
Of the Leafs?
Yeah, he was a captain for a long time, yeah.
He was like 5 or 6 years, no? Maybe if that. Yeah. I mean, but did he just, I don't know if he deserved to be the captain, but he was put there. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, man. Like, you know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't want to get into this Leaf talk right now because.
Why? What happened?
Well, okay, I'm
Tonight,
going to get into it right now. Actually.
Okay.
So I'm going to because I can go on for days about this.
Let's go,
but
baby.
Let me put it to you this way: so in their respective series,
yes, sir.
Every top seed finished their series in 5 games.
Okay.
With the exception of one team.
Oh yeah.
What's that team?
We had that opportunity. We could have done it in 4.
We had the opportunity. We could have done it in 4, but instead we like to prolong things and not be that clutch, and then take it to Game 6. Where if they don't win tonight, I'm betting on the Sens to win Game 7 if it does go to Game 7. Yeah, bro.
That'll be on our turf. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's in Toronto, but that doesn't matter anything when they're 1-15 in game clitching playoff series, right? It literally is irrelevant. In Game 7,
can I say something to you though, bro? Like I kind of have trouble with that when you say the Leafs are 1-7, because bro, it's like the team is made of its components, and everybody's different now. It's like when everyone harps on Arsenal. Oh, Arsenal chokes in. It's like the people at Arsenal are not the same people they were 20 years ago. It's not the coach. It's not the management. It's not the players. So does that data?
But it's the exact same team though, Sharif.
Like, it is. That's the same team.
Like,
okay, I thought you meant historically.
We've won one playoff round in 8 years.
Okay, gotcha.
We've had multiple scenarios to win series with the likes of Montreal, where we're up 3-0, end up losing that one. We're now up 3 here, and Boston. But that was a different team. That was in 2013. But again, we had an opportunity to do so, and just not clutch. Me and my boys can talk about it all day, but what's more important right now, guys, is the overall market. I mean, we're continuing to climb higher. Good breakout call from Farm Trader. As you've seen, we broke this consolidation phase. That volume really stepped in. So beautiful, beautiful look on that front. But we got a super chat here. Dion's greatest achievement. Okay, hold on. Yes, Miss Alicia Cuthbert, he was married to her, but I think there were some things going on between Dion and Joffrey Lupul. For those who remember Joffrey, what happened to him? He just went to, they're just like, all right, buddy, you can just go enjoy life in California and we're going to pay you out your salary. You're not on the team anymore. So it's something that we would like to call Robada Island. It's just that, see you later.
I love it.
Yeah, you're not on the team anymore.
Such a hockey guy. I love it, bro.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it was. So see you later on that front. But here we go in the TQs, guys. Nice look there. I mean, it's from our guy Swoldemore too there. Good look there. Joseph bet the house on a leaf with Matthews with a point last home game. Yeah, I mean, tough look there, man. Joffrey was poisoned, as I remembered. Oh, was he? I didn't know that whatsoever. But we're looking good here for this recovery in the market, guys. Let's get back into this talk because I think that's more important to what the Leafs are. I know you guys want to talk about it, but nice little bounce here. I'm going to take my last little bit off at 58, so I'm going to post up an order to see if we can catch that fill right at 57.98, or sorry, no, 58 exactly. We'll call it 58 flat. So we'll post up our last little bit to see if we can catch that fill, and then we're going to be all out of that TQs trade. Been a solid trading day there. No questioning that. Patience was definitely the key, but let's see what Adair is up to.
Keep an eye here on MBLY popping to the upside after an individual who works here in the investing relations, or it looks like investing relations side of things, did a quick search on him. Basically, this individual posted here saying that Uber has been expanding to bring autonomous vehicles to more cities, and they're partnering with Mobileye and VW to bring autonomous vehicles to Los Angeles. So MBLY, through its VW partnership on watch here, Uber apparently working with their AV side of things. So keep an eye on MBLY. Back to you.
Adara, wow, interesting stuff there. That's a good collaboration. Makes sense, though, that you would get that kind of collaboration between Mobileye and...
We caught that fill. We'll send it to you in a second, guys. You can see, pull up my screen here real quick before we go back to Sharif. Yeah, that's it. We're all out right at 58s as the market continues to climb higher. So that was that trade. Entry number 2. Peace out. And then see you later on that one. So nice little trade on TQ.
All right, man, we're back into kids. KIDZ added into this one at 53, wet the beak at 60, waiting for a 65 print, but it's having a lot of trouble with this mid-50. There's obviously a seller at 55 reinstituting their position because we've cleared 55 several times only to drop below it and then to have that same problem clearing that 55 level. So I've given it to mid-40s. I've got very light shares around here. I don't want to give too much back here on KIDZ. If it drops below mid-40s, we're getting stopped out of this one. Excuse me. Keeping an eye on it as it is now dropping into the high 40s. Let's see if it drops into mid 40s. That'll stop me out below that level. So that's okay. We'll look to get back in at the volume weighted average price. If it does stop me out, still zigging and zagging here in the high 40s, not printing either to the upside or the downside. So KIDZ in focus for me at the moment, but having trouble really clearing that $0.50 level. And now the reason I got involved in this one, because it took out that previous area high that we manifested at 12.10 and 12.15. I'm talking about this area right here. So it looked like it was clearing it. Initially it did get up to 60s as I mentioned, but it's now below that 50 penny level again. Oh, wow. TRVG just rocketed up. Do we still have this on a trading screen? I don't even think so. I think I took it off. I might have to put it back on. TRVG just really moved up aggressively there. Let's take off Zcar because I'm unlikely to trade that. It's below VWAP now. TRVG. Here it is. Good move up into 5.5, taking out that previous area high. This looked like an ascending wedge, man. I missed this one. That was a mistake by me. Higher lows, higher highs. Now, how do we get in? What's the move here? Am I punching in at the $0.50? No, sirree, Bob. Will not do that. What I will do, though, is wait for a pullback into about 540 to mid 530s. That's predicated upon us rejecting that $0.50 level, because that's where we're at right now. So let's see what we get here on a TRVG It's a good one. It's up 32%. Not the biggest mover on the day, but certainly one that is putting in some higher highs and higher lows. I did remove it from the trading screen because it dropped below the volume weighted average price. Now it's showing me both the ask and the bid either at or above 50. So what's the deal here? Are we going to get in or what? Let me see if I want to manage this trade here on kids because it is losing that 40 penny area. I don't know why my stop is not triggering. Where do I have my stop? I thought I basically put it there. There we go. Now we got stopped out. So we stopped out for a little bit there, keeping an eye on that one. Back to TRVG. Is the ask now, or the bid, excuse me, is it above 50? No. The bid is having trouble crossing 50. So I want to just keep my eye on this one because if TRVG wants to go, I want to make sure that both the bid and the ask are above that 50 penny area. If it is, I'm going to get in. I'm going to get in for a breakout and I'll defend in the 40s. Okay? Because that's where the volume weighted average price is. So I'll insist that it hold that level. If we get a print here on the bid above 50, I'm getting long TRVG for a move possibly into that high day at 83s. That's what I'm looking at right now, guys.
Yeah.
Zach Frack, Sharif, what do you think of Hood from here? Do you think it can reach pre-market level? Have a look in a second. I'm just bringing the side chart. Have a look at Hood, which is always up to no good. Okay, Hood. Can we get back to the pre-market high, he says. Not today, I don't think so. But you never know what the imbalances bring. It could definitely get a big bid. But look, I thought the Hood report was good. I think that this sell-off here was unwarranted, but that doesn't really matter. What I would think, probably some profit taking. I like Hood's report. If you're intraday trading it, my suspicion is it doesn't. But if you're looking for an ultimate break above that level, I think we do. Joseph.
Yes, sir. It's that time. Profit X, number 2 in sports playing. Flexibility is everything. At Profit X, you can see the order book just like the financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our own mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. Profit X, where you can call the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TRADERTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back on up to $300 there, guys. So, yeah, Rainmaker, that's what it sounds like, I guess, eh? Yeah, but here we go, guys. TQs on the 3-minute chart, continuing to climb higher. Excuse me. I mean, we were worried about, I was like, oh, that was a really nice short signal on the likes of Apple, but then we just waited for those signals to come in to get that continuation to the long side. I mean, it was strong this morning, so I was looking for it. If it didn't happen, then so be it. But I want to talk about something that Farm Trader specifically pointed out. And yeah, this thing still hasn't looked back for the past half hour, essentially, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes. So what a really nice breakout, and that volume is being sustained. That's really important when we're looking for breakouts there as well, too, guys. You want to always monitor that volume by time profile. I talk about it as being a breakout trader. It can give you a lot more conviction within the setup. If you see that you're punching through some resistance zones and the volume is relatively low, then maybe look for that to just be somewhat of a fake out. But if that volume really steps in, and then you can confirm that breakout. It's not 100% all the time, right? It's part of the market. Nothing works 100%, but it just adds more conviction into the setups, and therefore you can take higher size, larger size as well. But there it is, really picture perfect, that volume stepping in on the 5-minute time frame as we punch through some of these key resistance zones. And I mentioned it yesterday. We had an engulfing candle, and I forget which underlying it was, but then it was a really, really large candle. And then I said, look at the result of this candle. But look at the effort from a volume standpoint. It wasn't there. It didn't justify the move. And sure enough, we got that pull back in. So, yeah, that's that. NVDA looking like it wants to get the ball rolling here, and that's what we want to see. Really, really consolidative type price action on today's session, Sharif. But, I mean, after last night, I'm not surprised, I should say, that we kind of went into this. But one thing to note, and I mentioned it before, is that we're now on the backside of this trend, Sharif. And I mentioned I'm going to be looking to add some contracts to see if we can continue to climb. I mean, we've been in a downtrend since January of this year, and now we're sitting on the backside of it. So that this could be a positive sign for NVDA, even though there is some possible headwinds. But again, we're getting a little bit of a tailwind with the likes of Meta and other and other news events as well.
Fantastic look there, Joseph. All right, I'm in TRVG. We got some out at 60s. We're break even currently. I'm looking at adding, as I've mentioned, in the low 40s, so I've put my order there. What I see is an ascending wedge and a possible flat top break. It's not blowing through the level like, you know, a breakout trade would, but that's okay. We are in the more illiquid. What? It's already 130?
Yeah, bro.
Holy, 125? I mean, like that time went super
I need the
quick.
I need the what's for lunch thing.
I need food in my stomach, bro. I'm hungry right now. I'm telling you. I smashed legs yesterday, so right away
so
your metabolism's through the roof. You're hungry right away, and then I smashed that morning.
So you're hungry again, and you only eat like straight up protein. So
I have a lot of fiber. I do. I make sure I have a lot of fiber. Yeah, I have to. Otherwise, you know,
like, how do you get that? Like fruits and
vegetables.
Like
Most of the vegetables. Yeah.
Vegetables.
Guys, let's do the news since we've got some time right now. I'm in a couple of positions. Let's look at the earnings. Obviously, we have to start with these. Andre, is this good? This is okay? Okay. Oh, thank you, Andre. Excellent. All right, guys, here is what we got for Softy. So obviously, Microsoft, a rocket ship on the day, 8 2/3. Fantastic look today for Microsoft. There's a reason for that, guys. They killed everywhere. EPS easily beat. Revenue, about almost $2 billion beat. Azure, guys, which is their cloud division, back above 30%, 33% year-over-year growth. Guys, this is not a new product. The street was looking for 30%, so beating there. And look at their take-home money. Their take-home money is ridiculous. They took almost $26 billion in profits home, guys. That isn't revenue, Joseph. That's profits. That's insane. Operating margins just shy, of consensus. Really the only miss that I saw. Their forward outlook even better. Their guide for revenue above consensus. Azure guidance, they're guiding even more growth for their cloud division, 34 to 35%. As I mentioned, they printed 33 this quarter when the expectation was 30. Their CapEx, though, to slow a little bit here. It's going to be about $80 billion likely spent on AI and data center. Their AI capacity expected to be constrained a little bit. We know that. We heard Altman complain about how he can't get his hands on enough GPUs, NVIDIA GPUs that is, because they got that new image generation software that overheated the system or overloaded the system. And so they've had to kind of throttle that down. And that's because he can't get his hands on enough NVIDIA H100s or the GB or the B200 now. Now, how they made their money. So they've got three main segments. Intelligent cloud, as I've mentioned, that includes Azure, that includes their server business, that includes the enterprise business, all that combined, guys. $26.75 billion in revenue, up 21% year over year. Their Microsoft Office, as well as their LinkedIn, that's what they call the productivity and business processes. That's one of their biggest businesses. Almost $30 billion they printed on the quarter there, up 10% year over year. More personal computing, so that's Windows. That's search, like Bing. The Xbox, Katina was asking about Xbox. Surface, the Microsoft Surface, that laptop, tablet thing that they have. Believe it or not, that's the smallest division. That's what I know Microsoft the most for, obviously, because I'm a customer user. So $13.37 billion, up 6% year over year. Not a bad look there. Let's keep going. Yeah, perfect. So I'll just kind of keep it like that and fit it within that window. Meta, let's talk about Meta. Meta, another one of those ones that was a rocket ship. EPS, Joseph, almost over $1 beat, guys, on earnings per share. $5.28 was the street looking for. They printed $6.43. Revenue of $42.33 billion. The street was looking for about less than 41.5. So over $1 billion, almost $1 billion beat there. Net income, not $25 billion like Microsoft, $16.75 billion in profit on the quarter, not the year, the quarter. And that's up 35% year over year. Their Q2 guidance, the guide always dictates what happens, right? Revenue of $42.5 billion to $45.5 billion. That's in line with the estimates of 44. They did, however, reduce they noted, a reduction in ad spend coming from Asia, e-commerce exporters, specifically Temu, Shein, and the like, as a result of the de minimis loophole closure May 2nd. That's tomorrow, guys. So if you're wondering what that is, if you sell anything, or if you import anything into the United States under $880, it's tariff-free. So that loophole is getting closed. I'm not sure what the tariff rate is going to be on that. In any event, looks like the advertiser is looking to spend a little bit less now that that loophole is likely to get closed. What else we got? CapEx expenditures right there, 113 for 2025. That is, they're spending about 113 to 118 billion. That's actually down, believe it or not, from what they spent last year. They spent 114 to 119. So not much down, but down. That's their expenses, 2025 expenses. Their CapEx is actually going up, 64 to 72 is the range. That's up from 60 to 65. That was the guide. It's driven really by AI, data center investments, and global supply chain costs. Reality Labs continues to lose money, guys, 4.2 billion, but better than the 4.6 billion expected loss. And they only made about $412 million in money off Reality. But that, we all know what the Reality Lab story is. It's the future. It's the Orion glasses, etc. I think this is obviously money well spent, but what do I know? User metrics are crazy, Joseph. Daily active users, 3.43 billion people are using Meta's products on a daily basis. Obviously, that includes WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, Threads, although that's a piece of crap. So all their daily active users combined, shy of 3.5 billion users.
That's almost half the world, right?
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah. The Threads, barely any users on that, 350 million.
Barely any users, that's crazy. All of America essentially uses it.
I know, compare that to Twitter though.
On the grand scheme of things, absolutely.
Meta AI has more users than Threads.
Yeah.
Llama, 1 billion monthly active users for Meta AI. That's up from 700 million. They're making gains everywhere, guys, even Threads. It was 320 million in January. Now it's up 350. Advertising revenue, the only way they make money, or almost the only way they make money, 4.139 billion. That's up, or that's higher than the expected 40.44 billion. So it's about $1 billion higher than the expectations. But here's the deal. Asia Pacific ad sales, as I mentioned, down. There's a reason for that. Again, the de minimis ruled 8.22 billion. The street wanted 8.42, so some softness there. Robinhood, let me know if you want to interrupt.
Yeah, I wanted to add something there.
Go ahead.
Just because we were talking about the digital ad spend, but again, about AI spend and everything along those lines. Why did NVDA really start to pop up? That it's going to be one of the primary beneficiaries of this. So I just wanted to add some numbers. So the owner of Facebook and Instagram said its capital spending for the year, I'm pretty sure you touched on it, raised to 64 billion to 72 billion from a prior range of around 60 to 65, largely on AI investments. Meta also delivered strong sales and advertising revenue, as Sharif touched on, through the first quarter, and I'm pretty sure it raised guidance as well too on the digital ad revenue. So Meta shares, that being said, we're up about 6.5% in the pre-market.
Beautiful, man. It's a beautiful look, bro. There's just no doubt about it.
Really good look. And that's the thing, man. It's like we look at everything from such a small perspective. We're always honed in. When you have these mega corporations and you have that much money, it is so hard for them to fail. And you've seen what we were going through, and that's all it takes is one solid quarter, and then it's almost like all of that erased. To add to your point this morning, Sharif, what we were talking about, do people believe that this is a blip? Absolutely. Like, again, one thing we're like, oh my God, the sky is falling, to the next thing is, okay, what can I buy? I'm waiting for this pullback, and how high can it climb? So you can just see how quick the sentiment changes from a day-to-day standpoint, but it's our job to just report it day after day, even though sometimes it does seem like the sky is falling.
And what I was saying to Joseph earlier, I'm like, remember when we asked you guys, I'm like, do you guys think that this market pullback is a blip in what will be an overall larger trend?
Yeah.
What I was saying to him is, if we had taken a poll on the day that we were near lows versus now when we're almost, well, we are above 20,000, albeit, we just dropped. We're literally at 20,000 right now on the NQ. What would the sentiment be? My theory was it would be obviously way lower on the low days. I think that's just common sense, and then higher on the high days, right? Like today, now that we're recovering somewhat, we're like, I think I don't know. I have to look at the chart. I don't know if we're at a correction territory quite yet, whether we're still less than the NQ.
Yeah.
We can look at the SPY too.
Yeah,
I mean, we can have a look.
I mean, we're out of it there. We didn't hold it for very long, Sharif, because we're going 20% or more, right? So yeah, we didn't hold that 20% down for too long, to be honest with you guys. So let's take a look here just on the Qs. See what we're currently sitting at with that gap up. So about 10.7% there, Sharif, with a low of around 25%. So half of that just gone right there. And I personally said, the thing is though, and I'm gonna stick by it, but it's hard not to, especially with what we just seen from a reporting standpoint. But I said, I don't think I see this market make an all-time high. I don't think we've felt the full effects of these tariffs because this is Q1. Maybe we'll see a little bit more of Q2 and Q3. But with reports like that, and if we can sustain that, then I wouldn't be surprised if the market goes back to.
Well, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. All right, let me just throw in a stop over here on my friend at TRVG because I don't know if it might not be complying over here. So I'm just gonna throw this super quick. So 5, yeah, we're gonna go like that, and then we're gonna give it to there. There we go. So we've thrown in the stop. Everything's gravy. Andre, let me know. No problem. All right, so we'll talk about Robinhood in a second. Over here, that's the only trade that I'm in right now. TRVG, we're a little out of the money right now. We're about 5 pennies out of the money. Looking for this to hold VWAP and that higher low, higher high situation. It did take out the previous area high at 546, working up to 560. Hence why it got me back in the position. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. I'm ready, Andre. All right, guys. New traders, listen up, baby. First month, it's free. That's right, we're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, by upgrading to that elite experience where you can analyze, you can strategize, and then hopefully after all that, you'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. And you can also predict better with their backtesting tool. You get reliable, real-time data and global markets literally at the tip of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform, so do not miss out, guys. Execute your best trades now if and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or check the link in the description of this video. Shout out to the great folks there at eSignal. I see you, Ozan. I did it for you, baby. eSignal. Go eSignal. Oh, this guy kills me, bro. Forget the ad. Farm trader, what do you think the lights stay on in this place, brother? What do you think is going on over here? They're saying a charity, baby. Kids just rocket it to the high side, guys. I got to interrupt the whole news thing. KIDZ up into $4. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Hey? No, I've been out for a while. Got out of 60s. Watch out for that $4 area, guys. Here we go. Let's watch now. Let's see if we can get a micro pullback. This is a breakout. See how the tape is moving like crazy? This is what we mean. Okay, this is what I mean when I'm talking about the breakout trade. So let's see now. Do we get that clearing through 4? And then a move back into 4, we can pick some up. Let's see what the deal is here. The breakout level, I'll submit to you, was that previous area high at 55. So realistically, we can get a move back down into that $60, $55 area and still be poised for a breakout. So I'm just watching right now, KIDZ, guys. Huge liquidity grab midday here up into that $4 area, but having trouble with 4, as you can see. So I want to see what the deal is, whether we cleared or not. I don't want to be punching in and then have this retrace all the way back down into that 350 area. That will not please me one bit. So keeping an eye out on that. Shout out to Random Oddities, my man. I see you. I see you. We both see the same thing. All right, so here's the deal. We're holding up in the mid-80s. Let's see if we drop down a little bit more. Just waiting to decide whether I want to get into or in this or not for a move into 4. We are getting some selling over here. You can see it's doing the bid creep, like as Adair talks about. It's just dropping down 1 penny at a time. The seller overwhelming the buyers incrementally to the downside over here. So it's not catching a bid. It's more of an offer that's controlling the level 2 now. Let's see if we reject 90s now. The previous level was 91. Now it's 90s. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is the right time to enter this trade. I think definitely you had to have been in it for the breakout. So I'm gonna steer clear of this one for the moment. If it can take out the levels. Now it's taking out levels, Joseph. It's making me look bad here with my analysis, man. It's just taking out levels, baby. All right, here's what we're doing. We're doing it live.
Oh, wow.
All right, so let's go ahead and wait at 97. Let's see what we can get up there. All right, so it's holding 92s now. Let's see what the situation is here. Up 240%, guys, but certainly having trouble with that $4 area. And not even getting into the high 90s. So it's not like we're even seeing that $4 area come in and then reject. Let's see. We'll keep an eye out in it. 96 is now. There's 97. Boom. All right. Let's wait at 404 because shout out to the highway. Keep an eye out on this one. KIDZ, guys. Zig in and zag in. And the problem with this is it's just so far away from its previous area of support. There's no way I can say, oh, let me just take it out below here. It's just too close to all those levels. So that's what we're doing right now. We're doing it live on KIDZ. Let's see if we can take out that 4. Now it's rejecting 4. So now it's moving up into 4 and then being met with aggressive selling. So I'll send it to you, Joseph, while I put in my stop.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to 404 and the DVP. My least favorite highways. Easily. There's nothing, I can't stand the DVP. Like, you don't even understand.
Stupidest highway possible.
I would rather sit in gridlock on the 401 than even think about going on the DVP. Just don't like. I just
look
don't
at the last person in the chat there. Look, what is that? Look at the name of the last person to mention.
Trees left bicep.
What is that?
Yeah.
Free parking.
Yeah, there you go. Randy said DVP is absolutely free. Are you actually on it every day?
That's how he gets down here.
For free. Yeah, exactly. There you go. And you get a little bit of scenery with it. So they're 2-in-1. The Don Valley parking lot. Yeah, that's brutal. I mean, I could not. I used to drive it on it all the time. For those who are, you drive on it every day, Ramin? Yeah, that would be looking for alternative routes. You might have to go Kingston Road. Go Kingston Road there, no? Girl. All right, 2 more. Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but yeah, maybe don't take Kingston Road. It's absolutely brutal. We need those tunnels. Come on, dog. You get this started.
Oh, you see what he did yesterday?
Yeah, he's
starting the feasibility study on the.
So how much is that going to cost taxpayers to get that going?
Joseph, it's going to be super cheap.
Super cheap, just to even talk about it. Roundtable talk on that. I can talk about it.
Crazy time.
I would already be ordering the bores in. I would just go deep, boys. Don't worry about
Get Elon, bro.
Yeah,
the boring company, man.
Call Elon up. There we go. So
he's not going to call Elon. There's like a whole anti-American kind of contract push. You saw what your friend Olivia Chow did the other day?
No,
the mayor of Toronto.
I don't want to know.
She's no longer accepting any any of the city contracts that we have that American companies could have, what's it called? When it's a public, thank you, Neil, bid for the public bid. They're prohibited now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I heard that. I heard that.
Bro.
No, but hey, send it to the Canadian. No offense,
Hold on, bro. What if the
Americans
Americans are better and cheaper? Why the taxpayers have to get shellacked because she wants some buy Canadian policy? Excuse me.
But hold on, we don't know that they're better.
But that's what's being said. The Americans
the chances are it's most definitely cheaper, for sure. There's no questioning that, because everything here is expensive.
I just don't like this protectionist policy.
I understand that, but let's get the workers back to some Canadian, because Americans would do the exact same thing, in my opinion, if they had the ability to do so.
I'm just worried about how much things are going to cost.
I'm always worried about that, and there's no question about that.
And the quality of the work.
That it's going to definitely increase the cost now that Canadians are doing it. I mean, there's this scenario at High Park where they had to rebuild some of the steps, and the city quoted it was something in the ranges of 6 figures. High Park is just a general area in the area, but then some guy who lived across the street did it for like a fraction of the price. He just did the work to prove to the city that you're overspending on certain things. So yeah, that was years ago.
That's so spiteful. I love it.
I mean, he's like, yeah, I'll just go fix it. It cost him a fraction of the price. But yeah, here we go, guys. Nice look. We're starting to pull in NVDA, heading towards some key support levels. Not a good look. Yeah, Bitcoin flushing as well too. The overall market is just continuing to bleed. Hood is now back towards that low 46.94 and change. So yeah, that's that. I was excited about that when we were trading around 50s, 51s, but there's a lot of overhead resistance. I think the whales are still slightly bearish on the market, and you can see that displayed here in NVDA because through 113 all the way up to 115, we have high levels of open interest. So through those 3 strike prices, and you can see we can't really hold those levels. So that's just something to take note of. Until those are lifted, maybe tomorrow's expiration cycle, once those are all lifted, then we can continue to climb unless those contracts are rolled over to to the next expiration cycle. And I think that's something I'm going to continue to monitor, because when I see all those open interests and all those contracts lifted, then maybe we can continue to continue this appreciation and climb a lot more easier than what we've seen, instead of these high moves. And you can see those fluctuations and the ebbs and flows within the market. So that's something to monitor, and something I'm going to be keeping my eyes on, most definitely. Sure.
Makes sense, Joseph. Zigging and zagging here, taking some prints to the high side here. On the dip trades, I'm adding to KIDZ. We're long 84s now. I'm waiting 88s. Every time it dips in, I'm just getting some, but I will stop out at 77s, because if you're going to do this, you got to make sure it's not going to turn against you if you're picking up the dip trades, that is. So we'll get stopped out on this last little one over here. I'm keeping an eye out on that. Simultaneously, though, guys, taking some L's here to end the show. Also got stopped out on TRVG. So we'll go negative on the day because of this one, because I had more share size on TRVG. I added a couple of times, 3 times to be exact, and now it's lost the volume weighted average price. So we'll give some back on this one. So keeping my eye on KIDZ, I feel that this one is setting up the best for a possible top break. TRVG's below VWAP, so not interested in that one anymore. Gonna keep an eye on this one. I feel like this one's really got some explosive potential. It's still holding up the previous candle low. So the previous candle low, 71s, and the low of this candle, 71 as well. So somebody's buying this up in the low 70s. So let's use that to our advantage. Let's go long here, and then we'll go 3. Yep, there we go. So we'll look to add as well into that 70 area as well. So here we go. We'll go 367 add, or here we go. Just let me set up my profit takers on this one before I set up the stop. There we go. Nice. So now we'll go like this, 368, and then we'll give it down to 360 in case it gets crazy and it loses the bid. And then I want to throw an order again at 72s. I want to front run that 71 buyer. So we'll put an order to buy at 72s as well. Here we go now, 83s. Let's see if we can pop up back into that mid 90 area. I like the fact that it held at the same level where that same buyer was. So here we go. There it is. There's a print. We'll keep going up into 85s. There's 88s. Nice. Okay. Let's see if we can get back into about that $4 area, zigging and zagging as it typically does. Let's throw some orders as well in the low 90s to take advantage of this one. I'm talking about KIDZ, guys, up 236%. It's a #1 gapper on my watch, or on my scanner anyway. So, well, I'm sure other people are going to be watching this. Boom! Right into 90s again, Joseph. Now let's see if we can take out 4s. How many times are we going to zig and zag, sell to 4 and unable to clear it? So let's go and throw some orders in the high 90s and as well in that above 4 area. So there we go. We'll go throw it at 406. See if we can get something there. I think I just put 2 orders at the same level. So I want to definitely get one of those out of the way. There it is. Boom, man. Nice. Okay, here we go. Now we're attempting at 4, almost 20 pennies in the money on this one. On the last little dip trade, let's see if this bull flag finally gets a top break above $4. It's definitely being met with some selling, as it has been every time we move into 4. There we go, 98s now showing up. I'm not going to get any prints until it clears 4 now, guys, and we still have some shares on. So we'll be able to take more even above that 4 level. So let's go ahead and wait above 4 even more. Still having trouble with $4. Despite the fact that you feel like this one is going to top break, it's just about when. So I'm going to pack my patience on this one. Great looking bull flag right now on KIDZ on the 5-minute chart, that is. Trading near the high end of the range, but that seller continuing to hold this one south of 4. Wow, I got bamboozled here on TRVG. Stops me down, stop hunts, and then right back above VWAP. So feel a little bit bad about this one, but there's nothing really I can do. I got to put my stop place, my stop has to go somewhere. And I put it below VWAP, so I don't think that this was a badly executed trade, just a little bit of bad luck there. Yeah, so that's all I've got on right now. Kids, we're about 15, 20 pennies in the money, looking for that 4 top break, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. I mean, just going through, guys, we only got about 12 minutes left on the day, and you can see, like Katina, man, Sean said he only traded a couple of names, and that's exactly what I did. I had the TQs, and then Robinhood was that big trade, but it's given up everything that it's gained, so right back towards those lows. So. Yeah, it's back down at the lows of the day there. Yeah. But we got it from Katina. We got it from 47 all the way up to 49 there. So that was a nice move Robinhood. So now turning negative 3.7% on the session, holding those lows. Could this be a potential double bottom? Maybe we'll wait and see on that front. But yeah, really nice work here on Hood. Again, just patience, right? I just seen how weak that those opening drives were, and then I was just waiting for.
What up? Oh, who's that? Who are these people? Oh, is that Raider Trader? Who's that?
Who are those people? They're just some random people.
What
is yeah? What is the like? What?
feel like that.
What's that? Why?
What's that band that used to wear the
Blue Man suit?
no, I forget their name. Yes. What is it? What are they called? The police? The Village People. Thank you, Katina, man. The Village People.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just the construction hat. It's,
Is that just? Oh, is that referring to the construction that maybe? I don't know,
man. Hello,
Slap the
construction
fail.
workers.
Yeah, slap the fail on that one for you guys. Sorry, I don't have that one, but that's all right.
I don't know what's happening, bro.
Yeah.
Men at work says family values.
Yeah,
There we
fail.
go.
There you go. Yeah, he's own fail. That's fair. We got to acknowledge when we fail and things just don't necessarily go.
YMCA. Patrice biceps killing me.
Yeah, Sharice, but yeah, okay, guys, let's get back to breaking things down. I mean, this is what we were trading here earlier in the day. No, I'm not back in it. I'm glad to have left it, to be honest. Jati and Varma. So yeah, there we go. So nice move here. You can see that we entered, and then we just doubled. I think it doubled, triple the position there, and then we took 33% off. And then I was like, oh, the tape and the momentum to the downside was relatively strong. So yeah, I got out of that one, and then we just waited a little bit longer, and then we hopped in, doubled it up, and then we just peace out. And then just on the backside of that candle signal, we just get out of there. But now holding up this double bottom relatively well there, Sharif, right at 46.79. You can see that's almost to a penny that you're holding that level up there, and you're getting a nice bounce. TS Trader in the chat mentioned, hey, head and shoulders on a lot of names here, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. I agree with you on that front. You can see shoulder one, head, shoulder two. So if we crack that neckline and hold to the downside, and you see volume step in, then maybe we can continue to that lower day here, which I necessarily don't want in NVDA, but I'll take it round at 113 or whatever it's trading in a high of 115. I mean, I've been in this name for about a week and a half now, and I got an average of 107. So I'm more than happy, and you know that I'm going to be adding some contracts to this position now that we're on the backside of this channel. And I think that we can continue and hit that 115, or sorry, that 120, 125 level roughly, approximately. But again, if this name's going to be strong, it's going to drag the overall market up with it. And with earnings supporting these moves, then maybe we can get a solid recovery here, Sharif.
Dexter Smith with a good idea. Take money from the 407 for tunnels. Ideally, that would be good, but we don't own the 407 anymore. Well, there's one part I think the province owns. That part in, I think in Durham, towards the end of Durham. That part, that extension. 407 is a paid highway, guys. We don't have too many paid highways in this province. I think there's only one left. Maybe there's another one. I think there's just the 407. So kind of one of those highways that's always empty because it's paid. So there's been lots of different talk about how to kind of remove the congestion away from the main highway, which is called the 401. A lot of people are saying, oh, you know, the government should subsidize the private highway, which is no longer owned by the government. That's the thing. That's why they can't make it free. It's owned by some Australian company. They sold the whole highway to this Australian company. I think it's an Australian company. I'm not 100% sure.
I thought it was European. I thought
maybe,
it was like
maybe, yeah. I'm forgetting, Joseph.
Or something, yeah.
So there has been some talk about, you know, getting the trucks to go on there. And so what Dexter was referring to and what Joseph was referring to earlier was an idea by the current premier, like the governor of a state. He wants to build an underground tunnel under the current very busy highway called the 401. I don't know, man. I heard Boston did something like this in the 90s, and it was like called the Never Ending Dig or something like that. I don't know. I forget. Fact check me, chat. You guys know this better. It's an American thing.
I don't know how accurate this is here, though, but Trusty Copilot. So the CPP, the Canada Pension Plan, owns 50%, and then Central Global owns 43%, which is Spanish, and then the Arkans.
SNC Lavalin owns 6 3/4?
Yeah. So there you go.
All right, I didn't even know that. I thought it was one company. I guess maybe they diversified the ownership there. Yeah, but to build underground, I think it's super hard to do. And again, what was that? The Big Dig. Thank you, guys. That's what it's called. I didn't hear you say, Katina, man. I got this side on. It blocks my ear because the chat is saying it as well. Yeah, the call. We are, Katina, man, always, baby. The big dig, that's what happened in Boston, I'm assuming, and it was kind of a fiasco. So I'm sure that was older technology and not the same. But yeah, I don't really want to be going through that here, and I don't want to wait 100 years to remove gridlock. You know what I mean?
50,
like
it's easily 50 years.
You know what I'm saying, Joseph? Yeah. Like, who needs that kind
Well, they say 70% of congestion is based just because of construction. So that's what causes the majority of the traffic. Like every lane, it's never completely open. There's always a lane that's closed down.
Always.
Like,
in Toronto, there's always something.
There's always something, yeah. And now it's summer, so.
All right, guys, we're taking multiple prints at 4, but 4 is acting as a very critical resistance level here on KIDZ. So I had my beak wetter to get more long at 72s. That's not printing, so I've moved it up to 82s now. I'm looking still for a big flat flat top break, essentially a bull flag continuation on KIDZ. It's above VWAP. It's at above previous area highs, but it has had trouble with $4 all day. Like, I mean, it's been above 4. 440 is technically the high of the day, but have a look at this. Even when we got above 4, look how quickly we retraced below 4. I'm talking about this candle at 11:10. The subsequent candle had a high of 434, ended up closing down at 373. Even over here at 11:45, when we made yet another breach of $4, going up into 405, we quickly and aggressively sold off all the way down to 318. So it shouldn't be any surprise to anybody that we're continuing to have trouble with $4 on KIDZ. But I like the chances here. Rounded bottom, almost a cup and handle pattern above the volume weighted average price. You can kind of see that rounded bottom effect, and then that sideways bull flag continuation kind of look. Usually these resolve in the direction of the trend. Whether it stays above 4, we'll have to wait and see. So I'm looking at adding a little bit more here because I've gotten out of the majority of the position. I'm looking at adding at 82s. It's not even dropping into 82s anymore, let alone 72s. So we'll have to pack our patience here. I don't want to chase it as the show winds down. So here we go. I think we're going to get the 82 fills. It's at 82s right now, but it hasn't crossed to the downside. So somebody's buying it at 82s. Let's see if they continue to buy it. There we go. Nope, still didn't get the fill. What's going on? Oh, it didn't cross on the ask? Okay, tell me more. Oh, what's happening? There we go. Now we get the fill. Okay, so let's keep an eye out on this one. Now we've got 80s as a cost basis, so let's go ahead and set up some more beak wetters, possibly in the high 80s here, ahead of a possible 4 break. I want to tell you guys that the what's it called? The 10 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart on KIDZ, a little bit lower than 70s. It's showing 68s, 69s, essentially that 70 penny level. So that's where my stop placement will be. For the last remaining amount, I'm going to insist that it hold the 10. Otherwise, I want nothing to do with it. And now, if there had been longer or more time on the show, I would have told you that I'm likely to pick this up again at VWAP if it does fail the 10. At around $3.15, $3.10, give or take. That's where VWAP is hanging out, of which it's been very respectful. It's defended VWAP essentially all day. KIDZ, good name, and up 230%, but having trouble with that $4 level, Joe.
Yeah, good look there. Yeah, Sebastian, let's take a look at Snapchat. We haven't traded that. Don't really love it too much, to be honest with you. And you can see that we have some liquidity issues even on the 5-minute time frame. You can see just like this barcode type price action. That's not the best sign, but let's see what we got cooking up. I know you're talking. He's talking about some call wall or put wall or something. So we'll take a look in the Paul wall. Yeah, exactly.
Hey.
I seen that guy on Snap. Well, I didn't see him. He was on like some Snapchat video the other day. He's old, man. He's got white beard and everything. So yeah, shout out Paul.
Does he actually?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
He got older, huh?
Yeah, he got older. I guess everybody does.
I know. It goes one way, Joseph.
It goes only one way. But that is the ultimate question on this planet. What is time and how to stop it? So there
if you ask my friend Fabian, he'll tell you we live in a simulation, baby.
So there you go.
There you go.
Shout out Black Mirror and that one episode there. But here we go. Yeah, I mean, like barcode type stuff. I wouldn't necessarily be looking to trade this. You can see that there's liquidity issues on that front. This is all algorithmic trading, but what we can do is we can pull up the options chain to see what you're looking at, and if there's any high levels of open interest, then we'll see maybe, hey, this is why this is doing that, and this can justify some other things. So let's pull up Snapchat, see what we got going on. 7.5. Ooh, I mean, 7.5, what are we trading at right now? Around 7.80. Yeah, I mean, around 7.5, there could be a potential base with 42,000 current open contracts at that strike price on the put side. I should clarify, but I mean, to the top side, it's nothing crazy. But I mean, 8 has 20,000. 10,000, 13,000. I guess that's relatively larger than what we got going on. But $7.50 might be the base here for this week on Snapchat. So 42,000 open contracts on that front. But as from an intraday standpoint, not looking to be trading this. This is not the most liquid asset. There's other vehicles that we can be trading. There's no questioning that one. Now, Robinhood, we went over multiple times. It's selling. I mean, as for I know Tina Man was talking about the Sharif reported on it as well too. But the gold member usership is up. It's like 3.2 million.
Yeah, bro.
Our 3.2 million gold members, which is absolutely fantastic. We like this name, and it's just going to continue to grow. And that's why I picked it up for the long term. Yeah, so bang, there we go. That's why we picked it up on the long term. We only got a couple of minutes left here. Sharif, tell them what you got going on.
All right, here it is, man. We're doing it freaking live. Let's take out some. We got the 4 break. We got a big boy break through 4. Now we're 4 1/4. The high day's 455. Oh, Joseph.
Oh, what happened?
I took out all the position. I didn't think that other one triggered.
Devin.
All right, here's the deal. Devin, no. I was definitely waiting for a higher break there. Let's see if we can come back in and defend 4. Now, that seller at 4 was a slimy guy, bro. He kept feigning everybody with the break of 4. Let's see if we can kind of dip down a little bit into that level. This is breaking out quite aggressively. So let's see if we can get a little bit more on this one. Boom! Let's see if we can get some more on this. Where are we long? 26s. Show me 35s. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit higher than that. Let's see if we can get 37s. I'd like to add into 4 if we can. This one did actually have lots of trouble at 4. So if it had a lot of trouble at 4, maybe, just maybe, it comes back into that level again, then holds it up. So let's see if we can get something in and around that level. It's coming back into 4, so let's go ahead and throw an order in the low 4s. I'm going to sit at 11s, see if we can defend that level there. We'll put an order at 11. Show me 25s, 27s. Having trouble taking out 30s right now. So it's a 455 high a day on KIDZ, but it's having trouble with the $0.25 right now. The explosion has kind of calmed down a little bit. You can kind of see in the speed of the tape, it slowed down just a skosh. That's because there's not as many buy and sell orders coming in. Oh, it's past 2 o'clock. Buy and sell orders coming in. All right, guys, so we're going to throw you to the big kahunas, guys. It's been real. I'll see everybody very shortly at the green screen. Make sure to catch the market recap with us tonight, baby, because we have 2 bangers on, Amazon and Apple. We'll see everybody very soon. Take care.
Welcome, everybody. I see, you know what, no one cares about Reddit? That's how it's going to be. There's 2 bangers on Amazon and Apple. Reddit's a big deal, everybody. I think that's, no, I'm just playing. No, of course the market cares more about Amazon and Apple than it does Reddit. But Reddit's a big one Aftermarket. You got Riot, you got Big Bear AI, Roku, Airbnb. VRB, is it Verbo? I guess you're supposed to say Verbo.
Yeah, I think that's right.
That's pretty, yeah, they're getting pretty popular, man. I think it's, Verbo's starting to take a little bit of a business there. But Airbnb after the bell, it's going to be a busy one, of course. It'll be a banger of an aftermarket show like it always is. I can tell you, I mean, with the futures, maybe they'll get out of this range. But my goodness, Tesla. Like, what happened to squeezing through 300?
Up and down. Huh?
Like, seriously. Like, it's just, what are we calling this? The yo-yo action in the markets right now? Where, like, the amount of times that you're reverting moves, it's like, oh, we'll dump into the open and then we'll fly higher and Tesla goes $10 up and then it's like break down. Then I'm thinking, oh yeah, bull flag it. Let's just go long up at the top. Thankfully got out of that one at the high. We're buying some of these highs and all of a sudden Tesla's under VWAP and threatening to go red. So go figure. And this is all while the NASDAQ's above VWAP and up 1.7%. It's been that kind of a market. We were dragged up by obviously good earnings from Microsoft and Meta. Yet here we are, kind of languishing, diddling in the middle for a lot of these names. And I'll just quickly show you Meta before we throw over, because I'm going to guess, Tesla's probably going to be on the list of names that you guys want us to trade, but Meta, it's hard to get going when Meta can't get going, unfortunately. You know, it's the great gap up, and holding the lows is about the only good thing that Meta's done today, outside of bringing us to where we are with great numbers. But what have you done for me lately, Meta?
Yeah, some of these names today, I mean, we were, I'm not sure what was Meta, do you remember what Meta's expected move was? I know Microsoft was only 4.5. Yeah, so the idea that I was trying to get at anyways is just that, you know, sometimes when you don't really hit this is Palantir, by the way, like I got stopped out right, like I averaged in right into VWAP and got stopped out there. So my day's red based on Palantir alone today. So I'm a little peed off about that one. But no, what I was getting at was with Meta, I could check yesterday's implied move, I guess. But it's actually going to be, I think it was a lot more than this. Hold on a second. Let me just find my own Twitter account. I know Adair already had this, but I posted it last night as well. Okay, so... Oh, this was yesterday. Okay, this was yesterday.
Right
no, that was. Oh, here I am at the Blue Jays game. There's Tim, by the way.
What up, Tim? Tim's
my other cousin Owen right there as well. And here I am. I tried to. There, we got the Kirk bobblehead, and I tried to yell at the Boston guys here, but they weren't really. I was like, "Boo Boston, boo Boston," and then, I got some notes from my Boston friends there saying, "Don't do that," but it didn't have any effect.
Keep fine with that.
Hood, Meta. There's 7.4. Yeah, so there it is. Microsoft 4.6, Meta 7.4. So, right now, when you're looking at Meta, you're at 5% or so. So, again, like, just maybe a little disappointing where we've been today with Meta. I mean, it started off a great morning up into 600. I mean, we got to 595. Come on, futures, just do something. Like, I don't want to just sit here and okay, there's Bitcoin. But yeah, just a little disappointing there for Meta. Falling down a little bit, holding the 200 period short side, right? So you're underneath VWAP, and I think Microsoft has spent most of the day above it, below it as well, VWAP. So all of these names, and that's why, I mean, we sort of were talking about the market and why it's only up that 1.7% or so when we started off a little bit better. A lot of these names started above VWAP, but we even talked about Robinhood. I was surprised with Joe said that it came all the way back in when I came back from getting this coffee there, went for a little bit of a walk. But 434 right there for Microsoft. Again, great reports, but it's just underneath VWAP. The market really is having a hard time getting going, which is why, I wanted to show everybody, I'm still short the TQs right here. So I started going short here when I thought we were breaking lower. I think there must be a green tick there because we haven't done all of this, but now we just got short again underneath, and I'm just waiting to see if we break through 58. I mean, we came close enough to doing that last time, and if we do, then we're going to get stopped out. But I was just feeling like if both of these names are underneath, the futures are still over. And again, it's not a Mag 7 world. It's just when you're trading the NASDAQ, those are the names you want to look at. So here we come right back upside again with the TQs. We're still short at 87, but definitely in question right now for this position. Joe was like, hey, man, maybe Sean wants to know about Big Bear AI. I don't. It's down right here right now. So earnings tonight. No, for sure. But it did have a nice move. So it was down and then back up. No, I actually bought some yesterday right at this price, 340. So you can see it was trading there all afternoon. So we'll see what happens with Big Bear AI there tonight. And then Palantir's been off to the races as well. Our Uber's not really doing anything. I mean, it's been a good day for crypto. I mean, I can see what happened there. IBIT.
Yeah, but IBIT turned.
Did it?
Yeah. Well,
up 3%.
Oh, it's back over VWAP.
Oh man, I want to get more short here on the futures, but I don't know if it's going to be right. But anyways, yeah, IBIT 97,000, good level here for crypto for sure. Looks like we have a couple double tops there before.
We didn't get to 100.
It did fall back in, as per Neil's point.
I thought we'd get to 100 by the weekend, but
I would have made that bet. Joe and Sharif were doing that, and they said I think next Friday. I think they were discussing, but
it felt like we were going to get there by the weekend, or at least on the weekend. Maybe that's a better way to put it, because I always feel like maybe you don't get there by like Friday, but then on Saturday, well, you probably Sunday usually, you get that little bit of a press, because we did the hard part is breaking through the big resistance, and then breaking through like this 95 resistance spot, like that's happened. It's just the continuation was lacking. I might still like IBIT. I'm out of the IBIT long, and yeah, I got out of it before VWAP, and now it's trying to hold VWAP. I guess I got out of it break even the last time. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe I want to be long this one if we can hold on to the volume weighted average price here. It's holding up relatively well. The market's trying to go higher. I'm all short right now, but I don't count WW. That doesn't move with the market. And the other ones are VWAP shorts. Like, it's just only things I'm in, Intel. Look at the pattern. It's just hugging VWAP, so we're in it. And then Mara, when Bitcoin broke down, it broke down and then held VWAP as well. So it's like the usual market looked like it was trending down, it's pressing higher, and things are holding under VWAP. I like those short, but IBIT's actually the other direction, which is tricky because you should never want to be Mara short, IBIT long, but it feels like IBIT is a long. Now let's go over to Sharif, see what you guys want to talk about.
Welcome everyone to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about. Bless you, Neil. Every afternoon, the big boys, they're ready to go. They're locked and loaded and ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday Show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to be a subscriber to vote and engage with us in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at all 4 major averages with the NQ faring the best of the bunch. No surprise there after Meta and Microsoft demolished earnings yesterday in the aftermarket. Up nicely here, almost 2%, boys, is the NQ, about $485, just shy of that. Not to be left out over here, the SPY also up 1 1/3. Good look for the ES and the S&P 500. The Russell 2000 faring the worst of the 4 major averages, but still green on the day, up 3/4, and the Dow just dropped below the percentage on the Russell. It's also up 0.7%. Good look for all 4 major averages. Here is the first ticker as decided by you. Meta reported earnings yesterday. It was an EPS and revenue beat on the top and bottom line, as well as the guide, guys. The only kind of note that was a little bit negative was the ad sales coming out of Asia as a result of the closure tomorrow, that is, of the de minimis loophole, which allows exports or imports, into the United States under $880 to go tariff-free. That ends tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, and there was some talk, obviously, pulling back from advertising in the lead up to that, which makes obvious sense. But you know what? It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And if we finish like this, Meta's up 5%. Last night, bangers. Everyone was watching how Meta was dragging everybody up, and Microsoft was even better. And there was a lot of euphoria when we were doing the aftermarket show to the gains we had. However, now we're sitting at what doesn't look like a very appetizing result. If we were to close here, you essentially went right into the prior resistance, wicked the top, and in theory, right now, you've lost the prior resistance from Liberation high, and the 50 period, and then potentially the 200 period, all in one shot if we close here on Meta, underneath 570, it's like 578, call it 579. So yeah, I think this is, the rally that's happening right now has something at stake for how you perceive it. For all the people that are technicians out there and looking to see how we close, well, a close solidly above 580 would mean a heck of a lot on Meta here today. And if it doesn't, I don't like that topping tail candle at all. And I think there's going to be some people looking some continuation shorts. All in all, just an absolutely unbelievable quarter, top and bottom. You can't complain about it for Meta. But its price action hasn't been kind. There's no real other way to put it. Obviously, it dragged Amazon up with it. We'll see what their numbers are tonight. I think the strength in Meta does bode well for Amazon tonight, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my stops in here. 58.20 break on TQs, and we're going to be gone on that one. We'll lose that 30 cents or so on it, so that sucks. Yeah, so no, Meta looks like it wants to go now, which is no surprise. I mean, look at the futures, of course. I choose to go short, and you could see, yeah, right there, not really working out on the NASDAQ, but Meta is, and we talked about this just before we went on air here. Oh, look, we just have the names now. We don't have like Meta, or yeah,
Boo.
or Softy, so soft. No, so it looks like it wants to go, right? I mean, again, you like the quarter. I think that we had a good push through. So why is that still IBIT on the bottom? There you go. We had a good push through on Google's read a couple, was it last Tuesday or Wednesday? And that sort of bumped up Meta here, boom, a little bit of a gap up there for Meta. Now you're seeing some follow through, right? And it's nice to get back to the 200 period moving average. And as I keep saying over and over again, it's like, it's nice that we're back to some of these levels. Now I had sort of thought, and this is what I talked about today at 8:30, was that there could be some sell situations today. And I think that's what happened. It's not happening now, as you can see, I'm sure, but I was just thinking like everyone that was nervous about the stock market and the fact that a lot of these holdings have gone against them, a lot of people questioning life decisions with holding just Meg 7 names, especially myself, or being so related or so heavily invested into the NASDAQ. These are good opportunities over the last little while to get out, right? So Meta coming up here, it's not really too much of a surprise that we're fading off of 6 bills. So for me, I don't think it's a long until we get over $600. So that's just day trading, a different story, but if you're going to be swing trading and all of that, you're right here at a level that we've seen epic collapses off of. But again, it's had nothing to do with Meta specifically. It has to do with what we're talking globally in macro, right? So as Meta's fallen the last 3 times, or I guess this is the 3rd time, but the last 2 times it's been here, I just think that could have applied some pressure. Just how the chart looks, right? We have traders like Michael Noss or the gentleman we had today, Chris, and so on and so forth, Steve Talman, who we have tonight, that are all making decisions, nothing to do with macro anything. They just look at the charts. So if I'm looking at that Meta chart, it does look like it's a sell situation. So for me, no surprise there. I would let it get above 6 bills. And if it does, then obviously we're going to also have good news in the market, I would assume. So yeah, I think it's a definite long, but you got to get above $600, and that could happen any minute now, today, tomorrow, whenever. But I like the stock. Now that you've got a good report underneath it, it's all systems go. You just got to make and clear its past resistance. Nikhil, I do see your super chat. Amazon and Airbnb earnings reaction, long or short? Well, they don't have earnings yet, so I don't have a reaction yet. But I'll talk about them when we go. Let's just get through this list, and then I'll bookmark that, Nikhil, and we'll talk about Amazon and Airbnb. We'll get Neil's opinion. We'll get all of our ideas on where those stocks might go. But again, it would just be an opinion. We can look at the charts together and judge this. All we really do is react to whatever the earnings are. I mean, Tesla. If I told you Tesla's numbers the day before they released them, you would be going short on that. You
wouldn't have bought that.
You wouldn't have thought that it would retrace back up to 6-month highs or whatever it is. No.
SoFi is a good example as well. Like if you said, if you looked at the numbers from SoFi, you wouldn't have guessed that it would have rugged everybody for 2 days. Or maybe you would because it's SoFi, but you know what we're getting at here. So it's just we'll go through all of it, including Mr. Softy.
Great report here, Neil, for Mr. Softy. A fantastic one. Still up 9%, guys. That's a big move for the 2nd biggest company in the world by market cap. So their EPS, $3.46, easily beating that $3.22 the street was expecting on revenue of $70.07 billion. Again, handily beating the estimate of $68.43. The guide was also fantastic, guys. And only in Microsoft would $20 billion of ad revenue be overlooked. But that's exactly what they printed.
Well, it's because they make so much money elsewhere. Ultimately, that's what it comes down to. Like you're doing something right if people are overlooking $20 billion in revenue anywhere. But they're doing a lot. They're doing a lot right, and I don't think necessarily they've gotten enough credit. Certainly, I know by myself. I have not been speaking too kindly about Microsoft when we're in the bull market. But then the good news was because it wasn't rallying as much the last couple of years, its pullback was relatively muted compared to the Mag 7. And unlike Meta, and we'll see what happens tonight with Amazon, I kind of feel like Apple's in its own bucket. It's just how I feel about those, kind of like those 4. 5 include Google. But Microsoft has pretty much no chance of losing the 200 period moving average anytime soon. Like right now, it feels a little bit more resilient. It's a little bit more resilient when it comes to the tariffs. I think that's part of the reason why it can hold this 200 period moving average. The 420 is going to be big for the next couple of days. We're nowhere near it. It's 9% up. And yes, it hasn't been doing anything, but you can't complain about this. It's a consolidation well above the breakout last night. And unlike Meta, which had made some fresh lows, it's holding that bottom really well and so far away from that top that we saw last night at 420. So I'm pretty happy with Microsoft and constructive on it. I haven't bought Microsoft in forever, and I'm certainly not selling any. I shouldn't say forever, but I think my last buy of Microsoft was pre-COVID. I would be willing to bet it was pre-COVID. But yeah, it's doing incredibly well. I think of these, the chart is looking the best. Just one note, because when the market was going up there, I'm like, I don't think this will last forever, but for now, you're coming into the opening range higher low on Mara, and it's kind of going downside off of VWAP while the market's going higher, a trend that I don't know will continue forever. So I'm now only in the last 10% of it. If it goes back up, maybe we reload. But I like where Microsoft is at. I think that's looking about as good of a chart in the Mag 7 as you are going to see. Maybe the best for now.
Right now, we do want to bring attention to, again, if you do scan that QR code, you're going to find out a lot of information about VinFast, but I'm going to tell you a little bit here right now. VinFast closed 2024 with strong financial and operational performance, and we've seen sort of here that some of these EV names have started to get back to the upside. So definitely check it out. It's made big progress on its global EV journey, with Q4 revenue reaching $678 million, up 70%. There's a number we like, year over year, and 34% quarter over quarter, reflecting robust demand and improving sales execution. They have over 97,000 EVs delivered in 2024, including 53,000 in just this last quarter alone, over 192% increase. Progress on their global expansion shows over 322 EV showrooms with e-scooters as well, now operational worldwide as of March of 2025, VinFast owned and dealer operated locations. They're also focusing on green mobility ecosystem, which has a continued development of V-Green charging infrastructure and growth of their GSM electric ride hailing services. We sort of talked about that. I think that's a key aspect there as well. In key Asian markets to drive long-term EV adoption. So, pretty cool car. Sharif's talked about them. I've seen them on the road. I think we all have, and it's a good-looking car there. So check out VinFast. Again, these EVs are something to watch out for. And I'll just do a live look at their chart here. I haven't looked at it in a minute. Yeah, so 350. So it's gone 250 to 350. Not too much volume on this name, but look at that bounce back right there off of that strong. We just talked about their strong Q4 numbers, right? So there goes VinFast, a nice move to the upside. Let's see where we can go. And it just looks like this, like many stocks, where you can go back and find a good base and then watch it run. So we'll wait to see what happens here with VinFast, but we want to thank them again for sponsoring this part of the show. So, all right. Hey, look, man, Palantir's sponsored, my daughter's hockey and a lot of different things over the last little while. But I guess I got to sell some of those shares to realize said profits. But let's go find the story today with Palantir. Did you want to say something?
Well, you could sell covered calls.
Well, yeah, but then I get called away. I mean, I just don't know if it's going. I don't know where it's going.
Well, anyways.
There are some different ideas.
I was thinking out loud because it's like maybe because if people think it'll break the all-time high, we'll get into Palantir, but if it breaks the all-time high and people are thinking it might do that, if it gets called away, then you're taking profit.
Yeah, it's not.
If it doesn't, you generate a little bit of income. But let's go talk about the P to the L. It's actually green.
I'm selling pints of blood instead.
Pints of blood?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know it was on. All right, guys, Palantir up 0.14, essentially flat on the day, but as you saw, what a hell of a day, a hell of a recovery yesterday for Palantir, going red to green. Guys, there's really nothing going on. Cathie Wood sold a little bit ahead of earnings. Dan Ives reiterating his position that this is one of the firms, his firms, that is, Wedbush, biggest and most, high conviction positions. By the way, Monday, guys, Palantir reports 55%, Sean, year to date. You're ahead in the competition for a reason, my man.
I think he's killing it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what? You're the one that said I was ahead. I'm not the one doing these graphics.
One thing, I thought Joe picked Bitcoin though.
Who knows?
Oh, it was Tesla. My bad. I was wondering. I'm like, no, because if you guys, Bitcoin, you're fine. But no.
Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. You guys ask me for picks, I give them to you. I'm up 55% in 3 months. It is what it is. But right now, Palantir, and I have no idea. Like I said, I made Palantir my first pick immediately, and I like the stock, but today I do not. So we were too many executions today, just did not get a good read. We were long again, stopped out, long at the bottom. That was pretty awesome. Then we tried the long again there, which at basically the same levels. Once it broke that bottom right there, that's where we stopped out, only to find out that it was the bottom again. So then I shorted into here, into VWAP, and then it broke, and then it went downside. So wrong there, wrong here. So we were fine early with it. That stop out is on very small shares. We were long, and then we I wasn't even here, so we were out, and that's fine. I put the stop there at that bottom, but we had captured profit. That wasn't the problem. The real problem just remains going short right here. I think we got a little bit too carried away. The market was kind of doing this, and Palantir was doing this. So we just got stopped out minutes. I think it was back into here, right? 1 o'clock or so. So there's the stop out at 110. And then it just coincides with what this market was doing. You see that fell back in. So of course, as soon as I get stopped out right there, about 20 cents, about 10 cents away from the high on probably boatload of shares, and then it drops right back down. So my day could be wildly different if some of these levels actually held for once. But that's Palantir, a little bit of a violent day. But I mean, really, Neil's idea of selling covered calls is probably a decent idea because you've had such a monster move up. You probably would get a lot on just on the price of the volatility alone for writing right now. So anyways, nice move up there for Palantir, back up to all-time highs. Now that I realize, thanks to Sharif for reminding me, maybe we do get something out. And I'll wait to see maybe tomorrow, see what this market does. But ahead of earnings, I don't think that's ever a bad idea. They just turned positive, I think, five quarters ago. Then that got them into the NASDAQ, into the S&P, and so on and so forth. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Palantir. It's been a good run since they switched over to the NASDAQ.
Yeah, a great run, because actually that bottom, the NASDAQ, here, because you said it. And we know very well because our charts only plotted from when it was the NASDAQ.
Right.
So it's literally the move over to the NASDAQ is the low. It's held at 63, 64 multiple times. My head's in the way of the first one, but trust me, it's there. Believe me. There was a good question. All I have to add, because you already said, I kind of think it would make sense. You have to want to do it and be okay with having them called away if you go like 125 or like 130 or something. You have to be okay with that if you do it. 120, I just wrote on my iPad, and I wrote to myself, don't delete it, because I go through the list of stocks and the levels, and I'll delete the ones from the day before if I don't think they matter. But I'm going to keep that in there. But there was a question, and someone asked when you guys get stopped out of those market orders. So the stop order that I use, and I think you use it too most of the time, it sends like a marketable limit order. So like if I had a stop on, let's say, whatever, you just go to somewhere where you do. Like if I have a stop here, which I should move to 77, let's just say on WW, it doesn't send a market order if it breaks 77. What it'll do is it'll cross, I forget the exact percentage, but it'll send a very, very, very aggressive limit order, usually a couple of percent. That's for sure going to get filled, but it's not technically a market order, but it's effectively going to act like one, a very aggressive marketable limit order. So you're going to get filled on those. Like I don't think I've had a situation where one of those stops has not filled. It happened one time, I believe, and actually, no, it's never happened. That new order, it's never happened that it's missed. It was a different type of stop order that I used. It didn't cross as aggressively, but they're not technically market orders.
This is funny. Vanilla Man in America. Pints of blood. Is there a big vampire coven in Toronto? Potentially.
Vampire.
Potentially. Talked about pints of blood, yeah, so that would be a lot.
I want to see this Nosferatu, which just hit Amazon Prime.
I don't even know what that is.
It's a vampire movie.
Oh, okay. Pretty cool. Remember, Righteous Gemstones is really the only thing you guys need to be watching, in my opinion.
I'm on White Lotus right now.
Oh, yeah, White Lotus. Okay, yeah, you're already on White Lotus. That's a good one. Okay, Sharif, have you seen White Lotus yet? Oh, yeah, you don't watch TV, my bad. All right, Roblox, let's go.
Yeah, rarely, Sean. All right, guys, Roblox, good look today, up 2.2%, but giving back a lot of the highs that it had there in the early trading session. Guys, they lost 32 cents a share on revenue of $1.21 billion, but that was well ahead of expectations, both on EPS and revenue. The street was looking for 40-cent loss per share on revenue of $1.14 billion. Not a bad look as their daily active users, boys, continues to grow.
Be lucky because I've been able to watch in real time Roblox and just the, I guess, growth of the platform and everything like that. And I mean, my kids have been on this from time, and it's been a good play. We still have a little bit of these shares. Daily active users going higher, that's all that really matters, right? I mean, the more kids that play it, the more that they'll look for. They'll want Robux and all these things to buy these stupid little outfits or do whatever that's required in the different games. And then they also, like, my son built a game and then he started receiving Robux because people were actually playing it. And he hasn't done anything since then, but I think he got like maybe got like $20 worth of stuff. I don't know what it was. Just required too much time. But these games are now being like farmed out or built out by like tons and tons of engineers and developers and all that, basically just like a Take-Two, and all these big games now are coming through on Roblox. So again, I like the fact that it doesn't take too much computing power. I like the fact that you can do it on your iPad and all that. And look, I'm not trying to say that we need our kids to be in front of screens all the time, but it is a fact that that is what happens. You know, my daughter, whatever, she's more active than maybe any kid you know, but when she hops on her phone or her iPad or whatever, she actually doesn't have a PC. That's my boy, but you will, you know, you'll find them, you know, probably on some sort of a Roblox situation. And I think that that's true. I mean, if you guys have cousins, nephews, whatever, go find out. Grandkids, you know, they definitely know about Roblox and have definitely put some eyeballs on that. So again, I like what it means, and good quarter, huge dump off the open, of course. Hard to, you know, think about that, but where it stopped is yesterday's close. So that's always something to look out for earnings plays. So something to think about next time it gets down to that level, which is $67.
And that's close prices matter more than opening prices. You'll hear us say it over and over again. Look, I did like Roblox. When we messaged out this morning, I did like it off that 52-week high because I thought it was a big level. The problem is you see the wick up there, it's like, oh, you could have had it short. But like that top, first of all, like that's the 8 a.m. wick that got to 74. And then at about 8:30, like right as we're coming on air, that's the high. And it's like $1 away from the 74, let alone that 76 level. So it never really got up there at all. I think you got to give it a couple of days. It's a little bit pricey. It's not like they made money yet, but you know, by the time they make money, you're done. It'll be triple digits at that point. It's not like you can't wait forever, but you certainly need to have this one settle down. No question about it. It's not doing anything this afternoon. Like, I don't see a trade unless you get a chance at maybe a 70 breakout, because look at the brick wall at 70, or a chance to fade off a 70. If it doesn't get to that level, I don't see a trade on it this afternoon. But hopefully there's something in IBIT, because Bitcoin, which is up next, has been a good one.
Yeah, I like Bitcoin. Brief?
Bitcoin, guys, dropping off a little bit off the highs, 96 and change right now, off the highs of the 97 and change that we had earlier on. There's a look at the BTC chart making lower lows and lower highs. That's a 5-minute, by the way. There's IBIT, still positive, over 2.5%, trading at around 54.88. There was this headline, guys, obviously not market moving, but just to give you an idea about the sentiment or the negative sentiment that still exists for BTC. El Salvador committed to continuing to buy Bitcoin. President Nayib Bukele saying, despite the IMF telling him that in order to receive that $1.4 billion economic stimulus that his country is set to receive, he's got to slow down his Bitcoin buying spree. He's absolutely refused to do that, but it just gives you an idea that there is still institutional resistance to Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, that's their problem. Like, I can't, look, man, I can't necessarily sit here and be like, I'm not Michael Saylor. No chance. I don't have that type of conviction in it. But, you know, when you look at it recently, you cannot remotely be complaining about the price action. It's been relatively strong to the market so many, whoops, I went too far at the time. So many times. The issue I have right now is we came into this top. I'm going to show it on actual Bitcoin at 55.5. It's great. Prior highs held, so the dip buys have been good on Bitcoin, but when you go on over, we're not blowing out this breakout that just happened. Like, I'm used to, like, what I was expecting to happen today after all the strength that I thought was going to be in the market is you break a resistance and we'd have like a strong move. Well, we broke this resistance, got past 96, and then nothing. Like, absolutely nothing. So there was just not enough follow through on Bitcoin. It's now underneath, IBIT's underneath the volume weighted average price. Because I felt like when we pulled back and didn't get to VWAP, I'm like, we're breaking this high and we're gonzo. So I'm actually not happy with myself because I had a break even stop. We were talking about this in the lesson of the day. Like, sometimes if I wasn't as bullish, maybe I wouldn't still be holding on to like 20, 30%. When it's on the way back in, you see a double top, you should be more aggressive getting out and respecting the resistance. But I was pretty bullish on Bitcoin today, so I didn't. You know, until I lose there, and then I lose there, and then the 1 for 3. I should be green going 1 for 3, but I'm not because I was holding out for too much of a breakout at the top. Now we're short Mara because the Bitcoin's under VWAP. As far as I'm concerned, the miners are always worse. So I want to be short as long as Bitcoin is under VWAP. I'm short Mara under the volume-weighted average price. Ozan, you won't expect a test of the resistance as support for the next leg up. Oh, yeah, well, no, in a general sense, like I usually do expect us to retest the resistance, but I kind of thought we would have a stronger day today and then maybe retest it a little bit later. I didn't think we'd be retesting that like now, this afternoon, tomorrow. I thought we'd have a bigger press today and then you could retest that prior high.
Yeah, let's see what winds up happening. I think 100,000 is just, it's imminent, right? I mean, whether or not it happens on the weekend or next week or something like that, it's going to get back up there. I just want to read one headline here because in case there are some people out there with trading energy, we know there's some energy traders out there. Donald J. Trump posts on Truth Social, all purchases of Iranian oil or petrochemical products must stop now. Any country or person who buys any amount of oil, so I have the oil chart up. If you want to put that, just my screen would be good enough. Any country or person. So if you're a person that buys oil, who buys any amount of oil, so do not buy any oil whatsoever, Neil or Shreve or anybody, or petrochemicals from Iran will be subject to immediately secondary sanctions. They will not be allowed to do business with the United States of America in any way, shape, or form. So that was as of 2/27 is what I'm seeing right there. So you're going to see right here with oil, there was a little bit of a spike right there in light crude oil from U.S., right? So there's the nice little spike up there. So people, I guess, taking that to heart. And, you know, if you do buy any oil from Iran and he finds out about it, then that is that. And this is what it looks like here on the NYMEX. So over here at Real Trading, we do have the ability to trade many different markets, and this is just one of them, the CL contract right there on NYMEX. And you could trade that. This is the the June contract. Just doing the most amount of volume, 310,000 contracts so far, when the July contract is only like 110,000. So we're still trading this. This is a much better look on current oil. And then you can look at XOM as well. I do want to go over to BTC and talk about this, just to see if there was a move here. There's the same spike. So again, you know, support U.S. Oh, really? Okay, support U.S. Oil. All right, just real quickly here, I want to talk about some crypto. We do have a Raider Trader, it looks like we have coming up very, very soon. So I just want to look right now at what's been going on. So Bitcoin today, 2.5, Ethereum 4, which is nice. What else we got? Solana, nice to see Solana back to 150. That's had a little bit of a dump down in there into 120. So it's nice to see that back up there. Dogecoin still, I don't know what they're doing, and not much. I remember looking at that thing, 30, 40 cents was a reasonable level. That's really gotten chopped. My guy Cardano right now is still 70 cents. That's chopped as well. Some of these names that were part of, I'm just going to scroll down for you, Stellar Looms. Where is XRP? I'm still XRP Army here at $2. I've got long at $2. I didn't sell anything. Just a couple, blah, 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 you know, thousands of blah, 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 blah. This is in honor of my guy, Andrew Rader there, who is about to come on here and he goes, robotic stocks, blah, 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 like that. So we did buy some XRP. I do like where that is going. Without any further ado, I see this man's got a hat on today. Oh, it's a Raider Report hat. Okay, my guy. Your mic is not on though, my guy.
Where's the mic?
Is it on now?
Hello?
Yes, there it is. The CEO of Ohio.
I was coughing and saying robotics. So yeah, well,
Oh, okay.
not CEO, just majority owner. I actually did
of Ohio.
CEO of Ohio, but I still
Okay.
pull the strings behind the scenes. So
Okay. Well,
Someone's
Ohio,
got
yeah,
to.
the Cleveland Cavaliers pretty good over there. The Cleveland Browns got Shedeur Sanders right there. So I'm glad that you allowed the
we'll
Cleveland
get
Browns.
to watch him play along with the other 5 quarterbacks. So
Yes. Okay. Good. So you are well.
Well, one of them you're
first
never
on.
going to see play again, so which is a good thing.
Okay. So look, we've been experiencing a lot. The month of April actually turned positive right there. Some of the macro situations really haven't changed too much, other than the rhetoric seems to be more leaning towards tariff deals now rather than like, let's just slap all these ridiculous tariffs on all these countries and then wait for a response? It looks like there's some deals being done right now. Is that all that we're waiting for? What did you take of the month of April? Were there any opportunities that you saw? Did you make any calls there near the bottom? What are you looking to do? Let's talk about that month of April. Anything that surprised you? Anything you want to focus on now that that's behind us and we start a new one here in May?
Yeah, so I think actually the biggest thing to focus on, a lot of you traders, is actually within the next week and a half, 2 weeks, is that the markets are going to be forced to make a decision. And what I mean by that is we're coming up to a level, which you guys should all know is that 565, 564 right here, where previously that news of tariffs kind of released the Liberation Day. And so now that the markets are back there, we are literally consolidating right at that level. It's called a news level. And typically what happens is price action will return to a news level, and the markets have to make a decision. Do we believe that this is now solved, or do we believe it is now unresolved, is still unresolved, and therefore we have to adjust price accordingly? And there's a few different variables that I'm focusing on as a trader moving into May, which is, of course, the sell in May and walk away month that a lot of people despise, but I think there will be plenty of opportunities, and those opportunities are shown through a lot of the positive gamma environment which we're in, which traps ranges and allows for those range trades. Lower implied volatilities allow for those little multi-day swings as well. But also some other variables such as the earnings season, which I've been trying to play specifically with my strategy of being basically you trade the day 2 and day 3 moves against what the gap direction was. So if you gap, for example, you don't meet expectations, you gap up, you expect to sell off back towards before the report. And that's been working a lot. Names like MO, PFE for that volatility crush, and FSLR, Starbucks. We even talked about that last time. I didn't trade Starbucks personally, but that strategy was consistent across the board.
All right, yeah, I mean, Starbucks was another name that I liked down there near some of those lows, those bottoms that had wicked around a little bit. You thinking anything? I mean, we just talked about, sometimes we talk about energy names with you, and so I do want to look over at the contract itself right now. We just got that news there about Iran. Maybe President Trump just not really feeling many countries or individuals purchasing oil from Iran. But you could see right here on the contract, oil's had a pretty nice drop back in right here. This is just a CL May contract, June contract. You know, anything about this? Because we do have very similar wick bottoms down here as well. Maybe just the buyers trying to feel out where there's some support. You like anything here on oil? You like the $55 mark or anything here on the CL contract or any specific stocks? I know you and I always talk about the XLE. Are you seeing anything in the energy space right now that's interesting to you?
Yeah, so a variety of different names, sector-specific names are going to be important. So what I mean by that is over the next few weeks, what you guys are going to want to do is focus your trading on stock picking.
Okay.
When we have a VIX over 30, typically the best names to look at are the names actually you most commonly see on this show, Trader TV. You see Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, these kind of names, mega caps that provide those big market-wide exposures, right? Hey, I want to short the market. Let's go short the biggest names within that market to capitalize on those big moves. That's what's been really working in VIX over 30. And it's important as a trader that you have a playbook for anything over 30 VIX and anything under 30 VIX, right? Those lower implied volatilities, what am I going to trade? Because in those different market dynamics, different things work. So specifically with stocks moving forward, I did pick a few different sectors that I'm going to be watching. Specifically, I think there will be a lot of developments in them. So stock picking in particular will be really helpful. I'm not actually looking too much at energy long. I think that that's, again, a very crowded trade. I think we are nearing the late June or early June period where that's going to be a really good one, energy. But as of right now, I'm looking specifically at things like software, a lot of the semiconductors, and some of the other names like that. So those are going to be my big target short. And then beyond that, it's going to be a variety of different names that have already reported earnings. So my goal is to not trade any names that are coming into earnings. I want to stick to those names that have already reported so that they have a more consistent move down and so I can hold longer.
Andrew, just quickly before I pass over to Neil, why just out of curiosity, seasonality, is that what you're talking about with June, July there with energy, or why are we not looking at it right now, but potentially in a month or two?
Yeah, so specifically, everyone knows sell in May, walk away. This is a history trend that we've seen throughout the years. Of course, you can't compare this year to any other year, but what you can compare is this month to every other month. Throughout the time, seasonals, the way they work is not because history repeats itself. It works because the mechanics of the market from month to month are generally unchanged. You still have options expiring. You still have money managers moving assets around the same time every single year. And that's why you see these supportive and unsupportive flows. That's why February crashed the market. We expected February to crash the market. Specifically for May, we expect a lot of volatility, a lot of chopping, range bound. Think of it like that. And so we expect some sort of drop into around the 9th, which works out to my favorite OPEX cycles if you guys want to get into that. But we see some sort of drop happening around there, some sort of decision to be made, getting bought up. And then into June and July, we see always that kind of quarterly month, of course, June, seeing a big rally after that as there's a lot of positivity. So that's when you typically want to look at names like energy after that summer period, into that summer period. That's when they start to do really well.
So, I mean, obviously that makes a lot of sense for energy, Andrew, and always appreciate your thoughts. Now, you alluded to this year isn't quite like others. And I think, obviously, what you might mean by that is in a situation, and if you're just putting a little tinfoil hat on, if the overall sentiment is the whole sell in May go away, and we do have a lot of choppiness and a lot of people get stopped out, and we do pull back and have some weakness in there, that would be a very, very good time for some deals to get done. And then all of a sudden, like we say, by the stroke of a pen, a lot of this down move happened. By a stroke of a pen, you get in the other way. How does that change your positioning, knowing that at any moment we could go into hyper rally mode in the short term? Do you have plays that you're like, this is what I would do if all of a sudden we get some deals done? Would you be sitting it out? 'Cause that's a difficult thing for a day trader. It's like you hear the headline, you go. For a swing trader, how would you approach that, knowing that it could happen any moment?
Yeah, so that's one of the scariest parts about this market is that it is so susceptible to news. We know that Trump always loves to be in front of the camera, and sometimes when he is in front of the camera, he says things that he might regret later, but he says anyways. And who knows, right? Not politics aside, right? These are what's moving the market. It's actually been in 2022, if you guys remember, it was mainly any comment about the Fed was moving the market, versus now in 2024, it's any comment of Trump, really. And we saw this back in 2016 as well. But specifically to your point of why is this year kind of different, and how do I position knowing that one stroke of the pen could send this into a rally? Right now in the markets, we are in a lower positive gamma environment, or excuse me, a lower implied volatility environment with positive gamma. And so this chart right here kind of reflects that. What it shows is that right here between this kind of 550, 560, all the way up to 575, we have this massive positive gamma regime. And what that means is market makers are going to be selling as it goes higher, and they're going to be buying as it goes lower. This naturally, of course, lowers the day-to-day range that we expect. We're not getting 6-7% days anymore, and you expect ultimately that you see some sort of ultimate dip buying. That is the main reason for this. So the fact that market makers are unsupportive of each direction, well, they are supportive of each direction, but just not pushing it further in each direction. That kind of tells me, okay, then how do we position as traders? One of the best ways that I found to position in lower volatility environments is to look at put and call walls. Now, specifically, guys, one of the biggest liquidity providers to the market is options. Options give a lot of liquidity to the market. In lower implied volatility environments, all it takes is one big put order to reverse an entire stock. And so what I implemented this concept through, especially names like TMUS. TMUS reported earnings on Thursday, dropped into Friday around, 12% here. Right as soon as you dropped into that TMUS, this order came in. This big put order across 232.5, 227.5, 235, huge size on TMUS. Now, in most stocks, this isn't a lot of money. 700K is not that much money. But on TMUS, it is a lot of money, and it came after already the earnings. And in lower implied volatility environment, market makers are going to start buying back shares as these puts lose value quicker, and ultimately, that's why you saw a reverse. You can see the bottom, 232.5, going up into 235, used it as fuel to rally back. This was one of my bigger trades on TMUS, and I encourage you guys to look at those put and call walls on the options market, as they will be very consistent, range-bound trades, but I would remain net long into May and June. Expect that slight reversal, but ultimately, again, trading off that put and call wall range like, that's it. I would advise you guys that in this range, look for extremities. When you see something oversold, that's when you want to try to dive into it. When you see something overbought, that's when you want to dive into it. You don't want to dive into things that are in the middle of the range, as your risk to reward is very low.
Yeah, and I can't tell you how many times we've seen that. Like some people call it the Christmas tree. for some reason V-shapes aren't cool enough anymore. So we call it the Christmas tree recovery or whatever it might be. We're seeing a lot of that recently. Now, to your point about things being a little bit range bound, I want to ask you, I want to talk about the IWM for a second, if that's okay with you, because if we look at the Russell, when we talk about things condensing after having a lot of volatility, this might be one of the more impressive examples of that at an absolutely monster level. It's one of the only things that had a death cross and was probably the best death cross trade you could have had last month. And it's now right at like a lower high resistance. I mean, it's looking about as bearish as it gets right here. I know you've talked about it before. What are your thoughts here? Because if it just sits range bound, people are probably trying to, hey man, this is going to be a big short, and it does nothing for them in the last, and just grinding higher the last 4 or 5 sessions when you look at it.
Yeah, so actually a few different names. It's funny that you mentioned compression. Some different names I'm actually looking at. Number one, I'm looking for stocks that are compressing towards the high for that upside opportunity. In lower implied volatility environments, we can see a lot of things run. And to your point, right? How do we go and find these names? Like, what do we think about compression? Because in this environment with positive gamma, that's what we're expecting. So is anything really going to break out? Yes, I actually do think a few different names are going to, specifically in the defensive. I think we are a few weeks from defensive starting to actually underperform again, and that the market may peel over then. But right now we have LMT. LMT is one right now. Today we had an inside bar so far. We're chopping towards this big resistance level at 480. I think any gap up you have right here is going to be a nice target and move up into that 595 and above to ultimately see that. So LMT, I think those compression trades towards the highs. And additionally, one on XLU, this one has come all the way back up to that really key 80 resistance level. And utilities is one that I'm going to be watching for. I think that this name, more than anything, you can see a lot of these defensives start to do well. And if we talk recession, right, I always kind of mention this chart right here. When we start talking recession, remember, guys, this is the first contraction we've had since 2022. The first quarter of 2022, we had negative GDP. Then the first quarter of this year, we had negative GDP. The question the market's now going to have to dig for, and it is going to start to price in, is do they think that this is actually the start of the real recession, or is this a temporary contraction as the supply chain was in 2022, and that next quarter we see positive growth? That's something we're going to have to see. But right now, of course, we know that in a recessionary environment and both in that slowdown period, whichever one you think we're in, that defensives typically do well, including utilities, healthcare, and consumer staples being outperformers. So I like those contractions towards the high. To your point, I think playing those contractions and range expansions, but expect them to be sold off ultimately. I like Lulu, LMT, and XLU. Those are my 3 favorite.
There we go. We get 3 favorites out of you, Andrew. We always appreciate you coming through here. But I feel like usually there's like a little secret that maybe anyone that goes and gets a radar report, you can always hint at it. You'll cough at something. You'll drop a little bit of a hint at it. So did you just give everybody all of your ideas right now? Or do you have a little something back that I think anyone can look at your socials or maybe sign up and can be looking forward to?
I'm pretty generous. You guys are like family to me, so as if it's the dinner table, I still swear. But I'm kidding.
No, you don't.
I don't swear at the dinner table. But as far as everything else, guys, I do have a few different trade ideas. Now, the best trade ideas in this environment are not macro. The best trade ideas, that's actually been the more volatile perspective. The more conceptual things that we can understand, the more risk-reward opportunities that we can actually take are in the shorter-term opportunity. So majority of my focus, I write 2 different reports. I write the monthly reports and the weekly reports. The monthly reports have been more commentary recently, less long trades, and my week-to-week trades have all been on the weekly reports. I think we've been killing it on those. But I would advise that any of you guys, if you are looking to position macro, now is probably not the time. You're better off waiting, if you want to buy any dip, to probably waiting till October. I know that seems like forever from now, but I promise you guys, once you kind of see what pans out this year, it's going to be very challenging to justify why you're buying at these levels. And maybe if you're already holding, sure. But as far as the macro view, I'm not looking anything past 2 months. My focus is from week to week, and I think you guys can learn a lot from that. But the week to week reports, I'm still updating. I've got a lot more information I'm digging through this weekend, and I'll make sure to post it on there.
There you go, everybody. Andrew Rader, our good friend in the awesome green Rader Report cap, looking absolutely fresh. We appreciate you, brother. Best of luck in all your trades, and go check him out on his socials and, of course, with the Rader Report. I can't wait to talk to you next time, Andrew.
Yep, I'll see you guys in the NFL draft next year.
There you go. You'd be a better quarterback than what the Browns might. I shouldn't. You know what? I can't even say that because they actually. No, I kind of like both. I think I kind of
I think
like.
Shadur's going to be fine. I like Shadur's.
No, and Gabriel's not bad. He's
the other guy they took.
Yeah,
they took him in the 4th round.
I don't know why they took him as high as they did, but he's really not bad. And it's one of those, like, I didn't know, I don't watch any Oregon, let's be real. I'm not Oregon Ducks. Oregon you watch for track and field, not football, at least not for myself. But so I was watching some tape of that guy on YouTube, and I'm like,
Chip Kelly.
He's really pretty legit. I mean, he's like a mini Tua, although it's a lazy comparison. He's got a better arm than you think, and he can move. And his accuracy is actually not bad. Anyways, while all this was going on, there was almost the headline. There was like a U.S. negotiation headline, which brought us higher. I didn't have it exactly. Here we go. Europe ready to make Trump a $50 billion offer. I don't know, whatever. Says EU negotiator. So we're not flying higher, but we did move higher on that. Like I was in. Remember, I'm one less position. That's because Mara went through my break-even stop. Like Mara, I had my stop right at VWAP. I just left it in there. Had only 10% left, and that move happened. IBIT's now above the volume-weighted average price. I mean, Weight Watchers doesn't seem to care about that. Intel, frankly, doesn't actually seem to care either. I was kind of hoping that NVIDIA would do something, but this is like languishing underneath the volume-weighted average price. So obviously, not everything is going higher, but a decent move over there in IBIT. Let's see if on the way back it can hold on to the volume-weighted average price just above that 55 level. Manny Fresh, no NFL team is from Canada. You are correct, and I don't think we'll ever get one. Buffalo tried to play games here, and we were season ticket holders. Like, think of it this way: Sean and I were season ticket holders to the Buffalo Bills, and we didn't go to the game in Toronto, and we live here. So, just to give you an idea of how it's not going to get supported. It's just not the same thing. You couldn't tailgate. You're going to tell me you can't go to, like, you can't, they had like this cordoned off area, which I think you paid to get into.
Or you need a special, exactly.
Or you need a special pass, something ridiculous. And then you could drink. So you're used to going down to Ralph Wilson and chilling in the parking lot from 9 a.m.
Bill's Mafia.
With Bill's Mafia.
Niels used to like,
I never did that. We did some shotguns, but we're not jumping off tables around here.
No, we're not doing anything. We have bad backs. You're not doing it either, Joe.
Joe, you're not jumping off.
Speaking about the NFL right now, you can gamble on the NFL on many sites, but you're not going to get a site that has better odds than Profit X, man. These guys give you total control. We can show you the Maple Leafs tonight. I'm putting everything on the Maple Leafs tonight, honestly. Enough is enough. Open API access for automation as well. I've actually been waiting. I don't code, but I've been waiting for a site that will give you this kind of automation because you can scout back and forth. It's all in one place. It's like day trading your favorite sports. Maybe I don't need to be on it then. Manage your risk with your diverse options diverse predictions. Don't just place picks, exchange them. ProfitX, the smarter, faster way to play. Users, of course, use code TraderTV to get 2% cash back. Sign up ASAP to go find out the best deals in town, the best odds in town with, of course, ProfitX. So scan that QR code right there. Yeah, look, I mean, tonight I think the Maple Leafs are going to win this game. They don't want to come back here and get haunted with the Ottawa Senators. And you've seen Joe's sort of gone on his rant here about every other team closing out, but not Toronto. But today, ladies and gentlemen, is the day the Maple Leafs, Mr. Wilson, enter the second round of the 2025 NHL playoffs. So to go play Florida and Joe, be a little more positive over there. Okay. Right. To win in 7. Okay, so hard to say everything with a straight face as the Maple Leafs have not had the greatest record in the past in the playoffs, despite having obviously one of the top payrolls and being well supported here. And a lot of people passionate, just as passionate about hockey, obviously in Canada, as you guys are about the NFL and NBA and things like that. Like you turn on SportsCenter, which is it's TSN, but it's ESPN. It's the same. The first stories for about the first 10 minutes is all NHL. And then whenever I watch ESPN, it's maybe the last 5 minutes of their hour show. They go, oh yeah, by the way, there are NHL Stanley Cup finals going on. And this team lost to that team and back to what's going on with LeBron. Hockey on people's minds around here today because I said the luckiest team around, Neil, and I talked to this yesterday, are the Blue Jays. But the Blue Jays aren't that bad. I look at the record. They're 14-16. I just think they had lost 6 in a row. and that's tough. But Santander hit a.
Yeah,
It was right where we were standing almost, and it was a huge shot right there last night. And Vladimir Guerrero is getting paid, I think, $15 million per home run so far, but that will change as he'll get many more home runs than 3.
Here's a question for you. You catch that ball, you give it to a kid?
Yeah, I have no. I mean, maybe. I mean, I'd give it to my kid, but she wasn't there, so I probably would give it to another kid. Yeah, I don't have any. I'm not like in love with that kind of stuff.
Well,
like I don't. To me, that wouldn't hold any value. I think if it was like a playoff game or something like that I could hold as like a memory, and maybe I was there with my family or something. Yeah. Yeah, but no, me and a couple dudes hanging out, pounding back the beers and this and that. Like, no, I'm there to have a good time, and fly ball would go directly to somebody.
I only ask that because, like, I 100%, like, I usually do. Because I go to a lot of games, so my daughter, look, she gets a lot of balls because we've been taking her since she was a baby. Mm-hmm. And so someone catches the ball anywhere near us, and they're like, ooh, cute. So she gets a lot. And so a couple of times I've been like, look, she has a bunch. Just keep it. If you probably have your own kid. That's my other thing. If you have your own kid, it's like you can take it home and give it to your kid if they want. So the whole force, anytime people crap on someone that doesn't give it to a kid, you don't know. Maybe they want to give it to their child that isn't there. Anyways, let's go over to Adara. I don't know why he went on that rant, but
that wasn't much of a rant.
It's not that much of a rant.
Here is the NASDAQ. We do have the trade commissioner of the EU making some comments here. Looks like in an interview in the Financial Times. So people wondering where those EU comments were coming from. Looks like they're not reports. It looks like it's actually an interview here with Marko Sefcovic, the EU trade commissioner. Basically what he said is the European bloc would not accept Washington keeping 10% tariffs on its good as a fair resolution to trade talks. So the EU says, don't give us that 10% tariff still. That will not be a fair resolution. I think that's probably the most interesting comment I've kind of seen coming out here. But the EU Trade Commissioner did say apparently that they're willing to strike a balanced and fair deal with the White House. Again, it looks like these are just comments coming out of an interview here with the Financial Times. EU trade chief doing some talks as the market continues to chop around. Back to you.
Yeah, I mean, you think strike a pose, nothing to it, Vogue.
That was a big.
I mean, shout out to Madonna, get those Italians going on again. And I did see that Donald Trump is bringing back Columbus Day. This guy is crazy. Like, there's just so many things that have changed. Gulf of Mexico, Columbus Day celebrations are apparently back.
I have a stupid question, and like, don't at me because we're Canadian. Columbus Day is gone. Like, but how?
Yeah. It was more of like
it's still Columbus Day.
It was more of a No, I know the reasons why. Yeah, they gotten rid of it there, just like they had torn down some statues. Now we're gonna have to get political because of this, but that has nothing to do with it. It's just thinking about things that are coming back into favor again, and that's another thing there. I thought Columbus Day, the celebrate. I don't know. If I don't know if it's a bank holiday anymore, but I think he was reinstating it, or some of the parades and whatnot that have happened.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought I saw something about that, and just.
Oh, they did change it to something else. Okay, whatever. I plead ignorance. I didn't know that one.
They changed it to Dundas Square, I think they did.
Dundas Square. Oh goodness. So we're starting to come back in here at least a little bit. So we're not accelerating that much, but we're definitely pulling back. Man, Nvidia can't get going. That's not going to be much of a long, and I might not want this IBIT long. I should be thinking about getting back into MAR. Market's looking.
Canada Goose is now America Goose.
Right
That's
now.
hilarious.
No, Canada Goose is never going to be American Goose.
I like that though. That's funny though.
Oh goodness, AMD. What is going on with AMD? AMD's going to go red
Raquel, I
on
need
the day?
to see you here immediately.
I'm on the wrong thing. What are you? Don't do that. Don't even. You don't even want to know what Sean is doing right now. To Sharif.
I'm not doing anything.
I heard you.
Yeah. Well, everyone heard me. My mic.
Sharif is first of all.
Oh, here goes Sharif. No, I think it's because
Sharif is like mowing down on the not omelets, the quiche from this morning.
He took 8 boiled eggs yesterday or something like that.
There's only 12. How you couldn't have taken 8? It says on the package.
He said he's
12 pieces, and so it was like 12 boiled. He couldn't have had 8.
Okay, so I had one. You had one.
I had one. I get one because it's one each.
Oh, really? Well,
it says on the thing. I open it in the morning, and it goes one.
So he's getting in trouble on purpose for good reason then. Man, what a rule violator, Sharif.
He's a line stepper.
Yeah. So he's got to go.
Get you a line.
No, we just hear. We have a lady that takes care of the kitchen, so he's got to.
It was amazing, by the way.
I got to speak lightly.
Okay, no, I have to. I actually have to tell this story. So, like, back when we were at the old office, and
I think
your voice. No, you know, but you remember this. Okay. When we were at the old office, there was back office and the trading floor shared the same kitchen, and everyone you would line up for lunch at the same time, and everyone lunch bell happened. Everyone comes, they want to get their lunch at the same time.
Down.
And I remember waiting in line one time with myself and another trader, and while we were waiting in line for the lunch, something happened on one of our stocks, and we got absolutely blown out, stopped out, and shut down, and we couldn't react to it in real time because we were standing in the lunch line, and we were talking about it. And so the lady who does the lunch line heard us and found out about it and approached us and offered, hey, you know what? I heard about what happened. I can make your lunch and set it aside for you so that you guys can go and pick it up and not have to wait in the line. Because we both took 4-figure hits that day, which actually didn't need to be that big had we been at our stations. And I remember that happened. I'm like, what an incredibly kind person, because we didn't even ask for it. She just decided that she wanted to do it. So always in my good books, regardless. Because at the end of the day, there's some losses that it's fine. You lose. But when you lose 3x because something as silly as that, maybe you're in the bathroom or waiting in line, that's frustrating. But back to the market, I don't know why AMD is so weak today, but this is breaking fresh lows and just continuing to bleed. It's threatening to go red here. If the NASDAQ loses VWAP, AMD's got to be a short. We're losing the 50 period again. So this is the second time in the last month in the last month or so, or 2 months, sorry, that AMD has tried to break out above the 50 period and is going to lose it. If this loses the 50 again, this seems like it'll be a short-term short. So 98 is gone. Got to start thinking about, 98.70 is where the 50 period was. That's gone. 98 is what's left. So morning high, 98.20. I think shorting pops in AMD makes some sense. It's just that Intel, it's working, but it's not going. So I want to maybe go over to AMD. Relative weakness abound.
Okay, sorry, I was reading the chat. I didn't know you were.
We got a super chat.
Yeah, we do have a super chat. Well, it's from before, so I just want to say shout out to Nikhil here. Thank you so much for reminding me right into there, Nikhil. He asked about Amazon, Airbnb, and whatnot. So yeah, let's go over and have just a quick little look there and see what's going on. So here's the implied move right here for Amazon, over 6% right now. I'm not worried about the EPS or the revenue or anything like that. Airbnb, 11% move, almost 12%. So implied wise, we do have decent opportunities here. So if we're going to go with Amazon 6%, let me have just a quick little look at what this looks like to me. So again, I think we've had a big run in this name. It does look very similar to all the other names that have already reported. The good thing about Amazon that I think today, and it's already up 3%. So this is the problem, is it's already up a lot, and that has something to do with Microsoft and Azure, right? Azure was a good spot for Microsoft, good increase in volume in the cloud. So Microsoft's up 9%. So Amazon today is catching some wind from that report. So when AWS number drops, I do expect it to be a banger, and it's going to be monstrous. But how much of that is already figured into some of the move today? So I'm a little bit cautious on the fact that it's already up 3%. Microsoft hadn't moved on any in particular earnings report other than their own. They should have moved a little bit on Google's, but nothing really did on that one. We did see Meta go upside, then Google retraced back the rest of the day. Now Google was under 160. We'll have to check out what it's at right now. So for me, for Amazon, I really do love. What's up, Sharif? What's up, guys? That's the chilling. That's the chilling. Yeah, Neil, you need to do more chilling.
My back hurts just sitting like that.
Exactly.
That's ridiculous.
That's
very uncomfortable.
Yeah. Steve, you don't need to stay tonight, by the way. No. Why? No, you don't have to. You don't have to. Well, we have Steve Tomlin. Okay, it doesn't matter. I spoke to Brendan about it. If you want to, it's fine. Okay, so anyways, what I was going to say about Amazon, right here, $200. That's the 200 period moving average. So I do think it gets going there. I think they did have that little bit of a threat there from the Trump administration when they were going to put their warning on those halls, where they're going to show the hall website, where they were going to show the tariffs, and then they backed away from that. So, I mean, I think they can guide fine. I think the Prime Day, there was a little bit of a story there that it may not be as great moving forward. So for me, I like the retail side of things. Jobs still remain relatively strong. We did get a negative GDP print, but that was Biden's fault. We know that. So hopefully moving forward, we'll be able to figure that part out. And just for me on Amazon, you know, dropping down 6% brings us, like, these moves have been very violent. Like, we were just at 180 yesterday, you know, and then you get that bump up right now. So I would say that this is the level that we're looking at, 180 right now, to hold. So if it gets down into there, I'd be a buyer of this. I can't really see anything negative in their report. I think AWS is going to be strong. We have no reason to believe it's not. And then the retail side of things, again, I think the consumer trades down, right? I mean, you know, you've seen Walmart, and people aren't afraid right now. Walmart's back up to $97. This thing went down to $70. You know, when everybody was scared of what was happening, or 77, I don't want to let's just say $80, but it does go down to 77. This name cracked below the 50-period moving average and the 200-period moving average. Now we believe in the consumer again. So why is this going up if we have a weak consumer? So I would say that Amazon has everything working for it. We just talked about some cool programs that were on Prime these days and whatnot. So I like Amazon. I think that's a good look. So you know, we can talk about Airbnb in a minute, but for me, Amazon, I think Nikhil is a winner, and I would be bullish. I am bullish on that stock, and we've talked about it for a while. The stocks that we would have liked to buy on dips were Meta, and we were right about that. That's up that 7% or
Amazon.
5% right now, and Amazon was the other one. So yeah, if it's a bad report, I say buy. I so much believe in it that I put a bid at 180 the other day. It just never got filled. And then it was only a day, and it should have, if I kept it there, it would have got filled. But
put 180.69.
That's how much we liked it. Yeah, no, it didn't. The day I put it there, it didn't get there.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, so it was on that day when the Hall.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah, that was, well. Look, we got a couple of super chats in here, and half of that might have been answered. Bienvenidos. Thank you for the super chat. Do we get a bull run tomorrow? Well, I think Amazon, how about this? Amazon matters more than Apple. That's what I think is going to matter here, because I think Apple is so much, it's just so much deal or no deal that it doesn't make a difference. And then Chris L, appreciate you. Ham will now be called American bacon. I'll eat it, whatever it's called. That's a good thing. I don't get sensitive about that kind of stuff. Who cares? Does it taste good? Answer yes. Neil eats. It's that simple. So I want to get to this SL Select quote, SLQT, which was halted several times to the downside. They're defended in a DOJ drug case along with HUM. It's trying to bounce higher. A lot of times when you have a story like this and a negative move, first thought, it pulls the gap in. Look what happens at VWAP. The only thing I would add to that is you've got a couple of halt prices, like the halt down at 262, and then you've got this, I guess, reopen top here at 273, which I think are both important levels. So if it does press higher, I'd more likely want to be shorting it above VWAP into that prior halt high at 274. So I'm going to throw it up there. I don't know if it's going to make that kind of a recovery push, but that's obviously not good news for them. And it's also as Reflex say, flat bottom break. The prior low was 280, so you have that going for it as well. So if you pull back into this 260, 270, you got the 280 prior low going, you got the halt high at 274. That'd be the area I'd want to be able to sell. And because I should always check this, the $2 stock, don't assume, we have locates on it. I didn't know mid-select quote, but I would figure we do, but free locate. So this is now on the radar. If we break VWAP, I'd look to go short into that 280 level. Outside of that, right now, as we're going down, where's my next bid on? I don't know why I typed in NY for Intel. I want it breaking down to like 20.05. I'd like it to break. It goes red at 2010, so I want it to go red on the session and then take some out there for sure. And I saw someone just say, have a look at Alibaba. Why, what is Baba doing? I hit enter. Oh, there you go. That was weird. Baba, yeah, nice retracement on Baba. That's a really good trend reversal trade. Double top, trend reverse. It's up today. And Andrew was talking about all the condensing that's happening in the market. It's a lot of places. We've made this big rebound, and you are just winding up for a move. So when you're day trading this, it's almost like you have to anticipate that you're going to have the tight range in so many things, and then just be ready for the breakdown or the breakout. And Baba is near the top of the list of you break higher, which probably needs a headline, and you can be 10, 15 bucks higher quickly, but it works both ways. We lose this bottom. I think Alibaba sees that $100 level again. The irony of Alibaba is the only reason, and I remember doing when we did our picks, the only reason that I didn't make Alibaba my pick is because I had been talking it up before and already bought it at that level. I'm like, well, let's not count something which we were talking up in December. I go to something new. And then obviously, you know, the stimulus move was great, and that's the level it got bought off of. I think it's not going back to that level on the next dip. I think the $100 level has been too good, and it's another stock. Like, I regret not respecting the 200 period moving average on Alibaba. Like, I love the 200 period moving average. Yet when Alibaba got down there, I said each and every single one of these days, I'm waiting for 80 again. You know, you wait too long, you miss. So I mean, it's been a good trade. It's just, you know, sometimes you have to hold yourself to account. That's all.
Yeah, no, I think that I was just messaging Sharif. Okay, I'll finish this conversation with him after. Okay, so I just want to review this trade too, because I was also messaging Obi. I don't mind showing if we want to. I just want to, like, we're changing this whole. I don't know if you guys can hear more echoes and everything. Like I feel like I can. I hope it's not affecting.
Yeah, you can.
I don't think it's affecting the end result here. But yeah, Obi has switched. He over there right now, no longer behind us. We've taken out a couple rows right now behind us as the renos have started. So we do want to thank, there's Obi's not at his desk. Now Ramina's sitting there. And show that one more time, just so I can show you can't pan over. All of that, used to be a whole row right in front of Ramin there as we look to tear things down and get going again. But yeah, anyways, that's enough. That's good enough. I just wanted to show everybody that Obi is no longer sitting right back there. He's been delegated to the corner. And then I think eventually when this whole thing becomes kind of studioed up, he may go in and sit with the algo guys or figure that all out at some point. So generally he's in behind there. We're like, Obi wave, but he's not there right now. So. Anyways, pretty cool stuff happening around here.
We need some elbow room, that's why.
That's why I made that joke earlier about, we don't have no space around here. The drills earlier today, because they're starting to take apart some of the desks and whatnot, and then, maybe potential fire sale. I actually, there's some good monitors and good setups there for spot monitors and whatnot there. So, we're looking to change and to adapt and get bigger and better. And we want to thank everybody. And we talk about the super chats and everything like that and going to good use. And, thank you for putting up with us. Sometimes, we'll have some reads about, different products and whatnot. And, it's all going, there it is. That's Brendan right there. So he's working. That is Justin Bieber, I think.
No, it's not. Is it?
No, of course it's not Justin Bieber. He's not doing that.
But like, where is that
Justin
even from?
Bieber, Canadian icon. Poor guy just wants to play his little guitar in Stratford, Ontario. And now he's a 100 millionaire.
And he survived.
What's up, Haley? Haley Bieber. Yeah. Anyways, great cosmetic line for sure. Haley Bieber. She started all the nails. Some sort of a Haley Bieber look over there.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, I'm long. I forgot to talk about this. Oh, the one trade that I'm in. So I'm in the queues. We just talked about it. But another trade that we're in that's actually cooking right now. We've just been so busy doing other things. We had Raider Trader on. We had this. We had that. You can take a look at this. Take a look at that. But right now, Tesla up to 284. It is not bad. So let's take another piece out because I did forget about it a little bit there as I was only focusing on the futures because I did have way more invested in that trade than in this trade. It didn't break 282 again, so we should have reloaded it. I guess I had canceled, when I went to get this coffee or whatever, I had canceled some of the bids that I had there to get longer, but the stop was still down into here. When we took this trade early, it was 282.75. We were only giving it 75 cents, and immediately these outs are 284.50. Like, we took about $1.75 within the first 5 minutes, so that got me a little more conservative with my outs because we'd already taken a lot of profit there. And unfortunately, I didn't have anything at the 200 period. Like I said, I'd zoned out there and should have had something there right now. So we took some more out there at the 200. Now that we break, you can clearly see that there's this 284 wall there. So let's take some more out at 284, which we just did. And let's see if 285 can come into play. Again, we're way, way heavier, like crazy heavier in the TQQs. You know, and again, it has nothing to do with the price. Well, it does have to do with the price, but I'm more interested in the short in the market than I am in that long for Tesla right now. So let's see if this market gives a little bit back. We're under the 50-period moving average, and we're going to look to test VWAP. But we are very aware. Yesterday's one of the biggest trades. I think it even went to P&L number 1 or 2 for the show, I think, yesterday, and that was just Tesla ripping in the afternoon, and we had that play right here on Tesla. That's not yesterday afternoon. That's today. This is yesterday afternoon when it just went right to the upside. So very similar movement there from 3 to 4 on Tesla upside. So we just bought it today off, this is yesterday, but if you bought it yesterday, 278, like on similar bottoms. So that's kind of like what we're doing right now, trying to buy off of this low to see if we
go.
Yeah, buy off the low to see if we go. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that makes sense. So we'll do that. It's a busy night tonight, man. The wife's been bugging me. The Handsmaid Tale was Tuesday, but I haven't seen my wife the last couple of nights because we've just been doing different things. And then even tonight, she's going to some sort of a play downtown. And then I've got I got to go visit my guys at Volkswagen. And then I got to go to drop the kid off at chess. And then every Thursday, I meet up with some of the assistant coaches of the rep team, and we talk baseball and figure that all out. And so I'll be home around 8:15, at which point, Joe's not sitting here anymore, but at which point the Maple Leafs will probably have a 2 or 3 goal lead.
They better have 2 or 3
by the time the first period's over.
I'm excited because I actually Thursday's usually my physio day, but my guy's on vacation.
Okay.
So, but I'm still going to put work in. But I'm going to get a haircut and then I'm still going to put my work in. Like, I know I have the routine. I'm still going to do it. Tonight I'd go for a run, but I want to make sure we get our session in. That's what it's all about. I mean, I'm so close. I don't know, I'm going to say this out loud, but I didn't tell you this, Shreve. I'm considering doing my 5K not in the fall, but I'm considering doing it in June, because that's a goal of mine. And it would be less than 1 year since my Achilles tear, and they told me, you and I don't do any of that kind of stuff. You're not going to get to full athletic recovery till after 12 months. So being able to do it before July would be a big deal to me, and I promise it will not be fast. But Kohl's is moving like it is a little bit, okay, not that fast. It's a $7 stock. It's not going to go $1. But it's finally breaking out that top from this morning, lo and behold. And shout out to everybody that mentioned that this was going through that 735 high. I'm going to see if we can't buy a little bit of a dip in here. Like, just let it pull back into the prior high, retest it. I mean, if it's resistance, why not try to turn it into support? And just one thing, Palm Beach, Peter, this new doctor, believe me, I would not, like I've done a lot in my rehab to let me know that I can start running again. Yeah. That's why. Like, believe me, he put me through some stress testing, and it was in July.
Yeah, yeah.
So the surgery was in July.
Right, because that's what. That's why ChatGPT says the same thing. 12 months, it says. Return to sports, normal activity, 6 to 12 months. So it's very wide.
So the 6 months is like the normal, so I could walk.
I remember on July 3rd, that was when we had that pre-Independence Day half day. Neil was not there for that pre-Independence Day half day because he was getting his ankle done or his Achilles done because he had torn his Achilles the evening of Tuesday, July 2nd, 2024. I am not a creep. I just have a good memory, and this will check out if you go back on X and find it. Back to you.
But look, no, but I didn't even remember. I'm the one that tore my Achilles. I don't even remember that to the day. That's not human. No, it's not that I don't believe you. I'm pretty sure I put it in my calendar. July.
What's up to, yeah, okay, you find that out. We'll, what's up to Nimitz? Nimit's coming back. So what's up, Nimit, my guy over here? I'll be planning on being in July around, here around, Nimit and I went out again. We had beers. Hopefully you guys can make it with us this time.
She's right.
Planning to be in Toronto around mid-July. So we'll ping me on X. Yeah, man, hopefully, like I said, hopefully these boys can come out with us next time. Perfect, yeah, so Sharif is going to be there as well. Yeah, in July. Well, just what Nimit had said there. Oh, what's up, Rob? Rob Beck. Thanks for being here day in and day out. You are, I would be no other place. You know, honestly, like, I Same kind of thing, man. I mean, the only time that we'll try to take days off is when we're forced to. Okay, so yeah, Amazon. So this is what happens when you ask me for my opinion on Amazon, by the way. Obviously, all the algos, no, just kind of kidding. But there it goes right up to the upside there. I said it was looking like it was going to beat. I saw no reason why it shouldn't. And of course, the market doing nothing and Amazon going ham now right there. So I see what you did there, Nikhil. I see what you did. This man must be running $1 billion hedge fund and then all of a sudden going in there and buying it. But please do not buy it on my recommendation. But yeah, no, just playing around. There goes Amazon. Look, it's a good stock. We had talked about that. That's not a huge move. Its implied move is still 6%. The only hesitation that I had with Amazon about it having a huge move tomorrow, I still think the move is up. The hesitation is AWS is going to be solid. We already know a little bit about the retail side of things. The expectation, though, for me is what if Amazon starts talking about all dem satellites that they got in the sky, right? So right now, they do have a program out there that is not trying to battle Starlink or anything like that. It's just a competitor, right? So they're going to try to do something similar to that. So I could see if that really gets going and there's some positivity in their report about that and maybe some shining some more light on, will it be a revenue driver moving forward? Will there be anything involved? And I forget what that program is called, but they've started to release it, and that could be something as well. I do know that they're looking at Rivian and all those things to get more electrified as far as their delivery service is concerned. So that should bring down cost and lower the dependence on oil for Amazon as well. That's part of the reason why I was thinking about going to EV, not because of the price or anything of oil, but just it's nice to, potentially just plug your car in and not worry about it. And I think a place like Amazon that has, hundreds, 1,000 vehicles, maybe more than that. Maybe I'm way off. I have no idea. But if they can electrify their fleet as well, that should eventually, and look, it'd be a hit right now because they're going to have to pay for them. But at the end of the day, shareholders pay for everything. And then it will wind up just hitting, like I said, better to margins, so more profitability if they can take away that energy aspect for the delivery. So I think satellite could be a big driver, and other businesses, right? And Amazon again, I didn't even know about that haul service, their new website that they were trying to pump as well. Before I go back,
not a lot of people knew about it at all. None of my friends.
No,
exactly.
Not our
friends.
Well, you have the guy in that shipping industry as well, right? So transport. I just want to say, so right there on Amazon, on Tesla. Speaking about EVs, we just got another piece out. You're still cold. I find it okay here right now.
Really?
Boom, boom, boom. There's 84. There's 84 again. There's 84.50. So I'm always sitting at those kind of levels, 50-cent levels and things like that. So our next stop is pretty easy up here, 84. 85 flat, so if we can get that, then good on us. But we're getting lighter and lighter, man. We only now have 20% of this position, period, and the position is where we have it on the board, 82.80. So nice little move there. Shout out to Sir Poppy, who says he or she is always listening to us. Well, it says Sir, but doesn't necessarily matter. Always listening to us audio, and nice to see us now in person. So
shout out to you.
I hope we didn't disappoint.
Well, I hope not, but and there was a question about Robinhood, and then when I answered in the chat, it's the first caveat is to kick my butt today. But before we get there, look, I'm just taking more out of WW. It cannot seem to break 70, which it couldn't break this morning either. So we're going to get some out in front of it. I'm not reloading this thing at VWAP. There's only about 35 minutes left in the day here, but I wanted to get to Rod Beck. Thank you so much for that super chat. Rob Beck.
Yeah.
Rod Beck was the closer for the Giants, not.
Yeah.
It was Rod Beck.
I said Rob Beck and then I said Rod Beck as well. You must have
because it's like the first thing that came to my mind was like, oh my goodness, I remember that dude, a good closer. But then Havana Woody here, we'll get to this, and I'm gonna get to the Robinhood question. I have a massive amount of price levels on stocks I have never traded just from listening every day to the show, and so.
What was that?
He says, I have a massive amount of price levels on stocks that he's never traded just from listening to the show. Okay. And what I was getting at is because why I'm so impressed with Adara's memory is if it's not random stock prices that you just remember because you're watching, I looked it up. She's 100% right. Okay. Because of course she is. That's how she rolls. If it's not that or like random baseball stats, then my memory is it's very, very hit or miss, which if you watch the show, you know. But I can remember all the prices I buy and sell stuff at. I can remember the prices I put orders at, close my eyes and remember 50 orders that I can have out there. That's a different story. So caveat, Robinhood kicked my butt today, but you know what? 47 still holding. And it's not random. Remember in the aftermarket where it first held, 47? Like that, forget about that wick. 47 held multiple times when we were doing the aftermarket show, and it's still holding. So at least for now, 3-day rule aside, I don't like it when a good quarter gets sold off in a general sense. It doesn't make you want to rush to buy. But that 47 is above the 50 period. Right now, you're well above the you're upward sloping 200 period, which is a positive sign generally for your trend. So as long as this can hold, it's a higher low from pre-earnings. If that can hold for a couple of days here, KSS finally came back. If it can hold for a couple of days here, then I think it looks a little more constructive on Robinhood. But that's the key level. It's showing it to you and staring you in the face and saying 47 is it for today. But remember, it kicked my butt until it got to that number. So I just jumped into Kohl's. I want to give it to like 34 in here. If it's a failed breakout at 330, then I don't want to be giving it a ton of room. There's not as much time left in the day for it to work when you're making a play on a breakout. But Kohl's, by the way, the story on Kohl's was they got rid of their CEO for cause. And the interim CEO has been put into place, but we'll see how that goes. And that was, Adair was just saying he was there for less than a couple of months. With cause. You don't usually see that, but the stock reacted quite positively, as you can obviously see, up 10%, decent short float, and breaking out here on the 15-minute, or at least it's attempting to. So that's what we're looking at right now. I don't know if we have any other questions up there in the chat. Paul asking about BBAI. They report after the bell. It's going to be rapid fire after the bell.
Amazon still wanted Airbnb. Did you have any thoughts on that?
Shoot.
Because I sort of did Amazon, and I don't want to influence my
I forgot all
bullish ideas on people.
I forgot all about Airbnb. But the first thing I'd said when we came up is that I keep seeing Verbo everywhere, and we still use Airbnb. Actually, you know what?
By the way, I have a new idea.
No, I think we did a Verbo when we went to spring training this year. We didn't do Airbnb this year, and it was the first time. But I'm concerned about them because where do you think people cut back? McDonald's had their worst. They had their biggest drop in same-store sales since the pandemic. It's McDonald's, man. If people aren't spending as much, like that gets me a little bit worried, and that would make me worried about Airbnb. Maybe not for this quarter, but certainly for the next one. So my thought is it's support turning into resistance, and I'd be a little, unless there's some kind of really crazy blowout numbers, I'd be more concerned with selling into this even on positive, a positive report than anything else. I'm just a little bit concerned about travel right now. I don't think it's necessarily the right time. It's a high risk point, I think. We've gotten some bad data that the market's been able to shrug off because tech has been good. Not necessarily because I think the travel names will be all right. So those are just my thoughts on Airbnb. Doesn't mean that I don't own any stocks. It's not like I'm selling anything in front of 130 because I have no shares to sell. But that's all I see.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, everybody, for your kind words in the chat for all the time. I mean, you guys can always ask us on anything. So Scott's Miracle-Gro actually had following Wednesday on a Q2 sales miss. So we talked about this yesterday. Remember, I was like, what the heck was going on with Scott's Miracle-Gro there? But that was Wednesday. So I actually that's just great timing by me, nothing else. Because yesterday, when we called this open, I talked about grow generation brands, and I talked about Scott's Miracle-Gro as sort of other ways to play the marijuana or cannabis industry. And it hasn't been great for this company, and I have not done, obviously, any research because I didn't even realize they reported yesterday. But it's going to look pretty genius right here because you're up 7%. Today, so it's just making that back. So watch out for Scott's Miracle-Gro. You need to sort of like overlay, news in the space with MSOS and see if that even has any relationship, because it was an idea that I had. Oops, not MSO. Well, MSOS or X is the same thing. One is 2 times. But we had legalized cannabis here almost a decade ago. I think it was 2017 or 2018, something like that. 2018? Yeah, okay. So, that's when I was sort of thinking about other plays, that were tertiary, or is that the right word, to, just the straight growers. There's multi-state operators like True Leave and whatnot that continue to be good. It's not like this. It's on the OTC. I'm going to have to find what it is. But, you know, other names, like rather than just straight growers, like a Tilray or CGC, which is Canopy Growth, you know, some of these names just continue to be absolutely destroyed. I mean, Tilray, it was in the hundreds when it was getting squeezed back in the day. But, yeah, there's Trulieve, and there's a few other ones, Green Thumb, a few other operators that are much better. It's better to sell the stuff than grow the stuff. So that's my take there. And so if you're going to look for the growing side of it, that's where I was talking about GRWG, which is Grow Generation Brands. This is something where, again, it's the hydroponics. But these stories, I mean, it's had a nice move off the bottom, you know, 90 cents up to 120. But because cannabis is now, I know it's not federally cool, that may happen soon. It's just, now there's a lot of places that sell the equipment and stuff like that. So I think that more due diligence on some of these names are required. And SMG, there's probably great competition. There's probably even better ways right now to harvest and so on and so forth, your own crops, if you know what I'm saying. And you can grow many things, parsley and basil and all that with Scott's Miracle Grow as well. So I don't think you should smoke parsley, though.
Well, I mean, also sage, rosemary, and thyme.
Yes, yes.
Definitely.
All of those, man. All the great cooking and great for the aroma. Hey, what's up, Brendan? There you go. Got a little side view there of Brendan.
Where's Brendan going to go when they kick all this stuff out?
Where's Brendan going to go? Yeah. He'll be around here. He'll be in the building somewhere.
Because that role's going to...
We'll figure it out.
That's going to go, too.
Brendan, the man, always has the sharpest hair around. He doesn't let it get past a certain millimeter.
Because he can also apparently do his own fade, which is, I think, impressive.
Oh, yeah. You can get those now. They have those hand ones where you do it yourself.
Hold on a second. I bought one of those during COVID.
Oh, no good?
Well, it didn't work for it didn't work for me.
Why though?
It wasn't very even. Look, maybe it was the type of hair thing. I have no idea, but I did buy one and try. It just didn't work out, so I got a traditional, like the normal like razor, the clippers, and did that, and then I would bick it. It didn't work for me, that product.
I thought you were going bald. Like, I thought you were bicking the whole thing.
Oh, I am going.
Okay.
Look, man, I'm going bald.
No, not that. I mean, I thought you were that as a style.
Eventually. Eventually I'm going to do it. I just, I haven't sold my daughter on it. She thinks daddy looks funny. I'm like, look how short my hair is. Right. This is like 2 or 3 weeks of growth is how long my hair is. So how she thinks I look different.
Your hair grows fast then.
But I don't go bald like I do. Watch, I'll get a haircut tonight, and you guys will see.
That's right.
It's not that much. It's not
what?
That much.
You don't get a haircut every 2 weeks? What's going on? You just said you had 2 or 3 weeks of growth on your hair now.
Yeah, but I don't usually get it every couple of weeks. Usually I let it grow more. But because I don't have to go to physio.
Right, you're just going to knock it out.
My wife's doing some traveling next month, so like I'm going to get it done. Because when she travels, I have zero free time in the evenings. Like I don't have a spare moment. It's just, there's always something happening. But I wanted to add something, just one thing on on the weed names. CGC. I don't like these stocks in a general sense. Like none of them have been performing well. But there's something happening on CGC that hasn't for a while, which I think you can tell. And obviously, the last time it consolidated over the 50-period moving average, it was a trap. It gave you 10%, but it was a trap. Right now, it's consolidating above $1, above the 50-period moving average. As far as like trades go, you can do worse than this if it breaks out the one. I would like it to break out the 150 though. That's sort of the thing. I think the risk to reward is pretty darn good if you're into the sort of understand that you're risking 30 to 40% because your stop's either under the 50 or the $1 level, and you're trying to take it into like 2.5, 3.5. I did something similar with Tellurian a couple of years ago, and it worked out. I'm actually considering doing this in CGC. And obviously, you have the positive headline. Any positive headlines federally would be good for them. But yeah, it's looking pretty consolidative above that $1 for sure. And Sebastian, no. Couldn't even if I wanted to. I could never pull off. Yeah, my hair doesn't grow that long, and not anymore. When I was younger, I would do the look I liked the look I used to love was I'd grow out my fro in the summers when I was playing baseball. So I could have like that ridiculous, the hat with the fro coming out. That was pretty cool. I did that. I only did it legit one summer though, because Jesse Barfield was my favorite player, and I used to always remember he'd have that whole put the hat down, the fro be coming out. So I'm taking it way back there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that must have been back in.
He left the Jays.
Back in your Ute.
'89, he left the Jays.
That was definitely.
See, like that I can remember. I can remember he got traded in the first month of 1989, and it was leading the American League in home runs with 5 at that point. That I can remember, but I couldn't remember the exact date of my Achilles. No, it was in April, so like.
Yeah, okay. Thank you to Jam right here, Jam Low Key, Jam Low C. All right, so I nailed many of these names, of course. I talked about True Leave and Green Thumb. So here are a couple more. The symbol that I was looking for, of course, was TCNNF. So there it is right there on the pink sheets. None of these things on the OTC markets formerly or just known as pink sheets. You could see, look at this move up that it's had. Can you take a look at that? So it's a nice move off the bottom. We'll see if those can continue to work as well. Curaleaf is another name. And again, these are multi-state operators, some of them anyways. CRULF, CURLF, that's right. There it is. So, whoa, down 8% today. Okay, maybe we don't invest in this one. But again, some nice moves there off the bottom. A lot of these names have been absolutely crushed. Verano Holdings. I mean, most of them are going to be on the OTC because they're housed right here in Canada, either on our junior exchanges like the CSE or Venture Exchange as well. This is Green Thumb. I mean, this one again. Like most of these names are crushed. I'm just talking about instead of buying. Growers, you know, grab some retail names and whatnot. So there it goes. Nice move to the upside there. But those are just a couple ideas if you were looking at it. And you could just Google, thank you, Jam, for all those, as you did tag me. So I did see that. So thank you for that, for sure. Just one little quick update there. We did get some more out of, look, the futures aren't doing anything. Like I really wish that, of course, because I'm short, we get the big FU candle to the top right there. But, you know, can we not get some love down there? So we did cover a little bit at 19.9 again. The futures are at 20,000. They're waiting for some big, huge reports tonight. And the reports are exactly that, man. They are monstrous tonight. This is the biggest day by far. I'm glad to be having Sharif with me and Adara on the After Hours show, the market recap show. In just 20 minutes, you're about to have your world to get flipped upside down because you have Amazon, Apple, Roku, Reddit, Maple Bear, Airbnb, Twilio, Duolingo, Amgen, right? Stellar Lumens, no, Lumen right there. MSTR, ladies and gentlemen, is in the building. Formerly Block, formerly Square, I guess now still. XYZ, right there for Block. US Steel, letter X. Sell it to Elon at some point there, but now, of course, Elon's such a genius the way that you can orchestrate all these financial deals. Now he sells Twitter. Like, so what he paid for it, he sells it back to XAI. So like crazy stuff there. The number one earnings report of the day, Big Bear AI coming out. If you get a plus in front of that EPS, okay. I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but, you know, whatever. I may go to that helicopter dealership if that does come through. And then I'm done with this traffic. I'm going to borrow Raheem's. Riot, also another blockchain name. But I had, you know, eyes on Amazon, Apple, Reddit, and Roku. I think those are the big ones there. So we put those first. And then, I don't know anything.
Reddit's
Instacart, I don't know, is huge in Canada, but, you know, we'll see what happens there. I don't know. We've seen DoorDash and whatnot have some good ones. Uber with Uber Eats and so on and so forth. So, yeah, is what it is. All right.
Yeah, I think when you're looking over a bunch of those earnings names, when there's that many, you're going to want to be able to parse out how it's moving, which ones are going, which ones have the biggest relative volume. And eSignal is the kind of platform that allows you to do this. And the best part about it is the first month's free. And we keep saying this because who knows how long they're going to have that promotion on. 1 month free, so you can have access to every indicator imaginable, to every back testing, forward testing. You're able to do tick replay on there. You're able to hook up to multiple brokers so you can execute trades right on the platform. We're going to show you guys the imbalances in 10 minutes. That's going to be there as well, so you can trade the last 10 minutes with confidence, know that you're not blind with the index imbalances. It's intuitive. It's very user-friendly, and it's reliable data, and you can find it first month free, all in one. Don't miss out. Take your game to another level and scan that QR code you see in front of you. Free is a great cost, and if you don't like it, hey, you don't like it, but give it a shot and see how it works out for you. I think it's a fantastic platform. While all this was happening, just to clean some stuff up for you, one, SLQT finally got above the volume-weighted average price into that it's 274 is the halt reopen high. And then 280 right in here is the prior low. So that we got into. I got out of 2 names. 1 good because it's, well, I mean, good. It can't break 70. I told you it couldn't break 70 on WW. So it broke out the local high. That's just a trailing stop when it broke through 72. Unlikely to trade that one again. However, Kohl's came out, did not maintain the breakout. So we got in when it consolidated and was giving it to the prior high. The second it broke it, I'm out. I don't know if I want to buy into VWAP here, but that's a fail breakout on Kohl's. I don't think you want to give up on it. It's day 1 on the news, and it really hasn't done that much. But when there's only 20 minutes left in the day, I'm not going to sit here and try to go long into VWAP or anything. There's not enough time to make it work. So SLQT, that's one that I guess that news was they're defending in the DOJ drug case, a couple of other companies in there. Just a bit of a dead cat bounce, and I'm giving it into that 280 level. So if it breaks the prior support from the daily, which is also this halt level, I'm out, looking for it to pull back underneath the volume-weighted average price. So DOAM saying Apple 6% tomorrow, book it. The market would really like that. There's a lot of dark pool wicks on Apple today.
Apple 6% seems like a lot.
Well, what's the expected again?
That's something that I have to look up and
4?
check this out. That's what I was going to say. It's probably
4.5 is my guess.
A little bit, yeah, 4, yeah, exactly, 4.4.
Yeah, 6 seems,
Yeah,
that
I
seems a little heavy.
That does seem a lot there. The biggest expectation, I mean, what? Can't be right. MSTR, its previous move was only 3%, and its implied move is 3% again? Not sure if that's right. Amazon, it is right. There it says it's right, but I don't know. It seems like.
Seems very late.
Yeah, okay, seems low, but Duolingo is 15% right now. Okay.
We love Duolingo.
What's up with gochujang chicken? I didn't get any of that today. All these vultures over here. Probably Sharif took it all. No, he didn't. No, I was just saying, did you get any of that chicken today? That how was it? Oh, he's got it. Yeah, we're not. Yeah. So Sharif's looking to take some home and just hoping that it's still there when he leaves, basically. And a story right there. But yeah, no, that looked pretty good. So I was just going to say finally right here, and I'm just getting. I'm not getting overly excited, but we're getting pretty excited because here come the futures. Let's go. Finally, this little drop down. We've been talking about this. Thank you for. I just answered a couple DMs on Twitter. So thank you so much for some of you, including Nimit and a bunch of. I don't know if you guys want me dropping your names in the chat or anything like that, but shout out to everybody there who's been messaging me. And yeah, good thoughts there for sure. I'm always looking at trying to find an edge with trading the NASDAQ because there's so much money to be made trading the NQs, and I am willing to put everything on the line all the time. So that's just my style. So I need to find some more edges. I think we did really well today here on this. So yeah, so far so good here this afternoon shorting, but I just trying to look for a couple different indicators and a couple ideas of when to know when the right time to push and just to ram everything right in there. Okay, so we'll give back. This is my only Tesla trade today. So let's just talk about what we have on board right now. If I get out right now, we will have given back about 10% of the net that we made on the day in Tesla. So if we're up $20, we'll be losing $2 if we get out now. Just an example. That's how I'm going to talk. So we'll get, because I don't remember how many shares we have left, but if we drop out right now where we're trying to, and actually as I see this, I canceled my stop because we were way up. So I got to go 282.99, and I want this thing to crank lower, honestly. I'm in the futures, and that is a much, much bigger position for me right now, obviously, as we've talked about this, than Tesla. So I've only traded today four names. Palantir, the hooded one, and the futures. So Robinhood, again, that's a test trade. We were actually out of it, right? This is my best trade on Robinhood, the test trade. And then we tried to buy 49s. That didn't work. Then we did find a bottom there at 47, 100%. But again, this is my problem, and my problem only, too many shares. So once it breaks, I punch out. And it broke, and the punch out was about 50 cents too early. But again, I know the default that I'm using, and I'm not going to hold this 50 cents against me because then I'm down too much on a play that clearly is not right. But it does go back up, and I got to give credit. He's not here right now. I guess he's going for a walk or whatever. But Joe did hold a nice trade in Robinhood back up to 49. That's the trade that I should have had and did not. So shout out to my guy Joe for nailing that Robinhood trade right there back up to 49. So that was a great job. And I was all over it, man. I was all over that trade, but unfortunately, just with the share sizes and all that. So that's what I'm trying to do. You know, really sort of put you know, the day on the line when I think that there's something there. And I did on Robinhood, and I did put it on the line, but you know, it got squashed a little bit there, and we don't wind up losing that much. Not losing that much as far as I'm concerned, but again, net and what people make or lose on individual trades is their own thing. Everybody has different risk tolerances. So for me, holding that 50 cents more would have been way too dramatic of a hit, so we got out. But congratulations to Joe, who did wind up holding that. And then when I came back, he was like, well, Robinhood's back down to lows. I was like, what? I really thought that Robinhood was going to work today. So, you know, that makes sense to me. There's always options and always stuff that drops down in, especially when you get to key levels like 50 bucks. But yeah, right to the downside and now still at lows. This is a name, Neil, that I'm buying. I am buying this on dips. No, it has to go to 40 bucks. Okay. I want to buy it right down into here. I'm not waiting for the ultimate lows like we were trying to wait for before. If we can get something into here, I think they've proved their concept does work by gathering more daily users, more accounts being opened up, and they have unique ideas, right? Like we talked about that gold membership, which gives you different advantages. I don't even know them off the top of my head, but that kind of stuff is important, right? It's not like that gold card that Trump's giving away. I don't think you pay $5 million, you can just become an instant citizen or something. That's probably not right, but I do remember.
No, that's literally what he said. That's baiting you buy.
You could just become a citizen?
No, but they already had, so there was a thing you could spend, it was like 100 grand of investment. He's moving it up. And calling it the gold.
I thought it was.
I thought he moved it higher.
Than 5 million?
No, I thought he moved it from a few $100,000 to something higher.
I thought it was 5 million when he announced it. I don't even think that's a horrible idea, but it's just a matter of.
You know what I was going to say about that Robinhood? Robinhood got, when it started going off that 47, it got 47 to 49 almost as fast as Mark was able to get rid of that row of computers that was behind us. Which, by the way, I tell you right now,
back up to $1.
It took a while, and that was absolutely insane how quickly he was able to do it. But the market was bouncing really quickly, and I want to tell everybody, and I know Sean already alluded to this, but Studio 8 is in effect, baby. That's what it's getting called. The new renovations that we have, so we appreciate it.
What's it getting called?
Trust me, it's Studio 8. That's the name.
I don't even know that reference.
Apparently, that's it. That's what we're calling it, and it's not just a change.
Okay.
It's a metamorphosis. Because this place is completely changing.
Who's told you all of that? Is that metamorphosis something you came up with?
I ain't come up with that nonsense. You think I'm that verbose?
Metamorphosis?
No, the big boss calling it metamorphosis. Why? Because it's not just going to look different. The whole feel of the show is going to be, we've alluded to this.
Yes.
It's going to change the feel of the show, how it's presented to you, and all, trust me, all in a better way. Everything's going to be more cohesive. We're able to communicate with each other a lot more effective. Trust me, it's just going to be fantastic. So that's what you're going to see it in the back. I'll probably sneeze a bit more because my allergies are acting up when they're moving all this stuff around, but it's going to be absolutely exciting. 30 seconds to imbalances. Two things.
Already?
One,
oh my God, I got to get out.
I'm out of Intel because it did a bit of a bottoming tail candle in front of 20. So it couldn't break the 20 level. It closed at 2010. When it got back above 2010, I got out. Yesterday's close, I mean. And then SLQT, we jumped into that one. First out in front of VWAP. I'm bidding 50s, 40s, and then I'll be bidding into this halt price, which is $2.30. And I'm going to tighten my stop up because it's already $3.50. Wow, that came really quickly. It bounces out literally in 2 seconds. I got to move my stop. But TLT is the biggest imbalance at 2 million. Okay, so the imbalances are pretty much nothing. Nvidia's 1.3 million, that is not very big. So 1.3 million buy at Nvidia, 1.2 million buy on Intel. Tesla, you see Tesla?
Yeah, man, Tesla's a buy, and
where is it? Oh, there it is, 700,000 on Tesla as well. So the biggest is, oddly enough, TLT, which we've never observed it move on those imbalances.
Money just bleeding out of Brendan right there for the Nvidia or for the Tesla trade. So there it goes, man. Another $1.50, man. We're in the building. It's another one. And it's a floss off right there. And we go to the downside on the TQQs as well. So, oh, hell yeah, man. We get to the downside as this plane comes crashing through. You're going to see what happens right now. There we go. We come out. with our hands in our pocket and pretty happy here with this TQQ trade. As we get to the downside, let's go. A smooth little 70-cent win right now on the future. So here we go. It's finally starting to pay off all our hard work. Right now, no, just playing around. We didn't do any work. We've just been holding on to this one. But again, man, reward yourself with good trades. And then as Joe said, celebrate the good trades because we're all trying to hit milestones here. Traders are trying to graduate. Traders are trying to make money. And that's what I'm trying to do with these kind of plays. So nice move there on the TQQ. We are going to throw to Adara, I thought, after the... Okay, we're not going to Adara at all, but I am going over to the desk to get the setup ready.
We got big earnings
for the close. Yeah, we do. But I'm coming back. I'll just be 1 second.
Yeah, no, we've got some big earnings coming through, everybody. So obviously, you know the lineup that we've got going on. It's going to be rapid fire. Like, remember, I think we're expecting Amazon exactly at 4 o'clock. And then from there, Apple's always a little bit later. Conference calls are going to be at 5. That'll be after for sure. Reddit's going to be a big one as well. So you want to make sure you stay tuned for that. Ooh, Robin is losing a bit. Look, NVIDIA. Oh, goodness, NVIDIA. I'm only in the one trade. Did I tighten that stop? I did not. We just moved the stop to break even, which I said I would do and didn't do. Now, if we break 70, I'm out. It's not really break even. It's 5 cents. But I'm in SLQT. That's the only trade I'm going to be in going into the end. And Rev Boost, 100%. Sean, Sharif, Adara will 100% be covering Apple. I believe they're 415 or 4. You said 420, so I'll believe you there. They're a little bit later, but it will get covered. If earnings drop on a big name, aftermarket, pre-market, of course we're going to cover it. Trader TV Live is not about going over something an hour or like 2 hours after it happens. You'll get to see live where Apple is going, where the buyers and sellers are. Heck, I wish I could tell you that I paid more attention to Robinhood and waiting for that 47 level myself, because that's where it went to. And we saw it in the aftermarket. Where'd that come from? That's a great look. So this used to be all like an entire row, just like the one you see, and all of a sudden it's gone. And there's my the bald cam going on there. Fabian must have just did this. It's completely wild. And then Obi's little station there in the corner, he used to be right behind us, but it's all going. Like that, it's all of it is gonna go eventually. It's gonna be a long process, believe me. I can't even get into describing everything that's gonna happen. The bridge, the algo room, pretty much everything is going to change. That's a great look. We gotta do more of that. And then he comes back up on stage. This is obviously live. What up? How's it going, Fabian? Appreciate it. No, that's what it's all about, man. And look, we're pretty excited about it, and it's all to give you guys a better experience. Right? At the end of the day, like, this show is for the viewers and our trading community. So that's what we're all about. Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely. Why not talk a little bit about Trade the Pool, our good friends? Because at the end of the day, we trade on a trade floor, and we understand the saying, big opportunity comes with big risk. Why does that have to be true? Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They're going to give you access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside risk is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. Trade the Pool now offers an unlimited time during the evaluation, so you get the freedom to trade your way with no time pressure. Visit tradethepool.com and see how far your $47 can take you. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you.
And I'll blame you guys. Yeah,
take your shot with Trade the Pool.
All right, yeah, what's up? Oh, but we're slapping the market right now, like left and right and center right here. There it goes to the downside. It is now a dollar winner again on some big boys. So here we go. It's a nice move down for the TQQ, man. The CEO of the Dollar Club is here right now, and it's a nice move to the downside. We just took $2 or $3 on Tesla, got out of that one, and here it comes, falling back down right into these lows. This is the move that we were waiting for, but it's, like we were getting out heading into 350, right? And so every time we came into VWAP, we were taking some out there at 340 and all of that. So we don't have, like, if this had happened at 330, we would have the full load on. But this is the move that we were waiting for, right back into here. So finally, man, patience does wind up paying out right there one more time again. And this is what I'm talking about using bigger share sizes, is like if I'm going to only make a couple plays, it's nice to see them working out. And before, it's like, it's great. And as I told you, where he talked about this, was basically, it was like, yo, dude, just start using more shares. So I'm starting using more shares. We're going to figure it out. Hopefully we don't get stopped out like some of those positions we did earlier. I mean, we had that short there on Palantir and got stopped out right here. Like, look where we got stopped out on Palantir, 1920. If you have 10 shares, 30 shares, 50 shares, whatever, it's fine, right? You lost a coffee, but if you have position, it sucks because then boom. But you know what? Like, if you don't get stopped out there, then you enjoy this kind of a move down. These are the kind of plays that I'm looking for moving forward from here till eternity. So like, this is the kind of trading that we're doing, but I'm doing, but at the end of the day, look at Palantir just fall out. So you can have the right idea, but trading's all about timing and share size. That's like, there it goes. So it's a wrong trade because I got stopped out. I lost money there, and humble enough to say that was a failed trade. But looking back at it, I have confidence because this doesn't happen all of the time. It's just happening sometime. Like right there. Like, what the hell's up with that? That stop and then immediately right back up. Like, at some points those aren't going to happen. That's not going to happen. And this is going to happen earlier, right? It's happening right now for us on the TQQs to the point where now $1.20 in the money right now on this trade as it continues to go lower. So you're going to have many, many examples like that. Let's take Robinhood, for example. Boom. Like, so some days it's going to work without getting stopped out, and some days you'll get stopped out. This is the life of a trader. This is literally why most traders fail. You got to stick with it, stick with your plan, share size accordingly. Don't run out of capital. Don't do anything like that. Be responsible with all of your trades. Look, we exited Tesla. Now look where it goes. Boom goes a dynamite to the downside. So Tesla, the #1 stock, Tesla today, and it was just off of that. So be patient. Do what you got to do, man. Well, actually, the TQs would be the #1, but I got to still cover this. So I got to get over to the desk, man, and I don't even really want to cover it right now. But with crazy earnings ahead, let's get this cover in. We'll pat ourselves on the shoulder there. Look, this is a great trade, although way too many outs. Obviously, I understand that, but it was a good one. Tesla downside, we're out of it. It's a very profitable. It's not very profitable, but it's a profitable stock to the point where it can be where it needs to be for me today. And then there goes the market now down. A big fail there for the market into the close. So I don't know if this is a bellwether for Amazon or not, but we only have a minute and a half. So I'm going to get over there. What is Amazon
It could
doing?
be a risk off because of the reaction to great earnings was not good last night. Well, overnight. So maybe it's a little bit of a risk off. We only have 1 minute to go. Sure. If anybody...
what's the difference?
Did I get the bid?
That's
okay,
crazy.
no, I just got the bid. The Z car just halted to the downside. That's not the page I wanted to be on. This should, assuming it's a volatility halt for anyone that's in this, open in 1 minute. Time doesn't matter. 5 minutes. I know it halted like 2.5. It just halted like 2 seconds ago, like a minute ago. But reopen on a volatility halt is not 5 or 10 minutes. It should be at 4 o'clock. So down halt on Z-Car. The only trade we were still in, we just punched out of VWAP SLQT. Like, it didn't want to go any further. So it goes 65 to 54. That's all we're going to be able to get out of it. Wow, Intel really lost a bid. So that just got through 20. They're in a world of trouble. A lot of names just punched through that low as we're selling off heavily there. Look at the flush that just happened in a lot of these names as they go. NVIDIA also flying with less than 20 seconds to go. They are bleeding it down going into, first off, Amazon earnings. It'll be Amazon, it'll be Apple will be Reddit, you got MicroStrategy, Big Bear AI, you've got Block. It's a wealth of earnings. And we have 5 seconds to go till the bell, brought to you by VinFast. In 2 and 1, let's go, Adara. And right away, believe me, Amazon right now just closed at $189. I see, actually 190 almost even. It might have been that last final print there. Still up 3%, but crazy, crazy sell-off going into the end of the day there. It wasn't on imbalance or anything. It was going into massive earnings. I want to give a big shout out to Fabian and Ramin, but that was a great shot that we had. Big shout out to Mark, Fabian, all the work that's being done around here, and it's going to be even more to make the show look and sound better. Of course, big shout out to the Midday boys as well, kicking butt there. And you know what? you get to see a little bit more of Sharif because joining Sean on the desk for the market recap, in addition to our special guest tonight, is going to be Sharif, Adara, Sean. It's the market recap show. Amazon is moving, but it doesn't seem like it's out yet. You got a bit of a dollar bounce there off of that close without the numbers out. So it's starting to go, it's revving up, and the excitement is here because Trader TV Live will make sure that you are locked and loaded live for all of these earnings plays. There goes Amazon breaking out the highs. Let's get to the desk. Your market recap is starting now.
It does look like Amazon is now out right now. So Amazon goes up and down, and right now Amazon 189. So why don't we get this? It looks like it's starting to go lower, but it's back and forth right now. So Sharif, give us the goods.
All right, net sales, Sean, 9% year-over-year increase, 155.7 billion in the first quarter compared to with 143. What were we looking for here, Sean? We were looking for 154. So that is a beat on the top line. How about their international sales? 5% year-over-year increase. Operating income, $18.4 billion. North America taking the cake there, Sean, $5 billion. Net income total, $17.1 billion. That's what they took home in profits. Operating cash flow continues to increase 15% year over year. They're holding about $114 billion there. Free cash flow as well decreased, sadly, $25.9 billion for the trailing 12 months. What are they doing? They're selling off aggressively. We are now negative on Amazon after being positive the majority of the day. We wicked up into 193, but that was the algo spike, and now all hell is breaking loose on the downside. We're losing 183, $10 lower than where we started at the top there. 193 was the high. A bit of a miss there. I'm keeping my eye on the guide because it was a beat on the top line in terms of sales. I still haven't seen anything with respect to EPS, though. I am looking on my other screen to see if I can find what the EPS is. Not yet, guys. So here it is. In case you're wondering what the results are, we'll zoom that in for you. Net sales, 9% year-over-year increase. Sean, $155.7 billion. That excludes a $1.4 billion impact from year-over-year changes in Forex. So they have about a $1.5 billion Forex headwind. That's quite ugly. Keeping an eye on MSTR. That's the other one, Sean, we're waiting for at 4 o'clock. That one I don't see out yet, but it is down flat now, MSTR that is. So we'll keep an eye on that. Here we go. More stuff here for Amazon. Let's see if we can find the EPS. Oh, here we go. Now this is the guide. Q2 sales of 159 billion to 164 billion, easily beating the estimate, Sean, 160.91 billion. Why the hell are we selling off? I don't know. The guide was better. The report was better. From what I can see so far, we still don't have eyes on the EPS. How are we doing here price action? Why, Sean, we're dropping, man.
Yeah, I know. I have it up right now. It's 181.20. I mean, I have a live level 2 right here for Amazon. So we can see right here, a 182 by 182.40 right now. We're going to have this up like that. And every time a stock reports, we're going to call it up for you immediately. So, yeah, thanks everybody for watching. We are getting this going. I'm just had a little bit of a problem with the chat there. So, okay, we have
EPS, Sean.
Okay, we've got Benzing. I mean, there's so many names reporting right now. Airbnb is out as well. So ABNB, let's have a quick little look at that right now as we go. So there's Airbnb downside there. Let's get rid of that. So Airbnb is also making the moves lower. Amgen is now out. AMGN. That looks like it's going upside a little bit. Lumen Technologies is up. LUMN is now out as well. So LUMN as that. LUMN, not too many N's right there. Nice upside move, but it's really Amazon is what we're worried about.
MSTR is
and
out.
That's a downside move as well. Here goes MSTR.
Down.
The one that I didn't believe was only a 3% mover, but there goes MSTR. It's now making that move lower into 377. So there goes strategy. Let's see if that strategy works out. Remember, up here is Amazon. You're going to be able to see 181.50 by 181.20 right now. We wait for the big dog. Where's Apple at? Come on, Tim Cook. You know that stock can get cooking.
Come on, Timmy.
MSTR, DXCM is also out. Airbnb is now out. Airbnb is 24 cents versus 23. So they are a beat right over there, despite Neil using Verbo here. But Airbnb, a nice move. Revenues 2.27 billion versus 226. So Airbnb beats, but there must be something up at the guide because that's actually going lower here, Sharif.
Absolutely. And so strategy, Sean, moving down negative now. And crypto was strong all day. Guys, I'll submit to you, ride it was up 7%. Here is the report. Let's make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. Here is Strategy's financial report. 13.7% BTC yield, Sean, on the year. They've got 61,907 BTC gain, $5.8 billion in BTC gain achieved in 2025. They have 553,555 Bitcoin, Sean. It's kind of light there.
Kind of light.
We'll keep an eye out on that. Looking for the actual EPS and the revenue. Give me 1 second. Over there, we got it. Now we got it. So it was a miss. So adjusted EPS for MicroStrategies, negative 1653. Negative. That's why it's in brackets.
Reddit.
1653. The street was looking for negative 11, Sean, on sales of $111 million. That misses the 115 that was looking for. So it's a miss on the top and bottom line for Strategy, Sean.
All right, Reddit right now is out, man. So we're going to Reddit and forget it. But we are going to read the results and get those for you immediately once they're out. Right now on the Benzinga Pro platform, what I'm seeing is this right now. So I'm reading off of here. Sharif's sort of scouring TweetDeck and Twitter and some other news sources as well. But I just see right now that Reddit is out. As soon as we see those numbers, we will give them to you. But there goes Reddit right now. 132 and change. A nice move up 14%. Ridiculous. There goes Reddit. So do not forget it. There goes Reddit up to 133.50 right now. Good bottom coming in at $100, man. I think that this gap right there held. What a good sort of omen that was when you come all the way back in and hold that level, gap higher. Now we're making that new move up to 133 for Reddit. Here's Amazon, just in case you're wondering. It's 181.40 there for Amazon. We talked about those numbers. We'll do that again in a minute. But Amazon downside right now, trying to hold out. This is the big one that we're all a little nervous about. And then Strategy, Sharif just went over the numbers. Actually not doing much. So I guess Adara nailed that one there because it's not her, but the implied move, 3% seems to be right. I thought there would be more movement on that one for sure.
Sean, let's give them the Reddit details.
Yeah, let's go Duolingo up as well.
My favorite there, Sean. Daily active users for Reddit, Sean, 31% year-over-year increase. They've got 108 million daily active users.
Let's go,
Sean,
bang. I like that one. I like that one.
392.4 million. What were we expecting there from Reddit? Let's have a look at what Adara said. 373. We ended up printing 392. So a beat on the top line, Sean. Net income, $226.2 million. That's an increase of 6.7. Good look there. Diluted shares of 13 pennies a share. That's what they earned in EPS. The street was looking for 2 pennies. So a beat on the top and bottom line, Sean. It's going to come down to the guide.
So how's your Mandarin going?
It's actually quite good.
All right, because Duolingo right now, upside right there. So when Sharif talks about something, people go out and buy this program. There goes Duolingo right now. EPS beat, 72 cents versus 51. You're live with us right now. So there it goes. It's a nice move there with sales of 230 versus 222. It's Duolingo.
Get it, Katina,
and speak the fine language of stock trading because Duolingo right now getting that move right back up into all-time highs. So congratulations if you believed in that program. I know a few of us are using that around here. Is Ramin still using it? That's really the question. All right, here goes Instacart. As she laughs, I assume that's a no. There goes Instacart as well. Maple Bear. There it goes, man. A nice little move up there for Instacart. So, man, these are coming in. And guess what? It's R to the O to the K to the U. No. We are now out with Roku. Okay. I told you, there's no other place that's going to do this.
None.
They're dropping right now. Trump's all about Roku. What did you say about Roku? No, here it is, Roku. The numbers are out. It looks like it's a little up and down here. We're just getting excited at the end of the day. Yeah. These are the earnings. We report them. We have a good time here on the show. But it looks like Roku coming in pretty flat, I guess. I mean, I see a gap of minus 19 cents versus minus 26. So that's not great on the EPS. Sales with a slight beat. So they beat everywhere, but still not making money is Roku, which is kind of crazy. Like, this seems like a very, very old company at this point. I expect them to make a little bit of money, but Roku right now underneath, not doing too much. So we'll pass. I mean, we could talk about if there's anything interesting, but seems like maybe a little bit of a pass there. Twilio again, big data, talking about communications and everything like that, transfer of said data. Twilio, nice move to the upside as well, 98 up to 102. Amazon trying to get going. You can see the live level 2 up there of 183, so AMZN. Look, we wait for Apple, man. I have the chat up here. There it is, man. Thank you so much. The
energy, says JSO, is elite status.
I love it. I like
so that's it, man. Yeah, no, but I mean, this is the thing. And we talked about changing the show up, right?
Absolutely.
We're going to get more and more of this as we grow, man. We want to grow as a business and as a show for you guys as well. So there we go, man. It's a nice move up there for Amazon. Move down for Amazon, but a nice move up off that bottom of 180. I've wanted to buy that at 180. What do you want to talk about?
Well, let's talk about Airbnb, Sean.
Go.
Great report here. If we can go to the screen, Q1 EPS 24 pennies, beating that 23 penny estimate. Revenue, Sean, beating on the top and bottom line, but not by that much. 2.27 billion. The street wanted 2.26. So there you go. Airbnb looking real good right now. Let's see what the chart's doing, Sean. We are down on Airbnb though, down 1.8%. So it's going to come down to the guide. We'll keep an eye on that. Oh, this is what
When Moon, Apple, when Moon, come out.
I know.
We wait for Apple right now. Everyone asking us about Apple. I just switched over to the top side right there. Yeah, look at that handsome gentleman. Not me, the guy at the bottom. Sharif was just telling everybody to like and to subscribe ASAP. So there's Apple. I have it up here if you want to watch it. That's the ask right there. It just comes over better, I think, on TV if you watch that. 212.29 right now. We do have Apple up right here. XY. Are we going Z or Z? Either way, it is going one way.
It's tanking,
bang.
baby.
It is going down, and it is a fail on that one. XYZ getting XY cleaned right now to the downside. I don't know what's going on with this name. Do you have the numbers? Because Block not doing well. Is there anything happening? I always think that Block and PayPal is somewhat similar, and there goes PayPal to the downside. So a little bit of a move down there for XYZ. Shreve, why is this happening?
Because they missed on the top and bottom line, Sean. Adjusted earnings of 56 pennies, the street wanted 87, so that's a huge miss there. Sean, the sales, the revenue, 5.77 billion. The street was looking for 6.2, so it's an easy miss there. Forget about the guide. This was a miss on the current quarter. My goodness, and that's not a soft miss either. You got to wonder why. What the hell's going on? I mean, crypto's moving up. Well, what do they got over there? I mean, they got what's it called? That Square Pay thing. My brother-in-law swears up and down by this thing.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what's going on.
Shopify. So the problem, I think, is competition. Shopify has a very similar product as well. So yeah, right now, Big Bear AI.
Oh no.
No, it's not out yet, I don't think. Okay. We're just getting excited, but there it is. We'll wait for Big Bear AI. So we'll wait for
Reddit?
Yeah.
Reddit, and forget it. It's up 20%,
there it goes.
Sean.
There it goes. Reddit really going upside right now. Reddit right here. The reason why we get a better guide. So there goes Reddit. We want to thank all 8,000 of you, by the way, for joining us one more time right now. So thank you so much for being here with us, man. We can't do any of this without you, but make sure you come back. I mean, tomorrow there won't be too many years, but make sure you do come back tomorrow anyways for all this. But you know what's going on with Reddit right here? They guided forward. So they see sales between 410 million to 430 versus 395. So not only do we get a better number, top and bottom line, but we also get Reddit right here on the guide forward. So we like that. We like that a lot. Thank you, T, and everybody else in the chat right here as we continue to go upside. We do have some, I mean, we're not going to talk about too many indexes here today, but MSOS, we did see gold. Again, the GDX, the gold miners downside again right now, but gold down today, another 1.9%. We had Michael Noss on the show on Monday talking about a pullback here in gold. I've been talking about this for a little bit as well. So there we go, nice little move down for gold, breaking through the $300 mark, going to the downside. Me and Sharif are just looking, man. We're looking for that Apple number. When are we going to come out for Apple? Nice. The time that we had written down for... It's 4:30.
Good with that.
And I can't be here too much later past that, but we'll stay as long as we possibly can. We're not going anywhere until that Apple number drops. So we're going to wait for that one.
Let's tell them about how Reddit did on the quarter. You let them know about that amazing guide. If I can show them what they actually did on the quarter, Sean. EPS, 13 pennies. The street wanted 2. That's an easy beat there, guys. $392 million in revenue on the quarter. The street was looking for 370. So an easy beat there. In case you were wondering what's going on, recall that Reddit now selling their conversations, their user data almost, or all the forums and the subreddits that exist on that platform for AI training models. So you're going to have your chats, your Google Geminis, your Perplexities, your Claudes, all wanting to get a hold of this data so they can train their models on that, Sean.
Right.
So they've been doing that quite successfully, and the report reflects that.
All right, I'm going to say thanks all in the chat, TK.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
You guys are really helping us out here. All right, let's go over to Amazon right now and have a quick little look. Guys, if you guys see any movement in anything, the Benzinga's not really working too much in my ear right here. So we're just going to have to play by what we see, and you guys might see the action earlier. But I do have Apple up here, 212.65. So again, the Amazon,
you know, we had sort of gone over this. Let's go over it again. They got 159 versus 136. That's a beat, right? They have sales of 155.7 versus 155. So it's a beat on the top and the bottom line for Amazon. But we've seen this happen before, and nothing's happened to the stock. This time, stock goes downside. And the reason why, potentially, they do guide a little bit. Part of their guide is lower, so they were expected to get 161 or so billion. They guide 159 to 164. So the high side of the guide works, but you know the worry part is if they miss. So if they're going to put out a miss next quarter on the guide,
and it's the cloud, Sean.
then that's what it is. And you had mentioned the cloud there with AWS as well. So there's a lot of competition there with Amazon and cloud. I mean, we saw, there goes Amazon though, right back up. Ooh. Look, there's that magical 180 level, man. We talked about sitting there and trying to get some bids. I don't think I'm still there, but that was it. Oh no, people telling me Big Bear AI. Look, the last earnings report was disastrous. Let's see what winds up happening now to Big Bear AI. Okay, so it is a little bit of a downside move. I don't have the numbers yet.
I'm looking.
For Big Bear AI, but when we do get it, we will get it. Yeah, that's okay. So we don't see the numbers yet, but it is going down. Look,
Here it is, Sean. I got it.
This is not a heavily traded name, but let's go find out what Big Bear AI is doing. It just broke $3.
Here it is, Sean. Q1 revenue, 34.8 million. What were we expecting? Let's have a look at what Adair put for us. We were expecting 35.9 million, so a miss there. Yeah. That's Q1. During the first quarter, they reduced their long-term debt by 58 million. That's fine.
What was their EPS?
They affirm their 2025 outlook, so they don't change that. So no currency headwinds, no tariff headwinds. They also raised gross proceeds of 64.7 million from the exercise of 2024 warrants. So keep an eye out on that. Not much more other than that, Sean. Okay. Scouring here, revenue increased 5%. Where is they issued a net loss? A net loss in the first quarter of $62 million compared to a net loss, but they shorted it up. They lost 127.8 last year. They basically cut that more in half. Good. So a good look there, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be great short term here, but again, I was looking for that EPS because they were down 6 cents. It was minus 6 cents expected. So we'll get that here. But Reddit shares are trading higher after better Q1 report, right? So Reddit higher, Amazon lower. Those are the two big names so far. And then XYZ, I mean, I'm still a shareholder. I believe in this name anyway. It's pretty, not as much as before, but look how disastrous this looks there. I mean, it looks okay on a daily because we battled back. Oh, that's right. We switched symbols, and since then it was 90 all the way down now to $50 on formerly Square. Block right now, new symbol change, XYZ, downside. That's where we're ticking right now. But we're still waiting for Apple. So when we get Apple, then we'll be able to see. Any thoughts early on Apple here?
No, but I want to tell them quickly here about Amazon Web Services. So I think this is why we dropped initially. Right. So it was a bit of a miss there. So the sales came in for AWS, obviously their biggest moneymaker, 29.3 billion. A very, very slight miss from the 29.4 that the street was looking for. But I'll submit to you, when Azure comes out yesterday and easily beats by 2 percentage points, and Google shows weakness in its cloud, then kind of who's king, you know, of the jungle so far in cloud world? It's now Azure. They're the ones that are growing. Sean, they're guiding 33 to 35% for the next quarter. Now you have Google Cloud that's missed. Excuse me, AWS missed, and Azure coming in ahead of expectations. That's kind of eye-opening there.
Right, so we'll have to look out for some more cloud names and see where we go. But I mean, these are the big dogs, right? We want to be these hyperscalers. So again, I mean, as long as we could check out an NVIDIA to see if there's any shrapnel getting through on that one as well. Let me just quickly check that because I want to go back to Instacart. So NVIDIA is actually ticking a little bit higher here. Well, actually, right back to where it was on close. So we're getting a little bit of a movement now. We'll wait for Apple. Apple shouldn't affect this at all. Instacart, listen to this headline from Benzinga.
Let's hear it.
Maple Bear shares are trading higher. The company reported a worse than expected Q1. All right, so trading higher on a worse than expected Q1. That makes sense. 37-cent miss versus 38. Sales 897, miss versus 898. But they're guiding a little bit forward. So it's a good little look there for Instacart. Maple Bear, nice move higher on a back-to-back miss. So this just goes to show you, it doesn't really matter what you've done. We're looking forward right now in this market. So we'll watch out for Dash maybe. Let's have a quick little look to see what they're doing. So no movement here on that report either. Apple still not out. 212.79 live quote right now for Apple. You'll see it here first. Amazon is clawing its way back. Look, we love the name. I don't think there's anything disastrous disastrous in this report at all.
No.
The only thing disastrous right now is options. Options right now, you're flat on this move. The implied move was over 6%. So, you know, we kind of gave our bull and bear case earlier. It was shout out to Nikhil and everybody else as well. But let's go over to Adara right now, and then we'll hopefully be back and await the big dog, Apple.
Sharif, you mentioned AWS earnings. So here is, this infographic is from last Amazon report. But basically here is the AWS revenue for the year, starting here in 2013, all the way to 2023. I have to update this for 2024. But what's interesting here, if you did not realize, Andy Jassy, who is the current CEO of Amazon, was formerly the CEO of AWS. So here you can see the nice trajectory for this company's revenue alongside some of their highlights and some of their launches within that. So take a look at this on X at TTV Research. We have a host of infographics and fun market facts for you every single day to keep you updated. Back to you.
Look at this guy over here, Stevenson Etienne.
Oh,
look at this guy.
I like him.
This was the guy that tried, yeah, me too. This is the guy that tried trade the pool 6 or 7 times. Shout out to you, Stevenson. And you know what? This is the thing. He bought himself a Lincoln with the money I made last month. Is that one of those little dinky cars, or you actually bought you know what I'm saying? A big car. I'm just playing around with you. Congratulations, Stevenson. We wouldn't be doing that if we knew we didn't have fun with you. So thank you so much to Stevenson right there. Oh, the Lincoln, the penny. Oh, I get it. That's funny. Thank you to Fabian. Well, that was Fabian. I'm sure Stevenson actually does mean an actual car. But hey, it's not often that you're able to buy a car as soon as you kind of go live.
No.
So maybe you're taking too much risk, my guy, over there. But congratulations at the end of the day. Big Bear AI, not a congratulations at all, as that's now down through $3. So we're going to have to, this is a long-term play, man. We call this baby Palantir for a reason. So we'll wait to see that. It might not be. It might be the evil stepson of Palantir, and it's being punished right now. So there it goes down to the downside. So bye-bye, Big Bear AI. We're just getting our average price in and around that $4 mark. We talked about that over and over again.
X
so
reported too, Sean.
Right now, yeah, United States Steel, right? So here, there's X. No, not much of a movement. What do the numbers look like?
So we missed here, Sean. 39 pennies. No, actually, excuse me. They lost 39 pennies, but the street was expecting a loss of 45 on sales of 3.73 billion, which beat the expectations of 3.63. So not a bad look. We'll have to keep an eye on what the guide is, because Sean, we're down 2 3/4 here in the aftermarket after closing out about $44 or so, give or take. So a bit of a tougher look here for U.S. Steel. Obviously, been spoken about a lot lately. A possible acquisition target being blocked by both the Biden and the Trump administration for national security purposes. So it looks like you can tell they want to do something with the company, Sean, but their hands are kind of tied.
Yeah, Big Bear AI, just a quick note there. Their guide was between 160 and 180, and the expected was 170. It's like these analysts, like they're at 170, and Big Bear just comes out and goes, okay, well, we're going to go between 160 and 180. Hence 170. But I don't know. This is just, I don't even know why some of these companies guide, but there's Big Bear AI and what they're looking at. Let's go back and quickly look at Amazon, as it's a big one there. Amazon on the daily, we talked about this 180 level. I like this level for some support, but we could get a little bit lower if. But today, there's no if, because it already bounced off 180. So the report is now out. We wait for the conference call. Maybe there's going to be some talk there about what's going on. But you could see Apple right there, 213. And again, it's a cloud story, right? We had Azure. Maybe Apple's falling a little. Microsoft could potentially be falling. Maybe there was something there. You know, we shorted the, wow, what a short we had on the TQQs, by the way, at the end of the day.
That was a great short.
Yeah, so there we had this whole move, baby, right to the end of the day.
Oh, boy.
I did cover before I came up here, which that looks like a big mistake because it kept on going further. But there's the move there. And then we get some bigger names reporting to the downside, right? We had that Amazon move there to the downside. So, okay, I'm not really seeing anything else as far as earnings are concerned. We can go check back on Roku. We know that's a relatively heavy name, day trading wise, down to $64. What that looks like on the daily, I don't think we even looked at that. Roku right now still underneath the 200 period. And as Brian Shannon would say, and again, what a great book, it's your anchor VWAP right there. You're in the penalty box until you get above something here, and that's going to have to be the 200 period moving average. So we'll wait for Roku. Yeah, man, when Apple, says people in the chat, yeah, we have it written down as 4:30, so they won't disappoint. They'll be there around 4:30. We're staying live until that does come through. So we're going to have to watch out for that. Just quickly on the day today, man, we had XLE, we had some energy, we had the Raider Trader come on and say, let's leave this alone maybe till later on in the summer. He's not so interested in energy, talking about cyclicality. I don't know. I mean, I just think that you got to always look for advantages. As Jim Cramer says, there's always a bull market somewhere. It just might not be here right now in XLE. So we're looking for a break of $83, $84 on XLE to get going a little bit. Tesla had, look, I'm really interested in Tesla at these levels, but the thing about it is, Sharif, as you know as well, you can see right here, we're dropping off through that 295 area. It has to break above 300. Exactly. We've been here, we've been here, we've been here. So Tesla needs to get going. Robo-taxis or not, man. I mean, this name needs to have some sort of tailwinds behind it right now. I didn't like that story about possibly looking for a new CEO.
No.
Do you think Elon ever hands his baby over?
You know what, man? You know what they were saying? They were saying word on the street was they were not approached formally by the board, but board members were informally asking these headhunting companies that find execs to see who would be interested, but they wanted to keep super quiet. Obviously, Sean, this is unconfirmed, being denied by the chairman of the company, being denied yesterday by Elon Musk on X. Obviously, it's his baby. I don't think he wants that floating around. But you have to actually consider it. Like, let's talk real now.
Stock then?
Because you even heard Joe turn on Elon Musk because he was focusing so much on Doge. He wasn't focusing on his company. That hurt shareholders, and a lot of people weren't happy about it.
Joe Rogan turned on him? Is that what you said?
No, our friend Joe.
Oh, Joe.
Joe Wilson. Yeah, no, Joe.
Yeah, we know that he got out of that a while ago.
Yes,
so,
sir.
yeah. So, and again, if you have conviction in something, I just know that he was on Joe Rogan. I didn't know if if he had gone back. I didn't think so. Yeah, no, for me, man, I would hate to be those board members right now, because when Elon finds out exactly who's looking around for these headhunters, man, if you see some people go away from Tesla for a while, I wouldn't be surprised right there if that does come through. I think it would be a huge negative for the company if that were to ever come through. But a lot of these founders, they step away. It's like we saw Bezos step away, but he's still there, right? I mean, Jaffrey's, all these guys, they get replaced by members that have been around for a while.
I agree.
They're not just handing the keys over to me or to you. They're handing these over to seasoned veterans. Like we saw with
handpicked too.
We saw with Intel, right? I mean, going right Lip-Bu, Lip-Bu coming in there to the upside there. Intel and Lip-Bu have some work to do, but that's a good example of, again, handing over the keys to someone that's comfortable driving the car. Adara, what you got for us?
What I have here, just to remind you, ahead of Apple earnings, here are all the expected moves for all of the major earnings names today. And I remember Sean said, Adara, you're still going to do these this week with how busy it is. And of course I will, guys. You'll have these every single day. We have big earnings, so you guys can see these expected moves. Duolingo, weirdly the largest expected move, but let's get to our 4:30 p.m. friends, shall we? Apple, we're expecting a 4.4% expected move. Then Riot, another crypto name after MSTR reported. Riot, we have an 8.1% expected move. Furthermore, on the Tesla-related situation, I'm also seeing that a lot of these high-profile Tesla shareholders within the X sub community, which is pretty massive, they're also saying that they actually don't have their proxy shareholder vote available yet. And Tesla has not yet scheduled their shareholder meeting, which some people are viewing as a little bit curious or suspicious. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But even though Tesla's board denied the claims, the fact they haven't scheduled the shareholder meeting yet is being interpreted as a little bit interesting. If you want to check out this infographic and tons more like it, go to X at TTV Research. We're going to send you back to the guys ahead of Apple earnings.
It is big. Thank you, Derek. Big Bear AI. Yeah, well, I mean, it is what it is. It just broke back above $3. And I think there's a lot of hype there in the chat as we get going. GoDaddy, you're going to open up some websites anytime soon? Actually, not doing anything. GoDaddy, I just want to show everybody EPS beats 151 sales in line for GDDY. Ooh, not bad at all. Oh, you know what? We had Steve Tyleman on. He's going to come on tomorrow, I believe. He's not going to come on today. He's going to come on tomorrow. He liked eBay out with earnings yesterday. Pretty flat right there on eBay. So, yeah, man, everybody's like yelling at me about Big Bear. I just showed Big Bear AI, my guy. All right, Apple right now getting a little bit spicy.
It is.
As we get ready for the report, let's just do a little bit of a preamble here with Apple. What we're looking for right now is for the 4:30 release. So we are minutes away. Thank you, everybody, for staying late with us. Man, you are all still here, so we appreciate that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Tell your friends, your mother, your dog, everything to watch us right now. Hey, you can grab an account no matter where you are. EPS 161 is what we're looking for. That's the estimate on Apple, with a light revenue number, Sharif, of just $93 billion.
Oh, that's it?
For the quarter.
Crazy.
Country's GDPs right there in one quarter. The implied move 4%. So we're excited there for Apple. If Apple moves 4% on 200, we should get $8 or so. Let's wait to see what winds up happening there with Apple. If Apple is low tomorrow, down. The market will be down. We had Chris on this morning talking about the relationship between Apple and the S&P 500.
I can't see a good guide. I just can't see a good guide. Either they withhold or the guide's going to be bad. There's no circumstances under which there's looming tariffs at a percentage where you have no idea what the hell the percentage of the tariff's going to be. It's such a wild card. How could they guide higher? I just don't see it in the cards. But hey, maybe they can surprise us, Sean. They've surprised me before. I just want to cover quickly, Sean, all the earnings plays that we've got. Everything that you see from here onwards is basically the earnings plays. So MSTR up 1.25. That reported. Amazon down 0.84 currently. It reported kind of a mixed report there. Duolingo up an eye-watering 16.33%. Great report for them. Airbnb mixed report over here, down 2% in the aftermarket. Lumen up 1.13. It reported well. Amgen also down 2% here in the aftermarket. Cart, Instacart, look at that, 12.33%, Sean. Fantastic look here. XYZ, which is Block, huge down move. A miss on the top and bottom line, 16.5%. What a miss there.
We have Apple. We have Apple right now. Apple's out. EPS beat 165 versus 163. Sales 95.36. That's low. That's a beat. A slight beat. 95.36 versus 94.53. But some of the numbers are a little different than we had written down. Apple looks pretty in line to me right now. But Apple's going lower. 209 and change. Down with Apple, but I don't want to scare anybody because where Apple's coming from, like if we go down to 200, you're just kind of back to last week. Let's see what it does at 200 if it does hold it. But right now, the early look on Apple, from what I'm seeing, is an EPS of 165, beating the street of 163. Estimates on sales, actual sales, 95.36, beating 94.53. Apple looks like a clean beat, top and bottom, but the market not loving it. Maybe they wanted a little bit more. We'll wait to see if we find out anything about the guide. It's 4:30. We'll stay late with you just for a couple more minutes to see what exactly is going on. Apple, this kind of a reaction, muted, to be honest with you. That sucks when that happens. Doesn't mean it'll be muted tomorrow. The call often will give us direction. But right now, Amazon does pull back a little bit, 183. What is Apple doing? It's now trying to bounce back a little bit. Are you seeing any color to this report at all?
I'm seeing $100 billion again of a share buyback.
They like that, okay.
In addition to the 150 that they already on there, Sean. I'm not seeing the
additional 100.
Yes, because they already had 150 on the books. They're adding
250 billion dollar buyback.
Unless they've already exhausted some of that 150, right?
But still, like that is more than the market cap of many, many companies that are out there alone, and they're putting that back in the stock. The thing about buybacks, we like buybacks, there's no doubt about that, but when you're buying back that much of your shares, it means you don't know what else to do with your capital.
There you go.
And right now, maybe they should be investing in what? Maybe Siri, maybe AI, maybe we should be improving that a little bit. But we like it as shareholders. It's a nice little take there. I'm interested to hear, has the big man bet bought back in? I don't know if Warren's back in this name or not. We'll wait. We're not going to hear that today or not. But that's something that I'm interested in. Who is buying this? You know, what are some of the big rating agencies going to say about this? What's our boy Danny Ives going to say? What are some of the big tech sort of mavens going to come out with this number tomorrow and see about Apple? Because right now, it's small dividend raise as well that I'm seeing.
I see that.
But no one holds Apple for dividend. It's less than 1%. So right now, nice downside move right now for Apple. Continuing going lower right now. The continuous flow down for Apple now, 208.62. This is what it looks like here. It's not really too crazy. The action's not that violent right now in Apple, but it's 209 right now and change. But a downside push for Apple. And if we just go even to like a 15-minute chart, this is what I'm trying to show you. It's not that dramatic, man. We're just sort of back to where we've been. We were here yesterday. We were here the day before. So let's wait to see if Apple, I'm
really surprised we haven't got anything on the guidance. It's making me wonder whether they are actually going to withhold guidance. Obviously, guys, the call starts at 5:30. If you're investing or swinging trade on Apple, kind of incumbent upon you to listen so that you know what the fundamentals of the companies are or the company is. I'm definitely going to be listening, Sean, as I get the sesh in at the gym.
Nice.
But to be quite frank with you, Sean, I'm still looking here on my blotter. I've got both blotters up, Benzinga and my platform. Nothing coming in about the guide right now. A little concerning to me, so maybe they're withholding. Maybe they're going to wait till the call. I'm unsure right now, but Apple down here in the aftermarket, 1.22%, trying to get above 210. It might be a hard road.
I had Reddit up here. Reddit, the big winner, the big winner of the day. Reddit up 21% as some of these newer IPOs. Reddit's had a huge move, right? I mean, it's not like it's well depressed, but that's a nice move higher. I think you can go in and buy Reddit right now off of these numbers. I mean, you know, it was up here for a reason. You know, when you're a relatively new company, obviously your PE and all that's going to get blown out. But I do like Reddit at these levels. Apple. Okay, question for you, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
You buying dips?
Not here. You know, I added
I'm not.
in the,
I was going to say this is the one name
Not
for
here.
me
No.
that I'm not that excited. I have Apple already, but I can see possible headwinds, right? I mean, we do know that there's a switch to Huawei.
100%.
China, if it can't get sorted out with Donald Trump here, or just the administration, I guess. But I mean, Donald's the one pulling all the levers here. But if China remains an issue, China may not get resolved 6 months. Like, who knows when this is? Apple will lose market share in a very important market for them, China. So I would say you're dead right there. Good luck with your session today at the gym. We are very excited to hear what Apple has to say in their report. Okay, so what kind, I know you don't eat pizza. Okay, but I do this with Adair all the time. So this is a pizza. Give me 2 toppings.
Pepperoni, and just for my man over there, I have to do it. Pineapple.
Boom! That's what we're talking about. We like that.
man.
That's a great combo right there. Add some jalapenos on there, spice up your life. That's Sharif, man. I'm always pleased to be on the show with this guy. The energy is for real. We want to thank Adara for all those graphics and everything that she's doing as well. We're all back tomorrow, except for me, of course, at 8:30 in the morning. You're going to be blessed with Obi tomorrow morning. I'll be at a rink near you, so join us there. But Obi and Neil takes you in. Adara, Sharif, Brendo, all of our team is back. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Bears versus Bulls, man. We can't do it without you.
Absolutely.
And especially all of the viewers. Let's go, Apple. Congratulations to everyone on Reddit. Let's see if Amazon holds that 180. Until Monday for me, ciao.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.